Oh, wow. Well, welcome everybody. Hello and hi. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And you know me, I'm happy you all are here. And wow, what a great show we have today. As you saw, we have so many people that want to hop on here and say hi to Sam and wish him a happy birthday, because that's right, we're having our birthday party show for Samuel Hofman, the one and only. His birthday is actually next week, but this is the day for his party show. So anyway, I'm excited. Like I said, we have lots to look at, lots to see. And yeah, we're the one and only Twin Solar System podcast. I'll just throw that out there too, just in case somebody doesn't know that. There's nobody else talking about gigantic planets passing just outside Earth's atmosphere. I'm not kidding. It's actually happening, and we have the pictures that prove it, and 15 years worth of pictures at that. So that's a big deal. Like, it's already been proven. It's not a theory or an idea. It's already a done deal. It's just, if you haven't heard about it yet, now is the time. So, but that wraps up what the show is about. Let's go ahead and get Sam on here and see how he is doing in Montana. And I hope he's ready to talk a lot and party. So here we go. Hey, Sam, how are you?
I'm fine. Party. Yeah.
I was thinking, I got to tell you something. Before the show, I was showing him some of the pictures and whatnot I had worked on. And there was one certain picture that he didn't like. And of course,
it doesn't look like me at all. But yeah.
I know, but I don't know it's you, but I don't know. Anyway, it was enhanced, but not by AI, just anyway, he didn't like it. And I'm thinking, of course, I would put that picture in the intro, and it's stuck there now, but
yeah. And by the way, I like the new intro. I mean, you were busy this week. You were working. Working.
That's about 5 hours to make that 4 minutes. So, but it's okay. I mean, the one that we saw today just now is just for today, but then I'll edit it and then but yeah, I feel like, we'll use this for our new intro, and I'll, take out the birthday stuff next week. So anyway, it was time. It was time for something new pictures. And,
a lot of really interesting photos that you added in that.
I was gonna say, Sam, I went through your old YouTube or your old Facebook page last night. I went through all 15 years of pictures.
Oh my God!
Sure. I scrolled and scrolled. I picked out about 100 that I like. So we're going to look at some of those today as well. Some of the oldies and goodies.
Yay, let's reminisce. Check my memory.
There was some I had never seen before that should be seen now.
God, if it would be amazing if we could even go back to all the old pictures that we.
Yeah, I scroll back to where all the pictures were just little dots, and I'm like, this is crazy. Like 2013, that's about how far back I went, and all the pictures, or maybe it was actually further back.
I mean, there's so many.
They were all just little dots. So
way back when we saw all this tiny stuff coming in, we wondered what that blob was, and before we even attributed the names of the planets, because we were still back checking and cross-referencing the information. And then 2014, 2015, we finally decided that we were absolutely correct, and then we ran with it. We never looked back. So it's long ago proven this is all happening. We got to watch them when they were tiny. Now they're so big, it's insane. It's a lovely weather. Montana had some really freaky weather this week. Eastern Montana had some superstorms. Yesterday in poor North Dakota. Well, blessings to the families that lost some people. They had in Jamestown, North Dakota, was very, very big, massive.
Are you there, Sam? That's strange. You just cut out like mid-sentence. Is it me or
unbelievable tornado? I see it scrolling.
He's back.
Yeah, we were. I was complaining about the National Weather Service because it hasn't been categorized yet, but we'll see. Big perfect storm, unbelievable storm, and it'll be Minnesota's turn today and tomorrow, and For the people on the East Coast, oh boy, look out! You have a heat wave coming, and we'll of course get to the details on that in the middle of the show.
Yeah, we got a lot. I round up different posts from meteorologists throughout the week, and yes, most of them are about heat, the heat wave, and there's snowing in one place, like
Montana.
That too. Okay, well then
Eastern Montana and northern Wyoming and it's gonna.
I was like, I wish I could just teleport. I'll put some snow boots on.
There you go. Yeah,
it's hot here. I don't know, but
I'm sure it's snowing up in Lolo Peak above me, probably, because we still have snow up there.
But it feels hotter than that to me. 92. I don't know. It's pretty hot.
It's 53 here, and we got some rain. Yeah, my yard is now my green again.
I would
dying. Anyway.
Well, cool. Let's go ahead and get some other people on here because we got lots of people today, lots and lots. So, let's go ahead and bring Gillian on because I've not got to see or talk to her all week long. Miss Gillian Watson in Scotland.
I know, it's like we were going cold turkey or something.
Yeah. Well, how is Scotland? Hot or cold? I've been even looking at your weather. I've been watching your temperatures.
I looked it up.
Kind of roasting. It's just like roasting. And the sky scribblers are out every time it gets to the point that it's really hot. Bang, then it goes sort of cloudy. And then if you look out, sky scribblers up there,
Right.
And it actually cools it down. You can feel the dramatic difference between if they do it and when they don't. So like Sam says, it is like I suppose people see it as a gift and a curse at the same time, because...
there was an Omega block off the coast of Ireland for half the week. And that Omega block is now moving to the north of you, which is going to bring some rain in your area tonight, tomorrow, Gillian, as it passes by. It's going to go over the UK and then up into the North Sea between Iceland and Scandinavia, where it will stall and then backpedal into Europe and Spain come Sunday and Monday, and then the heat wave will kick in for all of Europe. And they are going to have a lot of moisture. Germany's going to, I think, had some rain today, and then today and tomorrow they're going to get really a heat wave starting there as well, from Spain all the way to Germany. So, and then of course it's going to work its way eastern. Now the Mediterranean is going to have storms in Spain all the way through Italy, and the Mediterranean is going to be in a wash and rain all weekend. Or literally,
it never seems to stop flooding in Europe, Sam. It just never stops.
Right. Well, these rotational storms, the cutoff lows or omega blocks, as they're calling them now, are creating these vortexual occurrences, which is down forcing all the moisture coming in off the Atlantic to go into the southerly regions of Spain and southern France and then into the Mediterranean. So, and then all of that is the rotations. Now that this omega block is going to move to the north of you, it's going to allow a lot of the heat from the southern Atlantic to come up in. And Europe will have a very nasty heat wave, just like we are about to have as well. And remember, September last year, I said we are going to fry, and this heat wave is 2 months early.
But they even said that, on my news feed somewhere, that Aviemore, that's the place that's supposed to be the coldest with the snow on the peaks, was actually the hottest. It was 28 degrees. And down south, they were probably hotter. And now people are starting to report thunder and lightning down there. Plus, a friend has just sent a whole bunch of something that looks like, I kid you not, like Ezekiel's wheel or something. Or just like, it's like a rainbow inside like an oval, like a yellow oval.
Weird.
Yeah, so I'll send the pictures to Rebecca. I've never seen this before.
We're going to have to ask Maria how the heat wave in Alaska went. I didn't hear when it started or when it ended exactly. So I knew it happened, but I don't know what.
And tornadoes.
Oh, yeah.
Tornadoes too. In Alaska.
Well, and of course, notice we haven't heard anything about the Canadian wildfires now that Minnesota isn't dying for air, but I'm sure that Saskatchewan is probably still burning. Let's hope they get some rain. These lightning storms that went through Montana this week were insane, supercells and just nasty. And of course, that's what went into North Dakota, and will be in the middle of Minnesota tonight, and all the way from Brainerd all the way up. And that's going to run into Canada. So we'll see what happens.
I have a cool lightning thunder video to show you all. I saw you,
I like
Sam. Yeah, the thunder was like echoing, like it just rattled and echoed.
Yeah, I seen your video during the
really
week, and it was
weird.
just echoing in a really weird.
I saw a storm chaser video this week of nonstop, continuous splashing, just purple, lightning, and it was in the middle states from Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio, in that area, and then it moved over, and then there was a lot of flooding in West Virginia, and it's New York City and DC's turn to get some nasty today, and then of course tomorrow, today and tomorrow, they're going to have, literally in DC, it's going to be 108 degrees, people, with high humidity. So be sure to take care of the elderly. Make sure that they are hydrated and not baking to death in the heat and the humidity, because it's dangerous for elderly.
I know in the on the radio today they were saying as well to check on the elderly, but that was down in England and places. But I would imagine
they're going to get hot
all over the place.
Yep.
I sent you that picture of the wheel, hey Rebecca. Just look at that now and tell me. I bet you haven't seen anything like this before.
Oh, okay.
I think we're leaving poor Jesus or somebody.
Yeah, let's get Jesus in here too.
Yeah, like the other birthday boy.
Yeah, and Chris is here, I see now. Okay, well, let's bring Jesus in first and see what's going on in Utah. There he is.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
I'm well.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Happy birthday, Jesus.
Hi, how's everybody doing today? A little warm here for us. I'm, as I told you guys backstage, I'm trying not to complain too much, because I am a far cry from Christopher, but I am in triple digits for the last couple of days. Last night got a little chilly, but yeah, it's just a little warm. It's a little warm and windy and dusty.
It's early. Way too early. It's not August, people. I wonder what August is going to be like now. Oh my God.
It seems like almost like our seasons are just a little bit behind. Because we should be this. I know technically summer started yesterday, but we should have been in triple digits for at least a month by now.
Wow. So that doesn't happen here until August. And now, we already had 96 degrees a couple of weeks ago, but we got rain, so I'm like totally happy. And it was nice. It was raining all day yesterday, and I just sat there, watching. I watched Star Wars yesterday, and
chicken noodle soup with some, with some crackers or something when it's raining like that is great.
I made some ghost pepper chili the other day.
Oh wow! Really?
Yeah. Woo-hoo!
Be careful with that stuff. Be careful.
Oh yeah, I know. I love it.
I reached in for some. My brother keeps them in the fridge all the time. I reached in for some a while back, and thinking they were habaneros, and they're a little hotter than habaneros. In fact, they're significantly hotter than habaneros.
Yeah.
I thought they were habaneros, and I put it in my food thinking it was an habanero, and thinking I knew how much to put in it, and oh my, I had a terrible day. Yeah. It was so bad. It was so bad. So yeah, be careful.
Yeah, we tried some ghost pepper salsa for the first time recently.
It's really good flavor. It gives it a really good flavor. It does, but you have to
the afterburn is insane, but tolerable.
Well, you have to just use a smidge is what we do. And always, so it doesn't, so it's a little easier on your stomach. White vinegar always helps.
A little bit of sugar will cut that as well.
Yeah, just a little capful of white vinegar, and it'll make it a little easier on your stomach. Hi, Tracy. But it'll easier on your stomach, and it won't be
I'll
so
remember that.
consequential. You know.
Yeah. So I had fun with the chili. Yesterday I got warm. That was what I had for dinner, and the girls had other things. But I was sitting there going, I want something, a little burgery, a little hamburger, sort of brown, beef. And I thought, chili. Then I saw the ghost peppers in the refrigerator. I was like, oh, I got to throw some of those in there.
Yeah, you
You're
can never go
brave,
wrong.
Sam.
You can never go
Well,
wrong.
as a teenager, I can do tablespoons of Tabasco sauce like it's nothing.
Yeah. But as you get older, Sam, your eating habits have to change because you just can't get away with the same stuff.
Yeah, and don't forget the acid reflux that comes later, and then what happens the next day. Hemorrhoids? What hemorrhoids? I burned them off. That's a bad joke. I don't, of course,
What?
have hemorrhoids, but
So I went yesterday. Do you have any plans for your birthday, Sam? What are you? Anything you got?
Oh, how about we get Christopher on here first?
Let's get him in before. Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's get him on here before we.
And then we'll talk about Sam's plans.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Sure.
plan Sam has? Okay. Well, let's find Christopher here. There he is. He's in Las Vegas. Hey, Chris.
Hey guys,
How
how's
are
everyone
you?
doing today? Happy birthday, of course,
How
Sam.
are you?
Thank you.
Yes.
Next week, but it's been great. It's been pretty great here. It's not been too hot, so that's nice. It's really
Nice.
windy, and it was really weird today. I haven't posted anything because there's been no real cloud coverage. It's just like clear skies all week, but today was weird. It's like the sun is creating this white glow, and then it's just dark everywhere else. It's really strange.
That's the Tim cutting in on the upper left, and you're seeing a diminishing of the light, so everything's gray, sort of lit, but yet you can see it's shadowy, oddly illuminated, and that's what Gillian's also seeing.
Cool.
And we were having some of that here, and then I got to look at it. Speaking of which, the last couple of mornings, the sunrise has been due north, guys. The sun is coming up at 4:30 in the morning, due north. I mean, what the hell?
Well, it's been moving back and forth, Sam.
No, this Earth is moving.
We're rocking back and forth, but I keep seeing it further and further north. It's the
and we're going to have another.
Or north. I have never.
We're gonna have another solar storm because another burp went off like yesterday, and I have to look at the timing. And not that I do that calculation anymore. I just
I had flashing lights. I had flashing lights all over my house yesterday.
Yep.
I thought I needed light bulbs, and then it would stop, right, and then it would continue, and then it stopped. And by the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna get through the day and see if it keeps doing it. And then this morning it just stopped. So I was like, okay, so it's not the light bulbs. Some kind of I don't know, some kind of something's influencing our electricity.
Well, that's the same reason why I watched Star Wars, because my internet didn't work most of yesterday.
So
it was just bad. I mean, you couldn't. You'd watch 15 seconds of show and you'd wait for 2 minutes for it to scroll on, and then another sentence came out of the actor's mouth, and then it would scroll for 2 minutes, and so we finally just turned the internet off and watched a Star Wars movie in the living room. The girls went, God, the internet doesn't work. Yeah, suffered from Star Wars.
Symptoms, the first things.
Hey, stuff like Star Wars doesn't need internet. You could just it's not dependent on it. You have a DVD player, or you have a I have DVD, PlayStation, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I ran it on the Rise of Skywalker again, which is literally the last movie of Star Wars. And anyway, so the girls got a rejuve, and I'm working on. I got to redo my 100. I think I'm 114 times next viewing and counting. I may be losing track here. I'm somewhere around 114, 115 views of the overall series and counting. And you guys were asking what I'm going to do for my birthday. Well, I'm going to take a small amount of money and go buy myself a Star Wars memorabilia from this really cool store we've got in the mall.
Cool.
And
Well,
their
I'll chip in on that, Sam, here in a little bit. I'll pitch
their
in for
merch
that.
is rather inexpensive compared to other stores in town. So I'm going to get myself another Star Wars thing, only to keep in the box and put in a cupboard because I don't even. And I got another Star Wars card for my birthday. So R2D2, thank you, Nicole.
Nice.
And so I'm going to put that in my Star Wars memory. I keep Star Wars stuff. Even I think I've got a box of macaroni and cheese with Yoda on it. So. Yeah,
You're
macaroni
going
and
to
cheese.
immortalize in a box.
I think it's safe to say you're a fan, Sam. Well,
Yeah, and I've got a poster of Darth Vader that goes on the refrigerator that says, "I sense a great hunger in you." It's on the refrigerator. I sense a great hunger in you. Yeah, and it's got a few milk splashes on it from Nova's a little messy. So anyway, no, we won't go into that. So I'm sure you got a lot of people out there to say hi to in the comments section. Glad you guys are all here for this. Is this show 120?
120. Yes, I know, guys. It's like really stacking up, isn't it?
Yeah.
I when you first start out and you're like a show 7 or, you don't think you'll ever see 120. That's so far away.
It's so fast and so fast. That is so fast.
Right. That's
Yeah,
I know it does feel like, but it's almost 2 years now.
It feels like show 20.
So fast.
Yes, because I've been in my house 2 years come this October.
2 years already. Wow.
That's right.
Good for you. Wow.
I can't believe it. I mean, it's like I blinked my eyes and I've got I thought I had 2 baby dogs and 2 crabby cats, and now the cats I barely see their little butts, and the dogs are huge. They're just huge.
Now, speaking of cats, I love that you included Mittens in our in our introduction picture. I love that. He's got to be there. He's
Well,
gotta
We're
be
going to have
That's the mascot.
Right.
You added
that's
the
the word.
alien.
A
I know that you
podcast
added the alien. Yeah.
He
Mine
needs to be regular now on
He-
the photo.
He always has like this piercing look, like he's on a mission or something.
Yeah. Oh well, it's a girl, just so
Like
everybody
she's
knows.
on a
Yeah,
mission. Yeah,
It's-
she's on a mission.
she. But anyway, yeah, her ears. She's got big ears, big pointed. I know.
She makes
Look
a
at
great mascot. She's a great mascot. I love it.
I love it when she looks at me like that too. It's just she's so sweet, so cute.
Are you going to
so
feed me, or are
nice.
you going to sit and sing to me? What are we doing here, lady?
And she's a light eater. She really
There you
just lives on cat treats. Believe it or
Yeah.
not,
Yeah,
she
one
can
of
have
those.
tuna, chicken, canned food, and she kind of licks the tuna a little bit, but she's finicky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, get
Not
off
your-
my bed.
not your everyday cat. Right.
I'm not much for tuna myself. So.
Oh. Mm.
I like a good
It
tuna
needs to be
casserole.
drenched in. It needs to be drenched in mayo and tomato for me to
There you
eat.
go. Tuna salad.
Of course, Rebecca. Of course, Carol. Very welcome. We're here for each other, as we were saying last night. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate that.
Right.
I saw that earlier. Thank you so much. That was
Of
really,
course.
really, really nice of you. I appreciate that very much, more than you know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get you above and beyond your goal too. So
Yeah, I think it's moving. I think it's going. It's definitely going. I just saw earlier we're already in the triple digits, so that's really nice. So thank you, everybody.
Well, that's wonderful.
I'll just
It was already
pull
done.
that slide up real quick.
Pin the notice in Skywatcher 1.
People may not know, but we're talking about Jesus collecting funds on a GoFundMe, just in general for some legal fees that he needs to take care of. So
Yeah, and on that note, I would consider it a personal favor to me if everybody, even if you are broke, everybody dig in your pockets and pull out a $20 bill and send this shit in, because it's that important. So no excuses. We can all spare $20. So dig in, do it, send it to Rebecca, send it to the GoFundMe. If you mail it to me, I'll make sure he gets it. Then you also get a gold card from me. So
Thank you, sir.
Rebecca can throw up the PO box. You know, there's many ways to pay for that. But no, seriously, everybody reach in and pull a $20 bill out for this, please.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you know,
You just go to
get your gold cards. I got mine this week again, Sam.
I know.
So thank you.
I did too. I got
Right?
another one. Yeah,
Love it.
I think I had 7 now. I have to count. It's so
you.
many. Yeah.
Thank
My one
you
fell
all
off
who
the
have.
wall.
Sorry,
I
Rick.
was just going to say, if you go to GoFundMe.com, you know, just to that website, and there's a search tab in the very top left corner. If you just type in that, legal fees for Jesus Marquez, it pops right up. That's the easiest way.
Right, and if you don't want to do the computer thing, and if you're old fashioned like some of us, you send a personal check, and then I'll just deposit it in my account, and then we'll write him out a money order, and then whatever's easiest for you. If you can do it on computer, do it that way. But if you want to do it snail mail, mail it to me. Write me hey, this is for Jesus. I will make sure he gets it, and then you get a card back for me on top of it. So that's the bonus, and we'll get it to him as fast as possible. And this is a very important thing, and I would consider it a personal favor to me. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you all who have already donated. Thank you so much. Everybody who's been reaching out just to make sure that I'm okay. I understand it is a difficult time for everybody, but I think when we all come together, a little bit here and a little bit there, and we can get it. We can get the ball.
People can handle a $20 bill. They throw it away regularly on anything. I mean, shit, everything's now. Remember when everything was $1 and then everything was $5? Well, everything's $20 now. So
yeah,
you're done.
$20 is a new $5, unfortunately.
It's pretty much, yeah.
But I understand it's a hard time, guys. So anything helps. Anything helps, and it is something that I had been saving up to do myself, but I am kind of running on time. But it is something really, really appreciated, guys. I would really, really, greatly appreciate it, and know that it's my last resort, and you guys are really my only outlet.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Yeah. So
I dropped the link into the comments on YouTube.
Cool.
So if you see a link,
It's
that's
really
what that is
easy.
for.
I've never donated or done a fund on GoFundMe before. It's like one click and you're done. It's really easy.
They make it really easy. Yeah. I've donated like in the past, like when Sam had his car issue, and then his I don't know. I think that was the last time I donated with Sam when it came to one of his issues. But it's really easy. It's really easy. If you have, as long as you have a Cash App, a Venmo card, or something, doesn't even have to be a credit card or a debit card. I use my Cash App and Venmo cards for a lot of this kind of stuff, and it makes it really easy. So
Perfect. Well, all right, guys. How about we take a look at the comment section and see who all's here? Looks like we have a full house. Wow. Awesome. I knew we would. Actually, I already knew. But once I shared, that we're having a party today, who doesn't want to join the party? Right. Yes. Okay. Let's see.
Bring your Coca-Cola.
Look who's here. It's Miss CarolAnne.
Hey.
Yes.
Hi, CarolAnne.
Stayed up a little late talking with Carol last night.
She's actually in the green room.
Cool.
Oh, you did? Well, good.
Yay!
She's going to be hopping on here shortly.
Nice.
So, and that's nice because how long has it been, you guys? It's been a couple of months. So, I know. What a treat. So, hello, CarolAnne. We'll see you in just a moment. And hi, Lori. Hello. It's always good to see you, Lori, here. Very good. And hey, there's Sharon. Hi, Sharon.
I was seeing some of your videos. Looks like you had a blast. Sounds like it was great.
Yeah, her videos were awesome.
10,000 people, I think, was a successful outcome. So
nice.
Sounds great.
She looked really cool in her alien kit.
Yeah. I love the outfit. That was really
well.
fun.
I'll get them saved. I'll save her videos, and then we can look at them. We can watch them. So. Hi, but good to see you, Sharon. Neat. I can't wait to hear about it.
Yeah, I want to see more because I only saw a little bit.
Right. Here's Yvonne. Hello, Yvonne. Good
Hi,
to
Yvonne.
see you. Very nice. And she's in the UK. I did not know that until just now.
Nice.
Nice. Well, I hope you're having a good evening. So, And so is Experimental. She's in the UK. UK could definitely have a sky watching bunch. You know, I mean, we have a lot of people in the UK that could get together for dinner and sky watching. But that's nice. I'm glad you're here.
You should meet Adrian's Wall or something.
And Sussy. Sussy has many names. I'm learning. He just depends on what app you're on as to what his name is. So
I wonder if he's
yeah, I don't know, but anyway, I know 3 now. 3. He's got 3 names.
Oh, wow, really?
But he's going to be hopping on here later too. Cool. We get to see Sussy.
Oh, really?
Here.
Have we had it before here on the show?
No.
No. Oh, nice.
No.
Hey,
no.
Where's Sussy?
We always love people. We always love a good popping.
No. I don't know. We'll find out. Where are you, Sussy?
Where are you, Sussy?
Yeah, but yeah, I'm anxious to see Sussy. So okay, and then Brendan. We know where Brendan is. He's in Ireland.
Brendan.
So very nice to see you, Brendan. I knew he wouldn't miss today for nothing.
Right.
And Katie Jo's here.
Hey.
She's actually at the beach right now, you guys.
I love the look, the glasses, and
let's show that.
You look great. I loved it. I was like,
let me get it, guys. Let me show you her
t-shirt. Color kind of brought out your it was great. It was a great picture. I loved it.
It looked good on her, doesn't it? It's cute.
Yeah, it looked
the colors, everything. Let's see. Where is it? Let me find it, guys. Here it is.
You should actually make like one of those like room things with us all with our t-shirts on.
I thought about that. Yeah, we need
it was a little more slightly more colorful. I love
that.
Catalog one. Oh, the
blue and the green.
Looking really nice.
And she went to the beach today, like I said. So
I
know how fun. I'm like, I've never been to the beach here in Oklahoma. Right. We don't have beaches.
Well, there will be thunderstorms tonight. Big ones.
Uh-oh.
Big thunderstorms coming to the East Coast.
And then here was T. Racy last week or two, right? So they're Twinkies now. Nice. So far, yeah, I do. I need to get a collection going of pictures with your T-shirt on. If you have one, send me a picture. Michelle Cox is here. There's Michelle is. Yeah, she's supposed to be hopping on here later as well. We have, like I said, a long list of people that want to, tell Sam happy birthday.
We're going to be here for a while today, then.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all. Also, I had like over 60 people say happy birthday to me a couple of days ago. Thank you all. That was really nice. That was really nice of y'all. Thank you.
Oh, your notice? Yep.
We have lots of friends here. So nice. And T. Racy's here. There she is.
We have quite the community. We have quite the community. We built quite the community.
Good to see you. I know. I was thinking that too.
You should be way bigger. Sorry. But...
Richard Brooks is here. Okay. AKA Rick on TikTok. But yes. Hi,
Richard,
it's good to have you, Richard. Yeah.
Are you are we on TikTok right now as well, Rebecca?
No. I didn't.
So that's why it's
because
going
of the lagging. Okay. I might give it a go here in a moment and see what happens. We'll see. If it gets bad,
hope you
Hi, Maria.
Hope you're doing okay.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing okay today.
I know. She said it's hot and lots of fires in Alaska.
So she's on the 70s in Alaska. That's I don't know how normal that is, but it doesn't sound normal to me. I think
it's higher. I think it's in the 80s.
In the 80s, yeah. Look it up. One of them was 79. One of the reports, the weather report she sent me yesterday.
Yeah, and only 2% of Alaskans have air conditioning.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying.
Boy.
They're not, it's like getting a flood in a desert area. They're not prepared for that stuff,
They have had an extreme amount of earthquakes, and they're, of course, Mount Spur, correct, Gillian? Is it Spur?
Mount Spur. Mm-hmm.
It started steaming again last week.
For all of you guys that are experiencing hot weather, that aren't in an area that's used to hot weather, I've been seeing a lot of alternatives to air conditioner. It's a lot of things that are coming out that are inexpensive and can cool off at least a room. really quickly. I know there's a bunch of stuff on Amazon and stuff really inexpensive, so you don't necessarily have to buy a
And
big
some of it is hoaxes.
that'll just.
I have one of the ones you put the ice in the little drawer and then you close it and you turn it on, and that barely works. It works for in front of you.
It was okay. I wasn't crazy about it, honestly. Like, as long as it had ice, it was fine. But it would melt the ice really quickly.
Yep.
So it's fine as long as you're sitting there adding ice to it. But
right, you can't go anywhere. You have to sit right in front of it. You know,
there's one I was seeing yesterday. It works kind of on a coil. And it's refrigerated air, but it's just a little unit, and it's supposed to.
Yeah, that's the same way that a refrigerator works on. It compresses the gas, and the gas inside the compression tube. And the larger the compression tube, if you have a really large coil, the small coils, they don't do so good. So you got to buy one with a very large compression coil, and that will actually turn to ice. It'll also pull moisture.
Well, there's a lot of super efficient ways that they're making this a little bit more accessible to people. So there is a lot of alternatives to buying a big unit that's going to cost you $5,000. Even if it's just to get
air, which is
I need something for one room. What do you recommend for that? They have those for one room.
Walmart, but I've been seeing a lot of pretty cool little units that are.
Walmart is selling micro air conditioners this year for $139. They were $150 last year, so you should buy one early. But they are made that they're small and they're short, and one person can put them in the window and take them out come fall and everything. They're movable, and for $139, they work quite well. I can give you more details on that. Rebecca.
The only thing is, I don't have a window in that room. Like a window.
Well, you have to have a window. There are also heating units that you can buy now, electric heaters and coolers that you place on the wall, and all you have to do is drill an access hole through the wall. But of course, you'd have to get.
I think Mitsubishi has some like that.
Yeah, and those units are very nice as well. I've been thinking about buying one for my living room.
Yeah. They're a little more pricey, but those will do the job.
Yeah.
Micro hole that does not cause serious wall damage, or you don't have to cut a 3-foot hole in your wall to install these large air conditioners. But I don't know how well they work, and I'd have to look into the specs on them a little bit more. But I've also thought about that. It would be a nice factor to actually heat up the living room a little bit, because the two ends of my house are warm, but my main central living room is not as warm as I'd like it. Us old guys that have to wear sweaters.
I know, bundle up. Layers.
I was looking for my sweater last night.
I realized.
Yeah, I was looking for mine last night. Look, I gotta go deal with something.
I tried to figure out why
Hi, everybody. I'll be back.
Okay, Jesus. Okay. I'll get back to the comments, and we have Wendy Williams is here. Haven't seen her in a minute, but it's good to see her now, right? So good to see you, Wendy. Tara is here. I knew she'd be here. She's going to be on here a little later, so yay. Cool. Good to see you, Tara. I'm always, when I see Tara's name, I'm like, what does the sky look like in Texas? Yeah. Maybe she'll show us. I don't know. It probably is too hot. I know I wouldn't be taking pictures. So.
Have you noticed to see CarolAnne sitting in front of the camera yet?
I have. Well, wait, she was. No, she's gone. I don't see it. Where'd she go? CarolAnne, come back. CarolAnne.
She's hiding over by the Cheetos.
She's not here at all. Room. She's like all the way gone. Huh. Okay. Well, we'll find her. Jennifer's here, though. I do know that. Hi, Jennifer. Good to see you.
From a regular? Glad you're here. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. I always look and see, did she say Earthling today? No, she didn't say Earthling. I don't know anybody else that says Earthling but Jennifer. But that's cool. I'm glad you're here, Jennifer. And we'll keep scrolling past all the chit chat, right? Everybody's having a good time at the party. Good. Oh, here's a name we haven't seen today.
Hi.
Look who's here.
John.
Happy Saturday once again.
It's very good to see your name, and you were mostly on time today.
Yeah.
And I'm impressed. It's an improvement. There he is. Yeah, that's his face right there. Sweet. All right. Oh, here's Michelle. She said it's 92 Feels like 103. Getting fried.
Yeah.
Darn it. No. I don't even know what the heat index is here. Audrey's here.
Hey.
She's in South Africa. I'm curious what the temperature is there. I bet you it's cooler, like winter.
They've been already having some early winter issues going on in South Africa. And
They had snow.
yeah, the South Pole is insane. I've been watching it this week, and it's absolutely insane what's going on in the South Pole and Antarctica right now. I mean, unbelievably insane. I've never, ever seen anything like it. So it's weird. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, apparently where I used to stay had snow on the mountaintops too. It's never been like that. That's like that year when Princess Diana got married and they had snow up in Johannesburg or up there somewhere. Because I remember they were all freaking out, and it was this time of the year. That it was July. Yeah.
That's. I would like to go where there is snow, just for a little bit, just to soak it up as best I can. Hey, Nibiru Nemesis. They're here, everybody. Nibiru Nemesis. They're regular. Usually.
Who is that?
Good. I'm
Nibiru
glad you're
Nemesis.
here.
Who's that?
That's awesome. I don't know. I don't know. It's funny. I mean, Let's see. Oh, Kaylee Nadine is here. Hello,
Hey.
Kaylee.
Hello.
Good to see you. And let's keep scrolling. Let's keep looking. I want to make sure I catch everybody. Hi, Stacy. I almost said Sandy, and I'm like, my mouth wanted to say Sandy. My brain said no. It's Stacy. But it's good to see you, Stacy. Let's see. Let's keep looking.
Thank you, Stacy. She's over there in eastern Montana, northeastern Montana.
Right?
Hey, how you doing?
Rodney.
Thank you, Rodney.
Hey, Rodney.
Here, he never misses a show. Never. Good to have you, Rodney. Good. Hey, looky there. Thank you, Sharon,
Hey, Sharon.
for taking candles. Absolutely. Thank you. Let's find something cute real quick. Yeah.
Cannot wait to see her footage.
I know.
Can't wait to see her
Me too.
stuff.
Me too. Let's see. Thank you.
Were we a hit this year in Supernova in Australia? The world will never know.
I mean, it sounds like fun. It had a big crowd too. How many people, Gillian?
She was talking about
10,000?
she reckoned that when she went into the dome there was about 10,000 people.
10,000 people.
Wow.
That's nice and big. I cannot wait to see and hear about it. Thank
Cool.
you again, Sharon.
Yeah, I
Thank
could only
you.
watch those snippets. I was on my way to work when I seen the stuff. Like when I woke up at I think 3 or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Then she was saying, and I just kept missing her on the lives every time I fall asleep, and then I put it back on again, and they just done
Yeah.
like her big purple
That's me.
face, and she looks so cool, like, it's so cool. When
Blackberries
that
is here.
face is in the
Hey, how
sunshine,
you
it looks
doing?
like rainbows. It looks like
Yeah.
rainbows. That face that she's made.
Yeah.
It's so
Awesome.
clever, the coloring.
Right. Well, cool. Purple alien. Blackberries is here. Good to see you, Blackberries.
Yay.
Always is.
Also becoming
yeah,
regular.
blackberries.
And Melissa Terrell is here.
Hi.
I know Melissa Terrell personally.
Thank you.
She's
Cool.
my friend in real life. You know what I mean?
Real life.
Yeah.
You
In
know
real
real
life.
people? Wow.
I know, not very many. Yeah, hi, Melissa.
I heard of real people
yeah.
before.
Good to see you. I'm
Nope.
going to see her in a couple of days if we got plans.
Cool.
So, all right. Let's keep going.
Oh, Stella's back from birthday
Blackberries.
bashing. Happy birthday, Sam.
Let's see.
She brought you a bird.
Oh, I was
birthday
reading
birdie.
Blackberry. She says it's 78 in Central California, usually 100. Wow. I didn't know how California got to 100. That's
That's
Oh, yeah.
wild.
That was last week. Yeah.
yeah, wow.
Yeah, they had a
Okay,
heat
cool.
wave go through there, and that heat also affected Las Vegas, and then that heat hit
Oh, yeah.
Utah, and then it got into Montana, and that's what formed all those crazy storms we had this week.
Huh.
Yeah, it went up
Hi,
here, went up in
Chris.
circles and did all sorts of stuff, and then it went, into these moisture fronts from the week before that were stalling, what they call these lows, these stalled
Yeah.
lows all over the place, and then the weather gets all crazy. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just watched poor Minnesota today. Whoa.
And it's 80. I'm not sure where Nibiru is, but it's 80 and humid.
Yeah, that's no fun.
I know, no humidity. I will say, I've seen a lot of people on TikTok make videos talking about how much rain, like they're just tired of the rain. Like they're just, every weekend it's raining, and
In my way.
there's been like way more rain in places, especially here where I live too. We've just been every few days, and
Yeah.
it rains for a few days, and then we're supposed to be done with the rain, and now it's summer. It's hot now, but the storm season is over. All that stuff, they said. And Audrey said,
Right.
I know.
Don't-
It's freezing.
That,
It's freezing.
there's a hurricane right now called Hurricane Eric, and it's in Mexico and on the Yucatan Peninsula. And I'm
Yeah.
not sure which direction it's going to head, but that is a big barrel of moisture that if it does go into the Gulf of Mexico, you're going to see a lot more moisture and from the middle of the country all the way east, and it'll be a nasty one.
Yeah.
There's also comments about a very high carbon dioxide level in the water of the Gulf of Mexico, which is meaning stagnant water, and that also increases hurricane scenarios. However, the number of named storms that NOAA has put out this year is high, but we're in a cross-venting El Nino, La Nino, neutral Nino scenario where it's transferring back and forth. So we may not have any major hurricanes until all of a sudden, boom, we get a whole bunch. But this could also reform or not even deform by the time it gets over the Yucatan. If it goes into the Gulf of Mexico, it'll be nasty, but it's possible it'll actually head into the Pacific. I don't know. I haven't studied it enough yet. I learned about it like yesterday, and I did not look it up this morning. I was busy checking European weather instead. But anyway, carry on.
Okay. Well, we were basically caught up. I see one more name here.
Yay.
Our friend from
Yvonne
Facebook.
O'Brien.
Yvonne. And how do you say that name, Sam? I mean, I want to say Furluside, but
It's
Very
Bo.
sweet.
Boyuvays?
Lucide.
Boyuvays?
How'd you say it?
Boyuvays.
Beauvais.
I think it's right.
Furluside.
Yvonne Jr.
Boyuvays O'Brien. It's French
O'Brien.
and Irish.
That is so cool.
Wow.
I like
And
it.
I think
sounds-
Yvonne is a Russian name, so
Oh,
Yeah.
we got Russian, French, and Irish. Interesting.
Nice.
I hope I'm
Him and his wife both are in the groups. Just
yeah. Glad you're here. Thank you.
Rico.
And thank you for the
is his
birthday
wife's
wish.
name. And they have
Yeah,
this
she's
beautiful
great,
family, and they have this precious little girl. It's like this fairy tale. When I look at their pictures,
They're from
like,
France, right? France?
in Canada.
Oh,
They're in
okay.
Canada.
Canada, my
They're
bad.
in Ontario, aren't they? They're in Ontario.
Something like that. Yeah. Anyway, I just love their pictures. I love their pictures.
I love her art. She does the most amazing
And she's an
art.
artist.
Yes.
Like I said, it's a fairy
Okay.
tale. It's a fairy tale life.
Yeah, it's like a fairy tale.
They just like walk in the woods, and I'm like, you guys, I want to be there too. Anyway, yeah, it's nice. So beautiful family, really is nice. Okay, well, I'm happy you're here, Yvonne Furluside. One of these days I'll say it right.
Right?
I think we're caught up. Sabrina is here too.
Hey.
Hi, Sabrina.
She's got to get back to work. Not that. Maybe you can be here later. We'll be around
All right.
for
Oh,
a long time. We'll be here. So come back, Sabrina. But yeah, we're all caught up. I don't know what happened to. Oh, no, I don't see. I don't see CarolAnne. But I know she had things to do, and she's gonna be hopping off and on. So she'll be back.
Cool.
So I want to show everybody your new drawing, Sam.
Great.
Oh,
Sam made 3 new drawings this week. And
this
here's
is
one of
side
them.
view. The sun is to the right. Gillian and I were talking about that before the show. Uri is above us. Atu is slightly beyond us. Nibiru is definitely beyond Earth. It will be facially illuminated. You can tell by the light shadowing in the pencil drawings. Saturn is in our way of out view, as well as the bottom half of Nepesity. Nepesity is rising, and Saru is cutting into our direct view above the sun. I've got it drawn a little low because I wanted to make sure I could get it in the picture and not have it cut off in the example, but it's not necessarily, it should be higher. But this is a side view, and this is to show you that these planets are now, we're in the middle of them. Now, of course, as it says in the corner, not to scale, because Earth would be a lot smaller, and the planets would be bigger. Nibiru and Saru would be much bigger compared to Uri and Atu, which would be much bigger compared to Nepesity, Saturn, and Matim. And you know what? I don't see Matim in this drawing, Sam. Hello. I goofed up. I just caught that. Where's Matim?
Right. Where is it?
Matim would be just above the word Nepesity.
Right.
Where the word tan is. And I did not, for years we forgot poor little Matim, and I did it again.
We can fix that.
That's Tiny Tim. I mean, Tiny Matim. I just caught that. I did not put in Matim. It is between Uri and Saru, and just slightly higher above in our out view, cutting in front of the sun, which is what's causing the dimming and the light haloing. God, that's amazing. I didn't put that in there.
So
I
it
stared
looks
at
like.
that. Go ahead.
Sorry, it looks like Saru is leading the pack, and Nibiru is at the tail
Saru
end.
is behind in the pack. She's the last that's coming in, and the rest. See, this is the opposite of what I've been drawing. Nibiru is beyond Earth. Saru is closest to the sun. It's between us still and the sun.
Okay, because
And
I'm
that's why we're
thinking.
seeing
I
her
see
bottom
what you're
orange
saying.
yellow bottom, and she's cutting off the top of the sun these days. That's why it should actually be higher. Well, it compared to Earth view, I guess it's correct. Earth isn't dead center in that; it's below. So she's cutting off the bottom or the top half of our light, and that's why we're seeing that orange yellow, repetitive, huge, massive base cloud of Saru, which we have many pictures of to show here today.
Yeah, we sure do. So just to clarify, then, Nibiru is leading. Like,
Right.
there has to be a
Nibiru
leader.
is beyond Earth right now. Yeah, it's the opposite orbit model from when we saw them arrive. When we first saw them coming up from below us, Saru was in the lead.
Oh.
But they're
Thank you,
spinning.
Lori.
They're spinning. They're rotating as we are staring at them. And as they go above us, they're going to continue to rotate for the next couple of years. And Nibiru could come back and then haunt us in a different part of our sky yet even. I don't even know what they're going to do when they rise above and beyond us, because it's all brand new territory. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is all new stuff we've never seen before, so it's all going to be a brand new adventure. And it's amazing. And again, we're not guessing because we know what's going on.
Right.
And oh my God, you're gonna get, once again, we'll mention the cubes and the starships and oh shit, all that's going on over our heads. And I did answer your question about the skull asteroid pictures you sent me a couple of days ago. I don't know if you saw that.
I did, and now I'm curious what that was. I'll have to go back and look at it even. And,
it was Pappy and another asteroid.
Okay. I knew it was an asteroid.
Yeah, asteroids. But see, where Pappy is, it was low. You had it drawn way close to the horizon, and the skull asteroid is, moving farther to the left over time because it is between Atu and Uri. And I should have drawn it farther over to the left, but I wanted to keep the fact that Uri is going over our heads now in a closer 180-day alignment pattern, but I should have put it farther over to the left, but I didn't.
Okay.
BT girl is here.
Happy year full of BT girl. Isn't she? She's new. I assume it's a girl.
So I don't. Right. I don't recognize that name,
You know.
but they know you.
Thank you.
Right.
They know you. So it's good to
Happy,
see you.
happy birthday.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay, so I know. And then here's the right side of the sun.
Yeah, see, as you can see in the bottom left corner where the computer color red compared to my pencil drawings, I also forgot. Yeah, I forgot to color in the red asteroid. So while I was putting the labels on, in photo, in paint on my computer, I put in well. The funny thing is it literally matches Alexander's really weird, cool video that it will show later.
Great.
Yeah.
So kind of ironically interesting because it is actually the red is actually moved over from the other page on the left-hand side to the right-hand side page now. And lead object is going to get smaller and it's heading away and towards the sun now. And it will round because remember, lead object is attached to Atu and Uri.
Okay.
And it's crossing and it's moved. It's changed directions on us in the last 3 months, which is why the little lines right there where it says LO, where it's coming from right to left, because for the last few years it was always left to right. And now it's going to be heading away from us and yet rounding back to the left.
Okay.
And then the green asteroid is there. And that I drew in the 3 lines on the faceplate model. See those 3 lines that don't look like they should be there in the drawing, but that's what it's doing. And that axis can be seen a little more flat plane to the left, to the right. But in general, when it's in the smaller stage, you can see those 3 straight lines of the flat faceplate of is Saturn's yellow moon facial push that it affects the atmosphere in those weird straight lines. And we saw examples of it on last week's show live, which was cool. I couldn't believe it. Like, here's something that I'd drawn, a couple of years ago happens again. It's like, it's accurate.
Oh yeah.
Love it. Go ahead.
Are those little asteroids around the green asteroid? Like it's like encased.
Yeah, it's got a whole bunch. It's got like 7 or 8 tiny little asteroids that are always around it. It's this little menagerie of and they're always there. And for years, I kept going, what is this? A sea virus? Is this a virus? And it glowed and it did stuff that none of the other asteroids did. And it was green and it was always way more glowy. I mean, the blue asteroid is insanely bright, but the green asteroid had this halo of green around it at first. And then years later, we started seeing the dots. And then I speculated, what the hell is that? What the hell? And then finally, I think June, July, August, September last year, we finally got a close-up from one of the members. And it's just asteroids that are smaller. And I sat there and thought I was, just as stupid as I could be. It was like, it's a simple answer. Of course they're asteroids. They just happen to be a cluster. And we've never seen that. And I'm still questioning the role of blue asteroid. So that's some stuff I'm still chewing on because it's not moving and everything else is. There's a hint to that. I have an idea, but I don't want to be wrong. So, I need more proof before I say anything. I've been talking about that for 6 months.
Okay.
The jury is still out. I still can't come to a culmination.
I love that we do things like that, though, Sam, because people are really quick to jump to the first conclusion. But we do things differently, guys.
I got to keep this airplane flying. I can't screw up.
If we make a claim, you best believe that it has been seen, it has been compared, we have reviewed it for weeks, if not months, before we make any kind of assessment, before we make any kind of concrete, assessment of anything. And that's good science, guys. That is very good science.
Yeah, we waited 3 years to name the planets, even though we had the information. And only when Atu, that purple, I'll never forget that as long as I live. And only when there was purple Atu, and it all fit. And we went, oh my God, we can't argue with this anymore. It all matches. And that's when we finally started naming the planets. And that comes from a Pleiadian message from 2008. By the way, I went into a dive on crop circles this week. There has been a lot of crop circles that we've not seen.
There's unbelievable ones. Wow.
Yeah, you sent me some pretty cool ones, Gillian.
So people,
yesterday.
If you find a good one, send it to us. We need to see these. And I saw a bunch, and I even took notes on what and we'll talk about that later in the show about crop circles if I remember. But
maybe
I don't want to steal the moment.
Maybe it's a good time for them to kind of reach out and kind of get our attention again, Sam, because
they've been doing that with crop circles.
We haven't really been too focused on that, and usually when your attention goes to a certain place, I think you should pay attention to that and actually go with your instinct. So,
well, there's a lot more to crop circles than people realize. They actually have an electromagnetic pattern that when the human sees it, if you are pre-programmed with that pattern identification through cosmic connective theory, it sparks off neuroaesthetics that remind the brain of pre-programmed missions. Now, about that, there are people all over this planet that have had abductions and UFO visits. And a great deal of people are being pre-messaged by the crop circles, and they don't even realize it. Wow. They're being nudged forward in a cognitive pattern recognition program. And it's kicking us off, and it also will add to our genetic cycle. And then there are opposite people who are not progressing spiritually or genetically. And then there's all kinds of legends about those as well. I didn't want to go into too great of a detail. We can discuss it later or whenever. Yes, there's a lot more. I can read some of these crop circles, and over the years, it's just they scream to me, and I just that's why I want to see more. Send me more.
Cool.
Well, there really is. There's actual microscopic metal inside the grass, because of the heat transference and a refocusing of the elements to create metal, which is how it gets laid over in the pattern, and they're done in moments.
And
people say, well,
and it's not damaged. On like the weeds or the crops, they're not damaged. Like they're still alive.
Right, but they're exploded inside out, like microwave.
Yeah, well, the comparisons between the ones that people made, right?
Yeah, right. It's done through harmonics. We watched many a video in the 80s of them being filmed. Small orbs that make them.
I was going to say, why do you think there's nothing on video showing them in process?
Well, there's one, Rebecca. You haven't seen one, and it was VHS. It was prior to all this AI, like way prior, like VHS was a little harder to actually manipulate. And honestly, there was so many rumors that the guy who made it was this and was that, but I don't see that video being faked, especially in that time, because we're talking probably early 90s, mid 90s,
right?
Maybe
on the Sony hand cam.
And it was so. It was an incredible video. You got to see it. You have to see it.
There were many videos.
It's like materialized within a few minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe less. It's like really amazing.
And the little ship thing is just moving.
It would take a crew of 12 people and a GPS to do some of these crop circles, and it would take weeks to make them.
Yeah, there's no.
And within an hour. And there've been plane sightings where they flew over and then they flew back, and bang, there was a crop circle where there was not one an hour earlier. And we're talking intensely accurate geometric designs. It would take humans weeks and weeks of GPS readings to do it.
Right, and this has been going on for decades now. It's just it's crazy. I remember when I was a teenager, it was a huge deal. It was like and we're still talking about it now. It's just every year.
Guys, the trick is they're handing us geometric designs. They're telling us about the planets and the sun. And you Christopher, you used the crop circle of the lion and the two suns and Nibiru. Remember that one that you put in your video today or this week? Great video, by the way. Cool. I got goosebumps from hell. I loved it. And Rebecca, I'm sure we'll show it later. But these designs, you can't fake these designs, people. Not only that, the subject matter is readable, and I can read a very large portion of them. They speak to me in weird ways.
Well, when
I
you're
know
in
what
the
they mean.
nose, when
Not
you're
all
in
of
the
them,
know of what's really happening right now, like if you're aware of the binary system,
right?
everything,
Bingo.
a lot of these things that are in question and that are people are so confused about, they make more sense if you just take into consideration what's happening in the binary system. A lot becomes more clear. A lot. It's why I'm so fascinated. Ever since when you start looking at things through these eyes,
Yeah.
when you see what's really happening, when the veil, as they say, is open for you, a lot of things about life and the world in general and the state of the world makes more sense, a lot more sense. Also more confusing at the same time, but there is a lot of questions that have answers, way more answers than the questions.
Pattern recognition.
Yeah.
So say hi to Robert. Robert's here. Good to
Hello,
see
Robert.
you. And I have a few. I have like five different pictures we can look at real quick, but some crop circles.
Yeah.
I mean that's pretty impressive.
Imaru,
Nice.
Herculobus, Imaru.
Yep. Yeah. If you can go back to that first one alone and hit pause.
Oh, sure. Yep, it's a picture. Mm-hmm.
All right. This shows me an offset central moon in front of a larger moon. I mean, not moon, excuse me, central sun in front of a larger sun in front of Imaru, and then what appears to be Uri and Atu.
The little guys.
On the left.
Is Yuri bigger than Atu? I think I've asked you.
Oh yeah, way bigger.
Okay.
And it shows you the representation here quite
the curve. Yes, the curve that we see with Yuri is just much.
So this tells me that this crop circle is telling us that Yuri and Atu are going to the left-hand side, which they did in 2019.
I wonder how old is this?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I wonder how
And well, we can cross-reference or cross-check this, but that's when this would be. Now, of course, this is point of view as well.
I remember that one time when it was Yuri behind Atu, Yuri behind Atu, Yuri behind Atu. When I first started,
we're always showing the stuff.
Yeah, it was Yuri.
And now remember that we have a crop circle when the lead asteroid first started rounding in around Yuri and Atu. And we have that crop circle as well, and I still use it all the time. And it's insane how they're not all of them are readable, but most of them are depicting the planet that is coming activity, including the Thunderbird crop circle, where it shows the square cube, the lead asteroid, Atu's moon, and the horizon line and the sun. Oh, it's just insane. And that came out in 2019 as well, because that's when when the cubes, Texas cube and the long box cube, changed positions, came out from in front of the sun and came out of hiding, and the cube moved in front of Atu and Atu's moon, which is also depicted in the Thunderbird crop circle. And it was just so perfect, and they had simultaneously came out, and it's like, ta-da, and it's like, duh, there it is right there, plain sight. I mean, you can look at the square head of the Thunderbird, and it freaking matches the exterior patterning on the Texas cube.
Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna pause for a moment. I see Katie Joe. She's getting her camera set up, but there's a sky behind her. So she wants to show us her.
She has a sky behind her? How do you get one of those?
Wow, that's a birthday surprise for you, Sam.
I know. And now we know who makes the crop circles. It's Esri Colette. He has confessed in front of us all.
He's incorrigible. He should come on and say happy birthday to Sam too.
Of course.
Take your GPS and inoculate it.
Let's go ahead and bring Katie Joe on and see what's going on in New Jersey. There she is, everybody. Hi, Katie.
Katie Joe.
How are you? How's the beach?
Katie.
Oh, it's lovely.
Snap, Katie Joe.
Oh, right. Look at that.
It's crazy. I was trying to
Look
get
at your sky.
right? It's so beautiful out here.
Hey, you got my sky. That's cool. That's
Right.
square edge.
I swear, all our skies look alike. I wonder
Lead
why.
asteroid's right behind your head.
Yeah.
And the
look
bottom
at
of the
that.
Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon is actually above the sun.
Cool.
Look at the darkness. Look at the darkness. God, you
Look at
just
that
cannot.
cubey one in front, the way at the top.
The side of its Saturn. The side of its Saturn is cutting off the top
Yes.
half of the sun.
Look at
Boy,
that.
she's getting big, boys and girls.
Can you, Katie Jo, can you turn your phone sideways for a minute?
Yeah, I just don't know how to do it.
Oh.
Like it's out.
Oh, okay.
the
Yeah,
other
never
way.
mind.
Does that work?
No, but
No.
you should try the other way. Try doing it the other
Oh.
way.
This side?
Yeah,
That's
it's not.
I mean, it's still.
I don't know. I'm trying to. I don't know.
No, it's fine. I can
I've
see-
not been able to get whenever I'm on
picture up only.
StreamYard. I can't really get the landscape mode. I don't know how Christopher does it. I don't know how he gets.
I was
on
wondering
landscape,
that
but
too.
I've not been able to. I've not been able to do it.
I'm here.
I mean, I thought.
Christopher,
Hey,
Christopher.
Katie Jo.
Hello.
we need
Hey, Dylan.
help. She needs help to get that thing behind her. What does she do to get that thing
Well,
behind
she has,
her?
to,
Look.
she has to film through the back of the phone. I know that.
All I do is just turn it around. I can't look at it.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
that's why.
so-
I see.
Just
Like
yeah,
that's-
just turn the phone around.
It's
You know,
being all
you can't.
weird,
You won't be
though.
looking at the screen. You gotta just kind of eyeball it with your
I'm
hands.
so dumb.
I see.
Yeah,
So
you can
not
see
the
the lead
front
asteroid
There you go.
perfect.
camera.
You can see the lead asteroid just to the lower right of
I'm
the
making it
sun.
bigger.
There's a perfect circle there.
There you go. That's better. Yeah.
Is that better?
Cool.
Yeah, and sometimes StreamYard
Yeah.
won't. Sometimes it won't turn it
Whoops.
sideways, Katie Jo. So
Wild.
there you go.
Look at that.
Yeah.
You're just gonna have to keep it
Nice.
your phone vertical, and then turn it around.
And there is
Yeah.
a touch of Nepacity and Uri.
That's
Just
weird.
look at the different
Yeah.
blues. It's like steps,
Wow.
like going up steps. That's so
Yeah, the
cool.
top half of the sun is being cut off, and you can see it blatantly.
Definitely. Look
yeah,
at that.
it's like
Wow.
waves. It's like looking through a tunnel, a sun tunnel.
Right. Right, in between planets.
Yeah, it's incredible. Ooh,
Hey,
I get
Sandy
this
Cheeks.
And then there's
And you can
nothing
see the lead asteroid
That's
right
fine.
there in the bottom right corner. Just in the
Yeah, look at
bottom
it. Oh my
right
God,
of the
look at it
sun. you
sticking
can see
right up.
perfect lead asteroid.
Woo.
I was going to say hi to Sandy
Yeah.
Cheeks. Sandy
Hi,
Cheeks
Sandy
here.
Cheeks.
There it
Hi,
is.
Sandy
Hi,
Cheeks.
Sandy.
See you.
Hey,
We
hey,
always have
Katie
to ask where's
Joe.
SpongeBob.
And
Where is
let's
SpongeBob?
see.
Where's
Yeah,
SpongeBob?
Tara's
Boing.
depending on your
wanna
phone.
know?
Camera. Turn off portrait. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
It all depends.
Yeah, I'm like so brightened out by the sun and stuff. I can't even.
I hear you. So how's the beach? How hot is it there?
It's extremely hot, but it's so weird. The breeze is actually a bit chilly.
Mm.
Huh.
That's how it is
It's
right
more-
down here.
You wait till tomorrow. It's going to be 108 in DC, 106 in New York City,
Oh,
and then the humidity is going to come in, and that's when everybody's going to just die.
Oh man, yeah, that humidity.
No, don't say that.
Oh, that's what happens. Is a lot of folks are going to be unalive from it because the old folks don't have a lot of money. And Katie Jo just knows how expensive electricity is on the East Coast.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
And there's going to be that storm that's going through Minnesota today is going to continue due east and cut off, Wisconsin and all of that. And of course, we'll see if it's angling. Now, remember again, people, we also have the 180-day cycle and close passing asteroids. And some of these excruciating storms from hell that happened in Ohio yesterday alone. Oh my God. And the footage, of course, will come in the next couple of days. And then we always forget to get it. We try to talk about current weather, but I mean, we should on occasion talk about what happened last week. Well, we finally got the information 4 or 5 days later came in. And that's kind of a problem with, staying current on all this weather. By the way, SOTT Weather on YouTube just published their May storm footage where they do a correlated day by day, starting on the first, ending on the end of the month video of all the worldwide weather. And I suggest you watch that once or twice at least. Look at this heat index.
Oh,
Crazy.
And it's going to
what?
be literally include Arizona and Colorado. This was out a few days
To
ago.
120.
Now we got to add Colorado and Arizona to this equation here. So, and guys, this is killer weather.
Yeah.
And it's going to continue this summer. And I've been warning it ever since September last year. This was going to happen, and here it is.
Yes,
120 degrees is too high for this area, people. This
That's
is wrong.
extremely high.
Yeah,
We hit
this is wrong.
120 last year, one day, and that was the highest Vegas has ever had on record.
The last time that New York City hit 100 degrees was 2012.
Wow.
Yeah,
So this is
crazy.
completely not normal. And it's going to be 106 tomorrow.
No.
That's crazy.
There's Florida.
Yikes.
It's 92 right now where I am. Heat index 96. So I'm not.
Which
complaining.
reminds
I'm so
me of a
lucky.
topic. Yesterday was International Refugee Day around the world. And we may be seeing some climate refugees around the world, people. So it's time that we stop looking at the color of people's skin and start realizing that these are humans that are also looking to move away from really bad weather and really bad living conditions because of this climate change that is full-fledged happening this year, whether we like it or not.
Right.
I have one of these posted about Montana. It's literally the same color. Yeah, tornadoes in Alaska, severe storms in Alaska, severe storms in Montana this week, severe storms in Minnesota, North Dakota, Ohio, Iowa, Illinois, on and on and on and on. There was more tornadoes in Arkansas in the middle of the week. There was more tornadoes in Texas and Oklahoma. People are losing their livelihoods and their homes. And, there is no FEMA, people. It's a dire scenario going on here.
What I think's crazy about all the storms is how we'll get 2 storms back to back, and we always get that rainbow on the opposite side. So everybody's seeing these repetitive patterns. I don't understand how they don't get it.
Well, number one, the one that kills me the most, and I mean it just absolutely blows me away, is the sun is rising. Get up at 4:30 in the morning, people.
Okay.
Go look in your north sky, and the sun is coming up at 4:30 in the morning instead of 5:30 in the north, not in the east, people, because it's midsummer right now. That is where our summer equinox and summer solstice and everything is supposed to be due east.
Yep.
It's coming up in the north. And that
Sandy,
alone should scream to everybody out there, something is direly wrong, people. Yeah. And this, Nostradamus, Edgar Casey, Baba Vaga, all the legends in Revelations, or even the Mormon Bible, even other Christo-Judea Bibles around the world talk about the second advent of the red star, people. I mean, look at the country flag of Japan, the red rising sun. In China, they refer to the dragon, which is the object cluster group or wormwood. People,
incredible.
These legends go back, and speaking of which, you should show Christopher's video anytime soon, according to your schedule, Rebecca. And if we have more people in the green room. But people, this is really, really important. This is real. This is happening. It's not a hypothetical what if, or maybe these people are talking about a conspiracy, or maybe they believe this. No, we have evidence. We've watched this since 2011, 2010. This is real. It's happening.
Does Nibiru have anything to do with the heat? Sandy's asking.
No, Nibiru is an unlit gas giant, mega gas giant, electron cluster that holds the 2 stars. It's
more like glue.
A standard red star is plenty of bad all by itself, because we have a tiny little dwarf yellow star, and this sucker that's headed towards us or passing us by, which is why we're frying this year, people, is bad enough, and it's twice the size of our star. and it's going to fry us. To what extent, I don't know. I don't want to be, Annie Penny, the sky is falling, but we're in trouble. We are in trouble, and this is the year that we find it out.
Oh my God!
Way too early. Way too early.
It looks like the neighborhoods in Las Vegas. This is not Florida. What? I mean, look at what was it? 2023 when the waters off Key West and Fort Lauderdale and Miami were like 100 degrees.
Yeah, do watch.
They're going to see that again this year, without a doubt.
I think it's in the upper 80s and 90s right now in the water temperature off the east coast or west coast of Florida. Do check those temperatures. I didn't check the temperature, Dave, but I did check the CO2 level, and it's unbelievably high, which means the water is very warm.
Right, and that's not good for wildlife at all.
No, it's not.
Well, not only that, it induces larger storms too.
Sure.
But we're hemming and hawing between La Nina and El Nino and Neutral Nino.
God.
So, and which is what the weird hurricane that's going on the Yucatan Peninsula right now, which is why that's forming, because of the El Nino La Nina mix up, the jumping between back and forth to La Nina, so that's affecting the pathways of those storms. Where it deserves to be watched. It could actually go up the coast on the west coast, or it could jump into the Gulf of Mexico. Don't know. I have not tracked it, and I do need to.
Is that Eric you're talking about?
Correct, Eric, Hurricane Eric. And I've even got the wind speeds written down here. Let me look at my notes. Oh, I've got to get better glasses.
So crazy.
Well, another birthday, people, and the glasses don't work so well. Okay, I wrote it down.
Oh, shit.
Category 3, 125 mile an hour sustained wind.
That's crazy.
So
we need a picture of Katie Jo with that thing above her head. That's just such a cool picture.
You got a halo. Looks like a Nepesi core halo.
Look at it. It's just gorgeous.
I'm
jealous.
Europe.
I'm jealous. I've got a couple of pictures like that of me at the beach here, and something above my head, and you look at it and you go, "Whoa, jeez!" And you're trying to take a picture of yourself in the thing.
Is that St. Louis? St. Louis region?
Wow.
STL.
I am. Oh, yes, right, that one.
Yeah,
there's so many tornadoes in America.
40 compared to 17.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be, guys, we're going to have...
Now, I doubt most weathermen, like your local weatherman, I doubt they know about these planets. What do you think, Sam? I doubt it.
I wish they did.
Maybe higher up levels, but...
I don't think they keep their jobs very long or want to continue with meteorology. I think they would probably want to spend time with their family and inform people like we do. We're trying to warn everybody this is really freaking happening. And, I would encourage everybody to check your subscriptions. Please do a share. I looked at your subscription numbers, Rebecca, and it has not increased recently. They knocked, some 70,000 subscribers off of you. And it hasn't gone up. That was a month ago on YouTube.
On YouTube. Oh,
and,
yeah. I remember
of course, I encourage you also to go to Christopher's Nibiru System Skywatcher site on YouTube and subscribe and watch his videos. Increase the view count.
Okay.
It says you've got, I have to look up that.
I only have like 6,500 or something.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. It's right, and you used to have you were at 69 earlier this spring, and you lost a bunch of subscribers in one day because I had just checked it, and then I checked it again, and boom, the number changed.
All right,
what? That's crazy.
Well, they unsubscribed a whole lot of people off. A whole lot of other people on other YouTubers are talking about it as well.
I'm gonna look at Katie Jo's sky again real quick.
I was trying to get up so I can show you the ocean too.
Look at that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Great.
You can
Yes.
see three things. Look there.
That's
There's something
so
Now
on
you
the
good.
see a
side,
backlit
something
crescent flare off the
Yeah,
back of
definitely.
the Saturns. I mean, lead object. That's that little white dot.
Oh yeah.
Over there, you see the side of Attu and Nibiru.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That is
Attu's moon,
perfect.
and Matim is cutting in on the left of the sun. You can see him on the left of the sun
that
right there.
thing there. That's even
Kinda
more on that
orangey
right
even.
hand side.
Yeah, check that out.
Yeah.
Very cool.
What
Very
is
large
that? Go
Matim
more
on
to
the
the
left.
right, Katie Joe. Wow.
Is that the right or the
Nice.
left?
The other right.
Okay.
Right there.
I'm like
There,
all
above your
backwards.
head.
Oh,
Look,
cool.
look at that circle.
Yeah, you got a major dark circle there.
Yeah.
You seen
Back again.
that a backlit
Yeah.
crescent?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
there.
look at that. There
Wow.
she is, right there. Yellow moon.
That's the
Yes.
Saturn.
Oh,
That's
I
the
see
Saturn's
it. I
yellow
didn't
moon
see
and
it
the
at
ion
first,
tail.
guys.
Nice. Perfect.
And
There's,
then
you see the skyscraper, the skywriter up there trying to cover it, guys.
yeah,
Is
that's
that a
what they do.
back-
They try to hide it.
Am I
Take the
seeing
eye
a
up.
backlit crescent flare there? Like,
Yeah.
I see
Hey,
something kind of.
Yep, the backlit crescent flare off the
Right
lead
there.
asteroid.
Yep, there you go, right there.
Right, yeah, that's the lead asteroid just to the left of, just to
I
the right
was
of the
just going
sun.
to say that's where the lead asteroid's been.
Yep,
Look
and
at
right
the
there
yellow
you can see
moon.
some dots, and that's where the
Awesome.
green asteroid
Oh
is.
my goodness, I love that. Wow.
That's
Give me
perfect.
that sky. Oh my god, it's got to come here.
Yes. And perfect picks.
You know, to the new people, you know, like
Gotten
I
so
get
big.
when it's, you know, it's blue but it's dark, and it doesn't really belong. Like it shouldn't be dark.
Look at
like
that. Oh, look at that.
That's Attu's moon and all of that, and then you can see stacked behind it is Nibiru.
Okay.
Hi, David.
Wow.
So say hi to Thunder too.
That big straight line at the bottom
Wow.
there.
Okay.
Look at that. I love it, Katie Joe. Man. What about okay, can you do opposite of the sun? Can you see that part?
I'm going in a circle here. Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Yeah,
So
there,
this is
the
like
bottom there is Nibiru behind the Saturn.
the sun's behind
No
me.
way.
Right here.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm right.
There you go.
So this is
And if you
Yeah.
look up to your right a little bit, you'll find the Texas cube.
Yeah, I
The
think
other
I saw it.
The other way. The other
There
way.
you go.
Sorry, guys.
Right there is the Texas
Yeah.
cube.
I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, I see it too. Nice. Mm-mm-mm.
The yellow moon, it looks so awesome. It's
Now
gotten
the
so
long
big.
box cube is right there somewhere.
Yeah.
In that mix right there, but in the dark background
I see
or the white. I don't but I know that's where it is. Right there where up at the top is somewhere where the long box is. But you're looking at Isatum's yellow moon in front of very dark Isatum.
Oh, it's awesome.
With the ion tail coming
Wow.
off of the house there.
Yeah.
That's the side edge.
And there's the ocean.
Oh,
She's trying to
those
see the
two?
sea, and we're all trying to look at the sky. Yeah.
God, hey, I
Oh,
got it.
beautiful there. It's beautiful.
My eyes
It
are
looks
watering.
gorgeous. Did you swim?
I didn't. I usually don't. I like the beach. I like to sit on it, like on the sand and the warmth. I put my feet in. But
Nice. How far
Because
away?
there are great white sharks in that area now.
there was.
that's
Yeah, I get
You knew
that.
that the great whites.
We had to
Oh,
get
no.
out of the
Yeah,
water.
the great
for
whites have
this
moved
one.
up to that region now. Now that global climate change has occurred, they're,
No.
they're you know, and if you talk about people up the coast of Oregon, they don't talk about great whites. They talk about seal sharks, and they're barely ever mentioned. And those things are nasty as hell, and they've been offshore of Oregon for years.
Mhm.
You know, it's like, and that's the last time
I'll
I
have to
ever
look that
seal shark.
I don't even know if I've heard of
smaller-
a seal shark.
It's a smaller version of the great white.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
and yeah, you got to study your sharks, guys. Come on, you don't do
Yeah.
shark leap. Come on, man.
I love
I love
sharks,
sharks.
but
I mean, I've always watched regular sharks. I've never heard of a.
I went scuba diving one time in San Diego, and often we did some kelp bed shit and some through kelp and stuff. And man, I went down so deep, and I saw a shark down below there, and I was done.
yeah.
Okay, I'm going back to the boat. hell with decompressing. I wasn't
Oh no.
enough to have to worry about decompression, but I did not pay attention to the rules. I was out, and it's probably why I still have trouble with drinking Coca-Cola, and the CO2 collecting in my shoulders and my elbows, and
Oh
because nitrogen narcosis. No,
yeah.
I get it from drinking pop, and I don't do well. Your back hurts, that sort of thing. Your shoulders hurt, your elbows hurt when you drink pop because of the carbonation
Yeah.
gets in your system. Anyway, no, and I've scuba dived in lakes and stuff, and here in Montana, and we found nasty stuff, under the bridges and you name it. But in the ocean, about 3.5 minutes out. No, thank you. I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not for me.
Rebecca,
Yes.
I'm
Uh-huh.
about an hour and a half away, if that's what you were gonna ask.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a nice
I
visit
was
to the
curious.
East Coast, and we're looking at the Atlantic Ocean.
Little day trip. That's
Yeah.
nice.
The thing that you take for granted that you see every day that none of us, some of us have never even seen before.
Right? That's why I just wanted to show you
I've seen the
Thank
Atlantic
you.
from a car, but I never walked onto
from
the
a car.
beach.
Oh, it is nice.
I drove through NYC once, and there's NYC. Oh, there's the ocean. Okay, and then we kept driving.
That's how it goes
I
sometimes.
never even got out. I've walked through Chicago. I've walked through Pittsburgh. I've walked through Minneapolis and a few other big cities, but never NYC, and I'm glad I didn't. But
I've gone and seen the tree lighting twice, but
there you go.
I don't really go much. Yeah.
Yeah, man. You got to pay for parking. Oh my God.
Oh God. My wife's family lives in Brooklyn and other parts of I think Staten Island or whatever. But the tolls to get into Manhattan, I think it costs them up to $40 to $80 just to get into the city, and then another $80 to drive home. So it's over $100 a day to drive to work just for tolls. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I can't imagine.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that thing above her head.
I'm like,
Well, they're doing that in London now
I
too.
can't wait to replay it.
That
Proximity
curve is
lines
getting
in
so
London.
pronounced.
It looks so perfect right now. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Mm.
Look
Yeah,
at
that
that.
is the side of the Saturn. That is big old red planet is Saturn.
Wait, hey,
And
Kate, stay there, Katie. I'm gonna take a screenshot.
Okay.
That way we'll have it. We'll have it. Yes. Hang on. Let me find it.
Okay.
YouTube. Yeah.
Watermelon.
Don't you worry.
He's not eating a nice slice of watermelon.
I mean, the yellow moon right now for you, Katie Joe, is just incredible.
There, Katie Joe.
I'm jealous.
Oh, did
Yeah,
I
we're
mess it
so
up?
jealous. We're really jealous. We want
I'm
to
glad
superimpose our pictures underneath that as well and make it a catalog picture.
I'm glad you guys get to see it live for once.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Notice how the
Yeah.
lighting is all messed up too, because the
Yep.
whole upper right side of the sun is not there. It's being cut off,
Right?
and
You
that is
can't make
making
this up.
everything
The way,
dim.
you're sitting there is just perfect because it's blocking the sunlight, so we get to
Yeah.
see-
So it's
Yeah.
on your finger right now?
Yeah, definitely.
You're thumbing your head is thumbing the sun. It's perfect. Yeah.
It looks like she has a halo.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Right.
that. It looks like you got a halo over your head,
That's
and then
funny.
the curve just right.
We'll be calling their saint Katie Joe indeed now. Santa Maria.
In the morning, the lighting is always off. Always.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like it should be bright and sunny out if it's just sun out there, and it's not. Why?
Well, in the due north, first thing in the morning, you're going to see the bottom of Uri illuminated, and then due east, you're going to see the bottom of Saru illuminated. So it's cutting off the upper top half of the sun. So the sunlight takes forever to break through past the horizon, and then when it does, the whole lighting thing changes.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's being cut off
Okay.
again. And I like 2-3 weeks ago, I mentioned that there's an entire possibility that Saturn would be cutting off half of the sun, and you have an example of it right there.
It
So yeah,
is.
Saturn's getting big.
I had some pictures in my other camera that I just cannot get into my phone yet. It's driving me nuts, but yeah, Saturn's definitely cutting off the sun big time, like a lot more in its way than it was. And the lead
Oh,
And
object.
the
and then
asteroid is, and Matim is, and Saru is, and occasionally Uri, although Uri is now moving farther above us. And
It
so,
is because I've been able to get to catch Yuri's curve a lot easier now. My last picture I took, I just posted
Yeah,
my
it's great.
profile last night. I
yeah, it's being more
haven't been
facially
able to
illuminated.
track curve from Yuri that way in a while because it's just been so close. But it is definitely moving up and away.
Yeah, past us. It's gonna go past us eventually this summer. And then Saru is going to be doing a grand entrance in front of us, or maybe even over the top of us. I don't know how fast she's moving quick, so
Hey,
I don't know
Sam,
how fast she's coming in.
So here's my question. Saru is water type rock.
Correct.
Which
Water
okay,
type.
so because we've had mostly gas giants move over us, this one is way more dense, right?
Way bigger. Way bigger.
More mass. How does that affect us? Is that going to affect us more? Like the fact that its mass is way more denser than
Yeah.
compared to gas
Yeah.
planet?
Well, you want to talk about the prophecies? I mean, oh my God, guys, welcome to 2025. How can I
Yeah.
help you? Yeah, people, we are going to have one hell of a year.
I'm here.
And I have been unfortunately gathering in and rewatching all the Nostradamus and Edgar Casey, and I've been talking about this for a month. And oh God, guys, what's on deck? If even a portion of what is foretold comes to pass, we're in deep shit. And I don't want to be the the sky is falling, any penny thing. But this is going to be the year that we have to rethink how we do things and what's important and what's not. And again, the first one off the front list is top of the list is do not buy lawn furniture this year. Avoid buying. Number two is avoid
or
buying.
If you're gonna buy it, tie it down.
Don't buy that trampoline this year. Katie Jo, you're
Beware
muted.
of bouncy houses.
That's
I'm
a
muted.
video. No, that's her on video, guys.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
Oh,
showing you
okay,
this
okay.
one. Yeah, I took a screenshot.
Hey,
Or
look
screen
at that.
video.
It's the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Star Wars.
Cool.
yeah, I'll send you a copy so you can see it up close.
Awesome. Yeah,
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
so
look back
perfect.
over too.
Yes, it actually is perfect.
Awesome.
Neat.
Yay. Well done. Well done.
I know. Have fun. Have fun.
Our ace reporter on the East Coast, Katie Jo.
I know. Our
Hello.
correspondent. So, guys, I see somebody else in the green room.
Great.
I feel like we should go ahead and
Bye
bring
bye,
him on.
beautiful sky.
I know. Well, I was gonna say usually when it looks like that, perfect. Within an hour or so, it's like whited out, like the white out phase, and then you can't really see anything after that.
Yeah, that
And
is.
Sometimes the white out phase will clear, and then it gets better than it was before, and you end up with just the best sunset.
Yeah,
Right.
like you think it's
got
like
the long
gone,
box
it's done,
cube
and then
over
it's
your
done.
Yeah, how long are
think
you gonna
so,
stay
Sam?
there?
I think that's the long box
I'm
cube
not
directly
sure.
over your head.
No way.
I
That's
just wonder if
crazy.
you
Needs
guys
to
go and
wave.
see the
She needs
sunset.
to wave.
Right. Like,
it's so
I don't know,
cool.
like 6:30,
Because you're looking, most
7:30.
everything here is the Saturn. Most of that dark blue is the Saturn. The Saturn's yellow moon is a little farther to the right where you can see the circle dark.
Yeah.
But I think the long box cube is the dark purple dead center in the recording. It's behind the white cloud,
Okay.
Look at that.
or that white cloud is it.
Oh wow.
It's incredible.
Now, why
Just
would
right
why
there.
would something?
I
Why
think
would
there's-
it? Okay,
if you
so the
look
sun
at
is right below. Why would it be dark above there? Like, there's no reason. The clouds aren't dense enough. There's no reason for it to be that dark compared to.
Well, that whole dark area is the side face of his Saturn,
Incredible.
very large.
Yeah.
And that's that whole everything, that blue gray area to the top, from the top left corner to the middle of the right picture beside her face, is the edge of a Saturn, and it's cutting into the sun. You got to think sky filler. Saturn is huge right now.
Yeah.
And then when she goes by, comes sunset in from the northwest to the north sky, and then to the northeast sky post sunset. You can actually see it and see it and see it and watch the transition. And then in comes, the other day I saw it, in comes Saru right behind it. By the way, in the northwest sky at sunset is Saru now.
Keep my eye out.
Remember, she's got an intensely large, bright yellow and orange and sometimes white open core base cloud. And it's very thick and very brilliant. And it'll spread all the way across the sky from right to left. And it's that big right now.
Yeah, I'll show you. You sent me a couple. I'll show you real quick because we're talking about Saru, but I don't want to keep our next guest waiting too long. So,
right, good idea.
Yeah, let's see. Bear with me. I just had it.
I bet you CarolAnne got awful busy on it. She's like,
and CarolAnne's here too, I think. Or she was. Well, we'll get back to her. We'll find her. We'll find her. So here's your drawing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Saru
I
drawing.
love this one. Yeah.
And here it is in real life.
Yeah, look at this one.
Yeah.
This is great.
See that? See that single wide central band at the bottom?
Yes.
And then the core is just next to the house there on just right of the house, the drop core and the open core. But yeah, this came in and you can tell by the houses and the little greenhouses that this is in the UK.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
That's UK housing.
Okay. Here are a couple of more. Pulling these other pictures up real quick.
And see, she's in the northwest sky after sunset because this is actually after sunset.
Yeah.
It's behind the house on the left, but it's there at sunset. So that's where Sarah was in the northwest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and this is a couple weeks ago with the bottom of Saru as well. And she is green-blue.
It's one of the reasons why we're seeing that after light, after sunset.
Right, it's depending on the bottom of Saru's open core.
I've been seeing it lit up here about 10:30. We still have sun. We still have light outside by 10:30.
It's definitely late.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos this week showing like 10, 12 o'clock at night. It's like totally like light outside. People are freaking out.
And it looks like a round circle that's lighting up everything. I don't know how people don't at least question that, but this one. Jeez.
Mothership.
Oh my gosh, this one's great.
Robert posted this one. I was like, this is a great picture, buddy. This is awesome.
It is an awesome picture.
Look at how it lights up. Oh, jeez. So much light reflection, guys. So much light is bouncing around. It's why you have to wear sunglasses. Like you have to wear sunglasses, or else it's just so hard to see. My eyes are typically pretty sensitive to light because I kind of live more at night than most people. But it is pretty strong out there. You have to make sure you. I would recommend anywhere from 11 to 4 p.m. to kind of limit your time outside if you can, if it's not too. But it's definitely stronger.
Sometimes it's too bright; you can't even see the sky. It's so bright. And I don't have sunglasses. I haven't worn sunglasses in years. Isn't that strange?
I don't think I've ever seen you in sunglasses.
I know. I don't have any. I mean, I haven't bought them in years. I haven't worn them in years. So, but sometimes.
But I legit don't wear them.
Right. I mean, sometimes I guess I could have a pair if I needed it for something, but.
The pair I had on in my picture today, I legit bought in Florida.
Those are cute.
Didn't even wear them. They were like $1. And then I was like, oh, I got my sunglasses. Let me put them on.
Yeah.
And then I forget about them again,
I recommend people wear sunglasses. If you're out at any sun right now, I would recommend that you wear sunglasses, period.
Sunglasses.
Directly at the sun for any reason, because this is not our normal sun.
I mean, I'm not staring at the sun though. Thank
Yeah,
goodness.
I try not to stare at
You
it.
know, a
but-
glance, but I don't.
It reminds me of the actress that was in the movie
I
Kill
don't
Bill.
want that either. Why did it there?
Yes, Uma Thurman.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. And you know,
I've called her like my whole life.
where's your katana and your wish?
Right.
I mean, and don't forget your tight red and
It's
black
at
suit.
home. At home.
Is that home?
At home. Yep.
You know, knee-high boots, karate moves. There you go.
Pull them out when I need to.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. I know you got a big trunk at home for Halloween. I know.
You know.
Girls got to have her, accessories.
Yes,
Yup.
Michelle. It's kind of like that. She says, I used to wear them all the time. Me too. I had 10, 20 pairs. And then for some reason, she couldn't see as well. And she quit wearing them. And
I'm
that
kind of
was
shocked to this day.
Uh-huh.
In 2011, when the second star got here, they could have at least warned people because everybody was going outside and your eyes were just watering. And you could see right through the circles in your window tinting in your car. You can't see them now. But back in 2011, when the second star came over the northern horizon and it actually started rising in the northeast and outshined our sun to the point, and we were documenting that, in some occasions our sun was still visible, which we have photographs going all the way back, which Christopher used. But it was so intensely bright. If you went outside on your front porch, your eyes started watering. They were burning so bad. And that went by the wayside in a matter of about 6 weeks. And we were talking about it in the morning, and that's why I kept going, everybody wear your sunglasses. Everybody wear your sunglasses. It's mandatory for kids in Australia to do that. And they have to have full hats, too. They cannot go out for playtime unless they've got hats, sunglasses, and coverage clothing.
Smart.
And we have to observe that, just like Jesus was saying, stay out of the sun. They've had hyper ultraviolet warnings here in Montana. I don't know if it's the rest of the country, but we've been getting warnings not to go outside.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen
Well,
some
in
warnings
mountains,
as well.
there is the UV. We're higher up, so the UV is more intense up here. So they have been
My
warning.
brother
And
ended up in the hospital not too long ago because dehydration and he just wasn't feeling well. So he ended up in the hospital because he was jogging outside right at midday. I'm like, dude.
Oh wow,
I
you're just
think
going to be so
just from-
dehydrated.
Yeah.
terrible.
He said
Yeah.
from what they did was
It's
they hooked him up to
exhaustion.
IV and gave him fluids because he was so. Gave him electrolytes
Right,
because he was so
dehydrated.
depleted and everything.
Yeah, it's
Your-
like
your
heat exhaustion, man.
shut down,
Yeah,
your
you
liver
get
will
so-
shut down.
11 to 4 or 5, just limit your time out there because it's when our UV rays are the strongest, and you're seeing high rates of skin cancer. We're seeing high rates of all that
Right,
stuff.
do not suntan. My kids wanted to go to the pool. I did not let them, and they were a little bit mad at me. And I said, "No, I'm not. I'm going to be a responsible parent. You're not going to the pool today. There is, warnings to not even go outside. I'll be darned, you're going to go to the pool for 4 hours. No, and they're mad, but when it tones down, then they can go. But we've had numerous weeks where we've had several actual public warnings on the computer. It says UV warnings, in your area. Do not even go outside.
If you're light skinned too, if you're light skinned, the lighter skin you are, the more
Oh,
you.
God, blonde.
Say hi to Matt. Matt is
Hey,
here.
Matt.
I fried.
This
And
Oh man.
And let's go ahead and bring in our next guest so he can
Cool.
join us and we can get to know
Okay.
him because he's never been on the show before.
Great.
It's Andrew
Yay.
Pritchard.
Great.
I'm pretty sure he's in the UK. And I think the picture we were just looking at of Saru, I think
Yep.
is one of his, right?
Yep,
Chris,
the first
isn't
one.
it? Okay. Yeah, okay. Nice.
The one in
We'll pull it back
England.
up in a second. Yeah. So let's go ahead and bring Andrew in here. Here
Cool.
he is with his man's best friend. Hey, Andrew.
Hey.
No.
How you doing?
Nice to see you.
Hey, puppy.
Hi, Andrew. Andrew and plus one. I don't know what your buddy's name is.
and his nice Egyptian background.
Yeah.
I like the backdrop. Yeah, I like the backdrop.
Yeah.
What it is, right? Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us. Yeah, let's
To meet you.
No, we can hear
Thank
you.
you.
Put that down.
Evening. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
this one here. He took this
Whoa,
one.
but
Everybody. This is one of
Hello?
Andrew's.
Yeah, that's a great picture.
Can you hear us okay?
What's
How
going
you
on?
doing?
I don't know. Can you hear us okay, Andrew? Can you hear us okay? It doesn't
I
seem
think
like
he
you can
must.
hear us.
I think he's still in the throes of learning how to be a StreamYarder.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be a streamer before you know
I
it.
think he's just not got something.
Right.
He's got
Yeah,
something
can
on or
there.
off there.
Might be a
Good
lag.
puppy.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's a lag. Yeah, I think it's a lag.
Okay.
So
See,
I-
look at Benny.
Rebecca,
See, you see that?
I'm gonna jump off for now, and maybe it'll help
Okay,
work it a
Katie
bit
Joe.
more.
Sure.
And then
Thanks,
Bye.
Katie Joe. It was
I'll
great
talk
seeing
to
you today.
guys. You
This
too.
way,
Happy
See you.
birthday,
oh,
Sam.
you Sky!
I'll talk to you
I
guys
want you
soon.
to see.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, bye guys.
Take some pictures.
Bye.
Okay,
Yeah.
bye.
There's a delay, yes. We have a
So-
delay.
Yeah.
Is it?
He
Andrew.
doesn't realize that he's on.
Okay.
Hello,
I know.
Andrew.
Okay, everybody. Let's let Rebecca give him the standard new person, new visitor questionnaire. Well, that way you won't hear all of us talking.
Let me try again.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he is able to see us or hear us.
No, but I think he needs to put the volume down too, because I hear us in the
I
background
think
there.
I think it's the TV.
He's probably got his TV on.
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah,
I
that
think
might
he
help to
does.
turn the TV down.
But
and
also
he's-
notice a pretty good
Yeah.
lag there.
Probably. I
We
couldn't
might
tell.
need to make a little basic instruction sheet for new
Sure.
people. That might help.
We could try that. Yes.
Some
Try
cliff
that.
notes. Some
There
cliff
he
notes
is
for.
again.
Yeah,
Now he's
on
not.
the put it on the bottom there. On the bottom, and see if he can hear us now.
Your
Sign
name
language.
tag says mute.
He's got his mute on.
Oh,
Yep.
am I? Let's see. Yeah.
There you
it's-
go.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew.
Oh, no, I can't see what it's
Hey,
saying.
Andrew.
Can you hear us now, Andrew?
I've never had somebody not be able to hear us before.
I think he's turned his mute off.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
It doesn't seem like he can see or hear us because I was, waving and I'll message him
Okay.
on Messenger.
Well, sorry,
all right.
Andrew.
I know.
Your photo is great, though. That image of Saru is just incredible.
There he is.
I can't wait to see more of it.
Yeah, we all go through that learning curve.
Oh yeah.
Space Beyond Space. Welcome to the show.
Yep.
There. Good to see you. YouTube chat a lot more active today. Sweet. Well, we're having a party today.
Yeah.
That's right. We're having a birthday party for Sam Hofman. Yes. That's
So
we're
let's
partying.
sing happy birthday, like almost.
I'm at that age where I'd rather not have any more of those things.
Yeah.
Right?
What are you gonna do
man.
for your birthday? Like, sit there and go, okay, it's my birthday, and yeah.
I know the year.
I was telling people I forgot
Bye.
it was my birthday. I was like, oh,
Ta-da.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I asked Chat GPT
Now the ones
to
I
make
worry
it
about is
look
the kids,
festive.
Looking
That's what
good.
they
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Yes.
No, before the show, I said that this one makes me look very Italian and very baked. Like, I had
Yeah.
some gnarly gummies, man.
Where's the
Excuse me?
pizza
Oh,
party?
this is great.
Is this the one you didn't like, Sam, or is it?
No, this was not the one that do it.
I'll show you guys. Okay.
No,
It was his rock star.
My man.
His rock star picture.
Yeah, that doesn't look like me at all.
Seen that one?
That's
Oh,
That's
wait,
not
is
even
this the
my
one with the
nose.
band?
You know?
It's
It's
like
not
an 80s
AI.
rock band, like an 80s
It's
rock
that
band.
picture.
Wow,
I zoomed in
dude.
on that picture. It's you, Sam. I didn't.
Great.
It's not AI. It's not. It's just. I don't know. He doesn't remember looking like that. But if you look here,
Yeah, I don't
you can
recall.
see
Yeah.
there. See, he looked like that. That's what he looked like.
I
How
Now
old were you
there,
here?
that is a picture of me. In that picture, I'm 18,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I had
Look
if
at
you
your hair,
notice,
dude.
I had totally curly hair. If you
Nice.
see the curls, and it was all naturally curly hair. And my nickname in high school was Plant Man, like Robert Plant. I had totally curly hair, and everybody
Yeah,
was
I
like, "Hey, where did you
see.
get your perm?" And I went, "Go ahead."
Oh, I said I see where your
Well, anyway,
one of your daughters has some of your features from this picture right here. I'm not sure which
yeah,
one. If
Nova
it's
looks
Nova.
very much like me.
Yeah, she has a little
When
bit of
Nova
features.
talks, I hear my sister talk. And
It's
it's
weird.
scary how
It's
much
spooky, isn't it? But
talks like my
Shiloh's got
sister.
your curls, hasn't she?
No, yeah, Shiloh had very, very curly hair. She straightens it out now. She cuts it off regularly. She likes having hair above her shoulders, and that's weird to me. And Nova's still got hair all the way down to her butt, and Nova never wants to cut her hair. She's had a lifetime of long hair,
Let's see.
like
That
I
one.
did.
We've
You know,
also-
I mean,
yeah.
I started growing my hair when I was 9, and I didn't cut it until literally 1997.
This was I had a Mary Jean. Mary Jean is
You know,
here.
you put your wallet away, and then you turn your
Lindsay.
head, and your wallet jumps out of your pocket because you tucked your hair into it, or you sit in a booth and you can't look to the left or the right because you're sitting on your hair.
How long was your hair? Look, there's Lindsay from Mexico. Woohoo!
Hey.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm like,
Lindsay.
wait a minute. She's in Mexico. That's right. I forgot
Well,
all about
that's
that.
what she's up to.
That's me.
Yeah, she's
That's
snubbing
me.
us for vacation, guys.
I hope you
Uh,
guys.
okay.
Yeah,
No.
she always has a birthday show next week. She always has a
Cool.
birthday show.
Well, that's great. You're on vacation and you're watching our podcast. That's
No.
Well,
I
God,
got-
I'm-
Oh, lovely, Lindsay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we love you, Lindsay. Nice that you're watching.
She's going to be on the show sometime soon.
Take
Gillian
lots of
told me.
pictures of Tulum for us, please.
yeah.
Just go to the
Nice.
go to the pyramid, take some pictures.
Yeah,
You
there's
wanna
definitely
see.
Find out
pyramids
about the
there.
Yeah,
hurricane.
get a picture
Beautiful.
from the top of the pyramid, man, of the sky. Oh,
Yeah,
And
well, you know,
Esther's
on top of
here.
the pyramid,
Esther.
if you're blonde and you
Oh,
have
yes.
blonde hair, you're going to become static electric charged, and you have to watch out for lightning.
It's like, whoosh.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry you couldn't get Andrew on here. That
Classics.
sucks.
He said, here, I forgot. He said that he cannot hear us without
Oh
the
man,
TV
we're sorry,
on.
Andrew.
I don't know what kind of system that is, but he had to turn the TV on to hear us.
I think maybe
just
he
had
a
doesn't have his
alarm.
mic. Maybe it's his mic that's not connected to StreamYard.
Did you know what I think he's done? He probably
Yeah.
is like me and watches YouTube on his TV and has it connected via his phone into his Wi-Fi, into his TV. And usually your phone asks you, do you want to connect your devices? And sometimes I say yes, and sometimes I say no.
Okay.
Okay. I've never done that before, so I
So if
don't
he
know.
has put it on, what he should do is put it off and turn his phone up.
Turn
I
it
am
off.
Spartacus.
TV.
Okay,
Sorry,
I'll
Sam.
tell him.
Look, he's
I'll
got an
tell
angel
him.
there.
I'm
with him.
just thinking of Kirk Douglas. This photograph has me almost looking like Kirk Douglas. It's scary. I am Spartacus. No, I am Spartacus. I am
No,
Spartacus.
look, it looks like you've got sparkles all around you.
He said turn
That's
the TV
the photograph that my daughters took. That I have that flashing light coming from my chest,
Yeah.
and then there's all sorts of orbs above me to the left in this photo. It was a really weird
Sparkles.
shot, and there was no flash in the camera. It's just like, and the kids were playing with it, and they were little. They were like 5 and 6 and 7 years old, and they walked up with the camera and took a photograph, and it has all these sparkles in front of me. Like maybe
But
it was,
you're
you know,
very
maybe there
near
was a
to the
ghost
camera,
in
Sam.
there.
Because you say you have
No,
an
I was
effect
about-
on
I was about-
devices.
Well, yeah, I was about 3 to 5 feet away, and they came up behind me and took a photograph of me. And I wasn't even looking
That's
at
why
them.
you can't touch them.
I was talking to Nova about something, and I think I was dealing with the laundry, and because that's right at my master bathroom in my bedroom. It's the bedroom door behind me. There, you can see the paneling stripes of the veins of the wood, the beauty of the wood. Anyway, that's from Monty Python. But anyway, yeah, it was a weird photograph, and I kept a copy of it, and everybody always says, "Oh, it's your internal light shining in the photograph," and I went, "Oh, okay."
Did you have a ponytail in this one, Sam?
A lot of photographs we had those taken by regular, the throwaway cameras. You take a photograph and then you bring it into Walmart and they make a picture out of it. We have a lot of them with actual ghosts in the photographs, and that's why we stopped doing that here in the house, because we were getting too many ghosts in our photos.
Wow.
Because we have a very active area in our dining room. We literally have a vortex.
Oh.
But I get one
Jerry,
everywhere I live.
ponytail in this shot. Where's your hair in this shot, Samuel? Did you have a ponytail in that one?
Yeah, I had a ponytail at that time behind me.
I was gonna say Jerry
just
is
got
here.
out of the way.
This one's great.
Nobody can hear.
This is what we do when it's a birthday show. We analyze.
Rock star.
Our rock star. Our star.
Well,
star
hi
man.
to Jerry. Hi, everybody's
Jerry.
Hey, Jay.
here. You only got a few. I'm glad you stopped
Yeah, I was
by.
a better DJ than I was a musician. I had
And
horrible timing.
You were a better what than?
I'm definitely I got no rhythm, man.
Oh, okay.
Robert said he sent us some pictures. I gotta get
Cool.
these pictures
Hi, Robert.
or posted. I'll see, Robert. Let's
Wow,
try to.
thank you, Michelle. Chuckins, ma'am.
Which
Yeah,
Making
throwing
it
a
work.
little Montana hang in there from time to time, people. From here in my cave, in my hermit's cave up here in frosty old snow-covered Montana.
I figured that's what you meant, Jerry.
This picture was
that's
taken
the
like
picture.
2013.
Oh.
This is the picture that I
chasing
saw, and I
kids
thought,
in
gee, I know
diapers,
this man.
God, the kids were babies back then. We raised them on Skywatcher, just like Mittens.
Just like mittens.
The baby. Oh, baby. Hey, Robert, which group? Where did you share your pictures? I mean, I'll find them. I'll keep looking for them, but
Thank you, Jerry.
I'm looking. Find what-
Jerry, I
what
was
was it?
talking about you this week where your ears ringing. I was actually talking to my daughters about you. Anyway.
Oh.
Hey, they actually have noticed that, they both gotten up oddly in the middle of the night at 4:30 at sunrise too. Nova's been saying how she thinks something's wrong. She doesn't know what it is, but something's wrong. And they both today and yesterday got up and saw the sun rising in the north by northeast, and they go, that doesn't look right. And we are pilgrims in a foreign land, people. And right, I mean, that should be screaming to everybody. But do we hear anything about it at all from anybody on TikTok or anything? Going, hey, why? I mean, even my neighbors were going, yeah, I noticed that the sun came up in the north. What the hell's up with that? It's like my neighbors notice it. Come on,
I don't know
people.
what's the deal, because my dad always used to keep track of this stuff too. Like even before my time here, my father's always been one of those to track where the sun is coming up, and all of a sudden it's like nothing from him.
Well, this is so absolute, without known throughout entire human history that the sun rises in the east.
Right.
Yeah.
This is that
Hello,
video.
people.
You
I
sent
got
me.
my Disney voice. Excuse me.
Sorry, Sam. I'm just letting you know that this is that
please.
storm video. You sent me a storm video. It's 20 minutes
Yeah.
long. I sped it up to 40 seconds. So, because it was just
There you go.
under real time. Yeah.
That's
what it looks
fine.
like.
Look at that curving. Look at that.
See, that's the
rotation.
Saturn's yellow moon right there,
Yeah.
people. That's the yellow moon coming in for a cross. And look what the storm is causing. And so these are events that are going to come. And notice how that they moved. Tornado Alley has moved literally from Oklahoma to all of a sudden to Nebraska and Ohio and Minnesota and Wisconsin, which is what we posted earlier. We're talking about 40 tornadoes instead of 14. And the weather that occurred in North Dakota yesterday, this is a direct example of this close passing stuff that's happening, people.
Look at the
Hello,
waves.
see this formation?
Oh, that's so cool.
It's wild when you can see the dark body and it's
And
still
once you realize
turning
the patterns,
away inside.
Right.
and
I mean,
which
it looks
planets
just
are
like
doing
Katie
what.
Joe's sky to a
Which I
degree.
know. That's wild.
And I'm again reminded of last week or the week before. Her friend was going, well, when things start to happen, let me know. And it's like, well,
What do you
that
say
was
to that?
We'll let you know. It's happening now. Right
was
now.
2012, 2013 on. Hello, I mean, we've had weather effects from all of this shit for going on for a decade, people. And
Well,
it's
people are
been
good at
in
convincing themselves, Sam.
the
People are
16
good
new
at
names.
convincing themselves that it's normal. I can't tell you. It looks like everybody now says that wherever they live, they have their bipolar weather is what they call it. Oh yeah, where I live, it's bipolar. It's always been that way. No, it hasn't. Like it hasn't. Like it's really easy. Like just because it's been happening for a few years, it doesn't make it normal. It doesn't.
Right.
It
And we have
doesn't.
to remind people also they don't know science. They know what the
Yeah.
news channel has handed them. They don't
Well,
have the meteorological skills
well,
that
Sam,
I and many others do. Go ahead.
Sam, I was going to mention that yesterday. So yesterday, because me and my brothers have birthdays so close, some of our friends took us out to the planetarium, which I love. I had so
Ooh.
much fun. We went to see a show in the dome. It's like a dome show. James Hood's. I don't know. It's a James Hood show, but it was great. But anyways, so you go in there and then they teach you about the gravity well. There's a special about the gravity well. There's all this stuff. And when I was in there, I was like, God, I want to correct a lot of this. I really want to, but it was so overwhelming and everybody was just so immersed in that science. And I'm like, we really, really have to rethink what we're teaching people. I'm not saying that all of it's purposely, at least not locally, not here at the planetarium, but we're being taught bad science. It is bad because there was not a single mention of electric anything, nothing, none of that. It's like a foreign concept to even think about this electrically, and it's kind of weird. Like I felt so detached when I was in there. I had a lot of fun, but at the same time, I knew that everything that I was seeing there was incorrect. And there was a part of me that was just kind of driving me nuts. Like I just wanted to just say, like, no, this is wrong. Like this is not right. But I don't know. The world isn't going to accept this until it gets on TV. So we have to get this to go mainstream, guys.
On TV. I love it.
Yeah, apparently that's the only way people believe something, Sam. If it's not on the news, if it's not on The View, if it's not on, it might as well not exist.
Right. The problem is what you're talking about is the unification. You're not talking about something different than the gravity well situation. You're just talking about the add-on that everything else is missing. That the Einsteinian and the God, for some reason I can't think of the name. I discuss this all the time. The 1880s standard science, and they always had the separation between what's out in space and what lives and exists on planet Earth, and chemistry and subatomic matter. And there is no separation between any of that. It's all connected to one thing. You have an electrical universe. We have positively charged things. We have negatively charged things. We have protons, neutrons, electrons. And it's all a building block stage that's always interconnected and always works and functions off of each other. And gravity is a function of that, but it's not the whole thing. And that is what they're missing in their
Well, it's a
science.
very small part of it. It's a very small, but it's definitely a part. Definitely
Yeah,
has
it's a segmented
it's
one
not
of
the full
three.
story. And let's even give Einstein a little bit of credit. Even he wasn't satisfied with that. He
Right.
always he died still working on it. Okay, so
Well,
let's
I
just
had scientists scream at me, well, how do you think you're smarter than Einstein and Newton? And I'm going, well, A, you told me I am. B,
you invited
right.
me here. All
yeah,
right, you brought
that was
me here.
exactly. You invited me here, and see, it fits. It functionally fits because there is no separation between the rules in space and time and all of that and what goes on in the tabletop in front
See,
of
that
you.
was the theme
Yeah.
at the planetarium, Sam. Is like we are different from space. Like it's two different
Yeah.
neighborhoods or something.
And it's
Like what
not.
happens in space is completely different than what happens down here. And
Well,
I
which
don't.
singles us out is us being alone, a tiny speck, and there's no life out there anywhere but here. And God made us. I mean, we're the Horton here's a who, the speck on top of a little puffy flower on a dandelion puff. No, we are one of billions of life forms, and not only that, yes, there was life on Earth, but we were manipulated, and everybody knows this. Everybody knows the Anunnaki. Everybody knows the Sumerian lore. Everybody knows Egyptian. Everybody knows the pre-Judea.
And I've always thought about this too, Sam. And maybe I'm wrong here, but correct me if I'm wrong. But if we had truly, so we are, if we had actually evolved from monkeys, right?
Right.
I mean, wouldn't monkeys cease to exist? Like because we evolved into humans.
Right. And the problem with that is there's been over 200 different kind of hominins versions in between us and monkeys.
We do have, like, they manipulated monkey DNA. I get that, but mainstream science says that we evolved from humans, that from monkeys, that a monkey eventually turned into a human.
But what we are, we have been for a million years.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
What we have been for a million years. Now, what we are currently has only been around for approximately 300 to 400,000 years was the transfer, the change. And that is where, according to, we talk about Anunnaki legend. I'll give you that hypothetical to start there, and then I'll give you my belief secondary. According to them, we were created and changed and then placed here to serve the gods and to mine the commodities, etc. And you guys hopefully all know that story. And if not, go back to some of my Radio Wasteland programs on YouTube. Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman show number 13, and work your way up from there.
To start.
We are not the first version of technological us, or humans, and our history has been lost and shut down. We've been doing this over and over again for a long time. It's a matrix kind of thing. It really is. It's a repetitive story, and we've lost track. Anything beyond 8,000 years just doesn't exist anymore, unless it's cyclopic stones that are upward of anywhere from 80 to 100,000 years old or longer. There have been other civilizations beyond us, and in most cases we have been in servitude as placed workers. And in times of ice age, there were larger versions, which is where the giants come from, and Neanderthals. They were more robust. They were also intelligent, and we were not taught that they were. Look at that. This is that Tony's video.
Yes. There's several here.
There's only Tony's that look
that's
like
the
that.
asteroid.
Saturn moon for a while. I hadn't seen any of this posted for a few weeks.
That beautiful side of Uri. Awesome.
Oh wow.
We've been doing this for a lot longer than people realize, going back tens of thousands of years, and different societies.
And a lot of that evidence. And a lot of that evidence has been washed away. It's why we're seeing
buried by time
being uncovered. We're seeing a lot of now as the Amazon is being cut down, So a lot of the Amazon is being cut down to make
On fire this year.
agriculture, for agriculture, and they're discovering. So if you look at the new season of Apocalypse, Ancient Apocalypse with Graham Hancock on Netflix, they're finding a lot of these like square
Platform.
platforms
Right.
in when they're using a lot of aerial photography, but now that everything's
Right.
been cleared so fast, they're finding that there was people who lived there before. You know, and
Right.
the
Yeah.
Amazon has always been
It
so
was
hot.
highly
But
underrated.
you go
Look
back
at that
in time.
glowing.
I mean, our topography, what that topography there was different whenever people were living there.
South America has
You
a
had-
history going back to probably 2000 BC of a great civilization that they, and you got to remember that everything that is there is all of their temples are built upon previous temples, which are built upon
Yes.
previous temples. So
Exactly,
it's
exactly.
hidden.
So,
lore
that's what
inside.
Randall Carson was saying. That with like if you, for example, like what happened in Missoula, Sam, all
Right.
this water just. Could you imagine everything that it swept away? If there was any kind of buildings there, if there was any ancient buildings, if there was any villages, if there was any people, all that was just wiped away with
and
zero
there were.
evidence. Unless
Modern
you dig deep enough, you would never know that somebody lived there or there was people.
Well, European history even's got us going back. They started out at 10 and 20 and 30,000 years being, that we came over on the land bridge from China, blah, blah, blah. And now they're looking 60, 75, 100,000 years where there's a population that they never took into account for, including animal movements and glacial assumptions of movements of glaciers. That looks like the bottom of Saru right there. Look at that.
Look at it.
And that's the Satum yellow moon in front of it, right on the right there. Yeah, there have been previous civilizations, and remember, people, the passing of these planets happens every 3,654 to whatever years, and it's cyclic. It's not the destroyer, but it is a sort of a nemesis. Yet, and by the way, Nemesis is a god, a Roman god of gladiators. It's a battle. And the passing of the planets creates a battle here on Earth. And we're seeing that evidence right now this summer. And Nostradamus talks about it, Baba Vaga, Edgar Cayce, all the other prophets throughout time talk about a dire, drastic change, including revelations. And we are in a time of the sixth seal and all of that. I mean, do your homework, people. I did. And there's so much going on. And don't forget our visiting blockade of intergalactic craft that's parked over the top of us, which is a separate faction from the Anunnaki, the people on Nibiru and Saru, who are our overlords or our demigods. So there's a lot going on. And some of these governments know this. Let that sink in for a minute. They know this. I mean, there it is. You're looking at the bottom of Atu's bright ass moon right there. People.
Whoa, look at that.
Atu's moon right there. See the side of space
purple.
illumination inside. Argue with it. That's the side of Uri. Then we come to sunset. There's lead asteroid and the red side of Isatum yellow moon right there. Time after time after time, year after year, day after day. See the illumination above?
Woo.
Can you imagine being your yard? Like he does live because he's always in that same spot. I don't know. He lives close by. Probably that little house right there.
The
It's
only thing
like
we're missing,
Heidi. It's like watching Heidi.
the only thing we're missing is the clanking of the high mountain cows and their huge cowbells.
Yeah.
That's it.
I got
That's
shit
what-
on there.
I can't hit that. No, the hills are alive. Yeah.
There they are.
Right. If for those of you wearing headphones, I do apologize. I tried to reach that note. There's no way. Julie Andrews, we miss you. Insert Julie Andrews.
I want that house. Look
Great.
at that. Look at that little house.
Wouldn't it
Yeah.
be great to live in a place where you didn't have so many electric wires in your face like
Well,
that?
this is pretty much like Montana. And now if I drive, 5 minutes in any direction, I'm going to be looking at that too, people. with the exception of that, those are, that's probably part of the Alps right there. But we have high mountain, and we have snow on high mountain.
It's why I love Salt Lake City, Sam.
Bottom of Saru right there. See how big illumination core right there? How bright, circular, almost looks like the mothership. I love it when those. I go through TikTok stuff and I watch these people talk about. Oh, I wonder what that is. I wonder what that is. I wonder what that is. And I'm going, I know exactly what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a way to contact these people.
I believe it did work wonders, Jerry. We have to undo all that, though. We have to undo it. But
well, Joe Rogan, you gotta send me a plane ticket, and I'll sit down and blow your mind, and then we'll invite Rebecca to bring her little show system, and I'll
right.
I'll bring a thumb drive, and we'll run from there. Yeah, I'm so amazed that you went back and farmed out a bunch of my old profile pictures. That's a great idea.
Yeah, after we play Christopher's video, we'll take a look at the time capsule pictures.
Cool. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I was.
On tail.
There were several I'd never seen before. I'm like, man, these are great. I gotta save it for that.
Can you imagine how many photographs you and I have saved together? Just you and me.
Oh my gosh, I know.
I mean, we're talking millions in 15 years. Probably millions.
Millions. Wow. I was gonna say, I don't know, 50,000 for me, maybe. I don't know.
Well, God, I got that in 2 files.
I know, like in a year's time, that could be several thousand. Yeah.
That's like a year, and we're talking 15 years.
Yeah,
and then,
that's true.
you know who we ask? All we have to do is ask CarolAnne. She's got copies of everything.
Yes.
I mean, she amazes me all the time, and she goes, "Oh, I got a copy of that." I was like, "Wow." I don't even know where my copy is, and you have a copy of it. Cool. And she's so busy. Again, I'm going to complain. Dang it, she robbed me of some of the troll fun this week, you guys. I heard, thank you, Gillian. I hear through the grapevine from Gillian that there's some troll, messing with some of our people. And by the time I got there was none of it to play with.
Yeah. She's like, Okay. I have Robert's pictures too. He's had
that's right.
Pictures and a video.
Don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls. And Christopher's on mute.
Okay. This is Tony Orley's.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Tara, they're Tony's.
And then Jesus is on mute. You don't see the little microphone.
Jackie's here, everybody.
Hi, Jackie.
That's the Mrs. Christopher.
Hi, Jackie.
I saw she just posted about Vegas having Nevada of all the states has more psychopaths than any other state. And I didn't know if to laugh or cry. I was like, that's crazy. But yeah, that's what this.
Exactly. It is crazy. Wow. Yeah, Vegas is a rather unusual place. It's a city of dreamers, and it's a city of some sad folks that get stuck there. Once they get there, they can't get out. And I had some friends that used to live down in Vegas, and I've been to Vegas 7 or so times. Oh my God, look at that. That's the site of Uri right there, and some asteroidals.
Wow.
And Tim cutting into the sun, and then of course Saturn's yellow moon, or the dark blue right there.
Wow.
And then if you turn over back there behind that is where Nibiru is. Back right there is Nibiru, and then the bottom of Atu's moon, and Atu back to Uri, and we spin 360. And now
there's the saddest little bird crying outside. Drives me crazy. It's like the one that I saved the other week. It's exactly the same chirp sound. It sounds like when they leave their nest, their mummy just boots them, and they can't go back to.
Look at that. Oh my God.
As long as my cat doesn't bring their baby bird.
That's a rather interesting ravine right there at the edge of the hill. And this is where the Celtic knights placed their castles and their keeps and rode their horses and armor about. No, I'm only kidding. Can you imagine this place in winter? Cold.
Yeah. Wow.
And the tree line.
Oh my. Wow. Look at that.
Yeah, the Emerson Mountains. Emerson. Spelled EMRSOME. Emerson.
I'm curious how high up he is.
Oh, he's
That's
easy.
so cool.
6,000 or above.
Yeah,
feet.
easily.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait a
he's
minute.
just
Wait a
about
minute. The tree
tickling
line,
their
tree line.
tummies. Look at those pictures.
He's below the tree line, so he would have to be 5,000 to 7,000 feet.
Okay.
Is
This is the
tree line.
house, right?
After 7,000 feet, the trees start getting a whole lot smaller, and then none.
God. That's incredible.
Yeah, he's tickling them planets' tummies. Tickle.
Tamaracks that shed their needles, which are like pine trees, but they're even really cool wood. They only live at 5,000 feet. I know a little bit about mountains and forestry. Of course, I work for the Bureau of Land Management.
Cool.
Did Garnet Range and a whole bunch of awesome stuff up there for years. I often thought about retiring at Garnet Ghost Town, but then I had kids. I could have gone and lived up there for free and give tours to people every day and got paid to do it.
Cool.
Well, they're always looking for ghost town innkeepers or tour guides or whatever up there.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Look at the blue green, guys. See that blue green?
Yep.
That's Nibiru.
Beautiful. Oh God.
I just want to say hi to Carlos Skywatcher.
Hi, Carlos.
Purple blue right there is Saturn. Is Saturn's yellow moon again. And then we're coming around and we'll see the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon. There's our regular moon.
I haven't seen our moon.
And then that's the side of Uru right there. And the asteroids. And then behind that is the blue moon, Saru, and going all the way from one side all the way to that side. See how huge she is?
Yes, look at that. Yes.
Jackie, I noticed when I lived in Vegas that stupidity is not in short demand out there, for sure.
Yeah, and there's we've got a population boom here. It's insane. I can't believe how many people live here now.
Yeah, when the cost of, when I was there, rent was, I think me and my brother were paying 14, and it was a really nice place, 2-bedroom, nice place. But now I think that same place went up like $400, $500.
Yeah,
I think people from California have been moving out from LA and moving up to Vegas and
Vegas, Salt Lake,
to get the hell out of LA.
All the people from California are coming here.
Well, if you look at the homeless population currently in the Pacific Northwest, or even the entire western states from California to Washington State and Montana, etc., Arizona, there are so many homeless people because our economy is eating people. Yeah, that's Yuri right there.
Oh, wow.
And of course, Saturn's yellow moon is right there.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Eye on tail.
Yeah.
Going off
the longer he's
that's
there,
Nibiru.
The more pronounced the curves, the more pronounced everything becomes. This is why you gotta. This is why when you go out there, guys, you have to stay out there a little while, and then you'll see the changes, and you'll see how they come into view a lot better, and then they come and then they'll go out of view, and it's so fun to see that transition.
And they'll go through many different facial changes where you'll start to see the light and you'll see better, and then it'll get better, and then it'll get worse, and back and forth, and you'll see so much because there's so much up there that we're barely even talking about.
When you teach yourself what to look for, you could literally see them from the distance, and then you could see them coming in close and coming up over you, and then heading out again, or they could just sit there sometimes a little longer. It's always a different show, but once you pick up on the patterns, guys, they'll just pop out at you. You won't even have to look for them anymore.
Also, if you're looking out at night and you see a rather illuminated bottom of a very large asteroid or planet, and it stays in one place for hours while your regular weather moves past it, You're looking
Right.
at the bottom of a very large close body planet at night. You can see Attu and Attu's moon now at night
Mhm.
because it's above us and beyond us, and it's being facially illuminated. And it, depending on where you are, if you're getting city light
Look
will
at that.
blind
Ah.
you and dim your. If you go up the mountains,
Wow.
I'll mention this.
Oh, check that out.
I watched the video this morning. I watched the video this morning, and it's called "Trying to Fix a Stubborn Spring to Water Wild Horses." It's on YouTube, and
Okay.
if you have to remember to get that title again, please do so.
Wow.
But at 1 minute and 37 in the
Wow,
video,
look at
you can
that. That is insane.
see the long box cube in that video because it's away from the city, and you can actually see it straight on with no atmosphere. So being in the city will ruin your view when you're at night
Yeah.
out of light pollution. Then you can see the planets at night
Look at that.
now, and you can see Nibiru if you know what to look for. It's there. There again, that's the bottom illumination of Saru,
Oh my god.
and there's this Atom's yellow moon. See the puffy flame-like micro clouding. Nibiru in the background, Attu and Attu's moon above head. We come back around to Uri. Right there. This is the puffy clouds at the bottom of Uri and all the asteroids that are right there coming at us.
I was just thinking, we're watching Katie Joe show us the planets today, and all these people at the beach, and they just have no clue what's up. Like, it's just crazy to me.
Right, and we've been screaming it for a decade. And I keep wondering when the hell, are people going to get this?
Right, and she had like the most perfect, view of Isatum's yellow moon, and I just can't understand how people aren't seeing it either.
Oh, look at the clouds.
Yeah,
Because remember, Christopher, you discovered, we
Yeah.
have to quote, Christopher discovered clouds.
I did.
Well known for it. Other people talk about it. Yeah, you discovered clouds. Oh my God, people! Every week I go through this, and I wasn't hardcore at it this week. I did a little bit of online and visited and bombed a few people with music, and only a few. And I was diving into Nostradamus and Revelations and Baba Yaga and Vanga and Edgar Casey again, and they're just dumping that shit like crazy. All kinds of brand new shows coming out. So,
Cool.
I collectively go through a bunch of them and grab little, tidbit cracker pieces out of one and the other, put them together. And I don't believe half of what you guys are saying. And it's insane what human information is compared to the facts. Hello, look at that. Jesus. I think Rebecca went black on us and she's like,
Yeah.
run on. Probably feeding the cats again.
Yeah.
This is a very long video, or did you? Yeah, we're watching it. Look at that. Yeah, that's the bottom of Saru with the big open core illumination. And then look how bright the sun is because it's being cut off and rounding the planets that are overhead.
Wow.
Green, blue. Back to red. This Atom's ion tail. The Atom's yellow moon right there. And we're seeing, last week we saw both sides of the tail come on the other side of this atom. It was awesome. And it was there for like 5 minutes and then gone. It's like, because that's, we've only been seeing one tail. And then this atom came at just at the right time. It's smaller and then it works its way bigger during the day. And I just happened to see in the transition moment, I was looking to the southeast or something. And I could see the ion tail clearly going all the way to the southwest sky. And then slightly fainter, but behind it in the southeast was that second tail wrapping around the backside of this atom. And we haven't seen that in years. I just went, whoa. I was like, oh, I wish I had a camera. Oh, I wish I had a camera, I'm still thinking about finding one of the cheaper models and instead of buying a very expensive one to start to fry it, but I got to find one in a plastic case, and I'll start looking at Jesus' suggestions and what they have at Walmart, etc., just in case. But I know I don't want to fry another one.
Right.
I quit buying them after 5. So
Yeah.
Hey, look, Sam. You could use one of these. Okay. Wait,
Yeah.
You know,
Man, I got
this is like where you could put your camera inside, and it's all plastic, and it's
yeah. There you
waterproof.
go.
That's
Maybe
great.
it'll keep you. Maybe it'll keep you from
Zapping
shocking.
them. Right. Yeah, I had that happen again the other day. It happens with my debit card all the
And
time.
it's not exactly like filming through glass. Like there is a little housing thing, of course,
With
but
the yellow.
it doesn't really affect because it's so close to the lens that it really
Right.
doesn't do like
Yeah,
a
you'd worry
double.
about doubling.
Huh.
Plus, I think when it comes to like filming through glass, it only like if it's a planet, I mean, it's pretty clear. But if you're looking at small stuff, then I don't think it's good to film through glass.
Right.
So, if you could avoid filming through glass altogether, do so.
Well, I think
But
the wide shots are the best
I
anyway.
think if it's small stuff, if it's a big planet, I think. I mean, personally, me,
Well,
I
I'm
don't-
gonna go to Best Buy and get an education, and then I'll go look what Walmart has, and I'll go look what
Wow.
Target has, and I'll learn. Because these are these things I have to save up for, and I'm still trying to get past the lawnmower issue. But I do have a Lowe's credit card, so guess I'm gonna have to. Don't like going in debt, but we don't make a lot of money, and we're on a fixed income. Donations, people. That's how we can
Yep.
survive. And we do have costs. Actually, I do have one good announcement. For the first time in probably about 5 years, they didn't raise my internet bill. It actually
Yes.
it went down by a few dollars, and I couldn't believe it. It was like, whoa,
Great.
cool, first time ever.
Right.
Well, they just constantly keep raising it 60 cents a dollar, $3 over and over, and a month after month after month, and went up and up and up and up. And I was paying 196, and now I'm paying 180 something. So it's like, cool. I was like, wow, maybe that's just a fluke this month. Who knows? Knock on wood. May it go down. And anyway, yeah, our service is horrible, as we all know. Which is why I'm this talking face, because I can't run my camera and my microphone. And my download speed is great, but my upload speed just absolutely sucks. And I can't boot it off the system. Which is why my Skype stopped working. I'm flagged, people. All right, we're locked up, Rebecca. I think you can hear us on your headphone.
See that right there? That's
Rebecca.
right there. You see that?
Yeah.
Right there.
Got back.
That's what's been happening.
I just got back.
Did you see that? Did you see the bottom of it? How it's
Wow.
just lighting and everything. I've been seeing. That's what's been
Yep.
causing the
That's the bottom of
night,
Erie.
Yeah.
The late,
Beautiful.
It's happening.
just the bottom of it, and how it just lights up. So, God, Lord, look at that.
Because they all light up like that. Isn't it amazing?
There you
It's
go.
Yeah.
like their atmosphere
Yeah.
just shines. It's like
Well,
a glory.
they're
It's
now above us,
amazing.
guys.
Right.
They've never been above us before.
Look for the
Okay.
shiny butts, shiny planet butts.
Now their shiny butts will be right
Look
there.
at
They
that.
come
Oh my
towards
God,
us
that's
and at us and then
incredible.
turn away. Come towards us and at us and turn away. Now they're coming towards us. They're going over us and then they're turning each day.
That
And
is
so we're seeing a
moon.
new angle of light.
I've been having some very fast Attu's passings, Attu's moon's passing. Like it goes right over me, and it's just like that. Like it is so fast. Within 20 minutes, it just comes, and then it's out
That's
of
because it's actually above us, but just beyond us.
Yes. But it's like the fastest thing. It just comes.
Yep.
It's so fast. I'm like, that's too big to be an asteroid.
And it
but
goes
just
from the
happens.
north sky to the south
Look at those
west
things.
sky.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly right.
Yep, I know where it is. I got it up here in my noggin. Shuckins.
I know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, people, we're good at what we do. This is how we do it. And I'm still loving Christopher's live capture of the Texas Cube.
Yeah.
I mean, who else has handed you the
Oh,
Texas
oops.
Cube?
Rebecca,
Uh-huh.
Christopher gets one of the best.
I
Look at
just
that
seen
green blue. Oh my God.
that Sharon says she sent you a message.
Okay.
Christopher's capture matches a decade old capture from 2015 arrival date.
Don't you love
And
how we did it live and people
Yeah.
got to see how the process happens sometimes,
Which is on show 104 at 4 hours and 20 minutes. For you viewers out there that wish to see that live occurrence. And he didn't even know he knew he'd captured it, but he didn't know he really captured it.
Right.
And there's 2 frames or 3 frames, I think Rebecca said, of what that picture that we use to this day.
I took 4 frames of it, Sam. There's like 4 different frames. It starts out a little bit further, and then a little closer, and then a little lower.
And then you actually get to see the outside exterior of the craft and its texture and its building.
See its design. You can literally see its design.
The design. That's the word. Yeah, and it matches a decade old also close-up capture that happened over Texas during the arrival through the wormhole, and it matches with a little bit, change in posture. It didn't match exactly, which is fine. But I mean, you can see the side face of it, everything. You can see the cube. I mean, perfect illumination, perfect timing. There it was. We saw it live all together. And we don't make this shit up, people. Not only that, who else out there, Rebecca, talks about the Texas cube or the long box cube? What other YouTuber out there talks about it?
Yeah, no.
And a lot of times that's how it happens, guys. Like it's why I say, use your camera. Sometimes look at the sky through the lens of a camera, because a lot of times your eyes are gonna miss things. Like our eyes are very limited, and you have to remember that we're basically looking through a pool. Our algae, we have a lot of gases and stuff up there that distorts our view. A lot of things, and we also have that what do you call that effect, that fishbowl effect. So there's a lot
graduated exterior view at 37 degrees.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, guys, that keep our eyes from really seeing what's there. Use your camera and then review your footage, and you will pick up on a lot of things, a lot of subtle things that are there that you might have missed. So it's a fun process, guys. It's really I love the process. If you have that pattern recognition thing, if that's like something that you enjoy doing, I personally do. I think all of us here love that process. But if that's your thing, this is an ultimate puzzle. This is an ultimate puzzle for you to figure out, guys. This is the ultimate puzzle, and it'll keep you entertained for life. I promise you that. You will never be bored again until they leave. But then we'll be dealing with other stuff that you won't even think about it. But pay attention, use your camera, take pictures, take video, review that footage, and I promise you, you will see a lot more. You will start to pick up on those patterns, guys, and before you know it, you're a full-blown Nibiru-holic, just like all of us here, and watching the coolest things unfold. Hollywood ain't got nothing on this show, guys. Hollywood ain't got nothing.
Eyes to the sky. Eyes to the skies this year.
Hey.
Not to mention, it's a lot cheaper than Hollywood. You can do it for free.
Right.
The best show ever for free. You can.
And you don't sit on bubble gum, and you don't stomp on old popcorn and empty drink cups.
Yeah.
And you don't have to wear a COVID mask and pants to the theater.
Yeah.
Can't stop thinking about clouds.
You have to get outside. You have to get outside, guys. You have to get, even if it's just outside of your yard. But.
Clouds. How about we play Christopher's video, his symbolism video?
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
after that video, guess who's going to come on and see us?
Cool.
Sussy.
Cool.
Sussy.
Oh, nice.
He's going to be on here in a minute or a few minutes. I know. We get to see Sussy for the first time, so no pressure, Sussy. Anyway, but yeah, let's go ahead and play this video. I loved it, and I knew when I saw it, I'm like, gosh, Sam is really gonna love it. It's just right up.
Yeah, I got real nice goosebumps. I love it when he does that.
Yes.
Well, we were talking. We were talking about. We were basically chatting all day the other day, and Sam posted all these pictures. So I basically just thought, well, we need to talk.
I was a Nibiru potato that day. I had sat in front of the computer all day, and I mean, I was running on autopilot, and literally, just kept talking. We all three of us kept talking and talking and talking, and we went, and then I bombed everybody with old.
I was quite the threat. It was quite the threat. Before you know it, that just blew up.
Yeah, I think we, spent 6 hours straight talking. I don't know. I don't even have any clue. But by the time I walked away, I barely remembered the conversation. I went in and went into the bedroom and went to sleep.
That's why I made a video.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Right. Okay. Well, here it is.
I had to make something because I've had no picture opportunities as far as the sky goes. So.
Right. Not much here either. I can relate.
Well, I think Katie's
it's getting too hot to go out and take pictures or go live at sunset. It's too, it's kind of sad, but I just kind of
I couldn't even look at that sky today.
And then
it was
watch
so
tomorrow.
bright.
Rebecca will be live.
Bright. I know. I'll be out there. I did go out when it was really cold. I wore like 2 hoodies and a coat, and I just put a bunch of clothes on and took off. That is okay, but the heat.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not a fan, but I know Tara knows. She's in Texas, so if anything, it gets hotter where she is. So, All right. Well, here is. I feel bad I don't have a fancy intro on this one, but you're gonna love it anyway.
Play that clip.
Yeah, that one is the one that you showed me first when you were first talking to me, Sam. This one. So many of these cool things, isn't there? And you just look at them and you'll never see them in that same way again, now that you know what they are.
That's on the Pillar of Maraduke.
Wow.
And I always wonder what was chipped away from the top of that.
Right?
Yeah, some of them were chipped away.
Yeah, that the top of that steel eye was butchered.
That thing looks chipped too.
I would bet money it had the planets on there.
That one, yeah.
This, of course, symbolizes the Pope, and there are many craft in the middle background. Those are UFOs, and then there's 2 people inside the circle signifying. And
it's not playing golf either.
The red robes of the Pope, and that we were talking about Pope Leo, and we were talking about the war forming between Iran and Israel, and it's called Rising Lion, and then this is the conversation that ensued therein. This is a early Egyptian example, 2 stars. Greek.
That?
This is Greek. The Greeks knew we had 2 suns.
And there they are again.
Is, Sumerian or Persian. I believe this is Roman or pre-Roman.
Definitely.
That kind of looks Roman because it's got the chariot. And
Well,
the way
it's
the
an
stars
Oriental chariot on that display, but this is 2011. Our star is as described.
I think there's a typo here, but I fixed it already and posted it. I said the standards on the right side or the left side. Did I change it? I can't see.
Well, the standard is on the left, and the dwarf yellow is on the right.
Right.
And always, people, always when looking at sun pictures and you have water, always look at the water. Shows you it's not a lens flare, it's not a moon, it's the sun. Back when our sun used to be small, and this is a year later, 2012. Early 2012. The date, late 2012.
This one cracks me up. It's got so many things in it.
That's, I believe, in Scandinavia or Norway. This is, of course, the CFHT telescope in Hawaii. The dwarf yellow is above, the standard red, which is below, like this. This is also from 2012. This is also from 2012. The standard red is in the upper left corner. This is the Backflow CME series of 2012. Look it up. This is 2014. This is, I think, what, 2018 or something. It says on there 20. You can blow it up. I couldn't see it, but anyway. So, did you have fun putting this together, Christopher?
Yeah.
I like the Gothic music, and it's some Gregorian, some classical. What's the title of that classical startup?
I think it's
Rebecca.
Karina Baruna or something like that, or Carmina
Sharon
something.
needs the link.
By.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who the composer is. I'll have to look it up. I'll let you know later.
I was thinking it was either Bach or Handel or somebody, you know, or somebody German, or Tchaikovsky, or, you know, could be Tchaikovsky. I don't know. I'd have to look it up too. This is recent, so we believe that separation is occurring. And we've had a lot of examples. We're 90% sure that that's what's going on. And we've been talking about it for months from people in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, the rising lion, sun in Leo. All very important, and here it is, people. And this is the year that, you know, and the yod above his head, that little flame, that signifies in tarot card reading of significance of the gods. It's called the yod, Y-O-D, yod. I love the reptiles, the frogs all over the place. So this priest is spewing reptile blasphemy. This is Chinese. And this is also Chinese. Now notice the dragon, people.
Yeah.
Now, see, the squares on that also are very similar to the squares that the Mayans and the Incans used in denoting particular importance. And then we were talking about here, this new Pope has chosen the name. And he's from America. This is very interesting. And the cross he's chosen is rather unusual as well. And this is that we were talking earlier about crop circles. And this is the symbol for Nibiru and the lion and the second sun. And here again.
They won't be hiding asteroids coming down as well, would they?
Well, the point of attention, everybody looks here rather than there. I also looked into the prophecies between Iran and Israel, and it's rather unusual.
Yeah.
And going back all the way to the bloodlines through the Bible, and by the time I got through halfway through it, trying to make heads or tails of who beget whom, and who moved
That was awesome.
there, and who moved back here, and then attacked these guys, but then took slaves from those guys, and then they were all of that stuff. I finally had to turn it off, but I did look, and I'll go back at it again.
Sam, so I wanted to show you something. This has been popping up on my Google News, my Apple News, and all that stuff for the last week. Hopefully we can see it, but look at this.
You have to put it up more.
Half star could send Earth into the sun. Well, that's not possible.
Well, no, I know, but they're talking about the second stars. That's
right.
what
that's
again, like I know that's not possible. What I mean
Good
is
topic.
that they're making mention of a second star, and when you think about it,
right, good point.
Right now would be a good time to actually start with the misinformation campaign, which is a pattern that we've seen.
Because just out of the blue, just completely randomly out of the blue, there's this rogue star that just happens to be visiting our neighborhood.
We all know what we're going to start seeing soon.
It's been popping up. Exactly. See, it's been popping up because this is what we see NASA do constantly. Is that they'll give you a little bit of a truth. Like, so if we have, like when we had the school asteroid, right? We had a very close passage, such close that we could see with our naked eye. NASA announced it as 1 million miles away from us, but they did announce something, right? And that's what they do. They will address it in a very small manner. They won't really give you the full story, but they do make mention of it, right?
My favorite one is when they're hyping an asteroid that's passing 3 million miles away, and they think, "Oh my God, we're in danger."
Well, what it is it's soft disclosure. It's really soft disclosure. So you have to learn to read between the lines, guys.
At a kindergarten level.
It's not going to send us into the sun. Definitely not. But they are mentioning it. And I was like, I just can't help but there's a correlation there between what we are saying, that we're seeing the second star, that it could be separated, and now we see this. It's just, come on, guys.
Nostradamus and Edgar Casey and Baba Vanga all talk about the arrival of the red star. They all talk about it in numerous quatrains, in numerous writings that were written down. And Edgar Casey had dozens of people who took notes, and you just you go back and look it up, and they all talk about it. And the Greeks knew, and we know what we saw, and we saw the arrival. And again, if you boil it right back down to the nard and wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and you go outside and you watch where the damn sun comes up, it all fits. And when something
those
fits,
group of people
no matter what,
that won't see it, they'll see it in the northern sky, and it's not going to click at all.
Which is crazy to me. It's crazy.
They go, how
do you not notice that somebody came into your room and moved the lamp? I mean, that's basically how do you not notice? Okay, my lamp is in the same place, and then all of a sudden you come and it's moved, right? A little bit over to the right. How do you not notice that? Because you see it every day, right?
Yeah, I know. Every time I make a reel now, I put it at the top. How can you not see?
Yeah.
How can you not see?
Yeah. Never
That's going to be what I say
Sharon.
now for the rest of my ever life, writing a reel. I'm just going to put, how can you not see?
How can you not see? Well, guys, we have somebody in the green room.
Cool.
Yeah.
They can see. They are. He commented earlier that he is one of Sam's biggest spokespersons.
Cool.
As far as telling everybody he knows.
Good. Yeah, welcome to the crazy train.
How cool is that?
Right.
Yeah.
Jimmy's Monkey Barn. Hi, y'all. Welcome to Jimmy's Monkey Barn.
Come back. He left. Maybe something had to be reset. He'll be back. It's Sussy.
3 peanuts and 99-cent beers.
Why are we losing the guys tonight, man? Why are we losing the guys?
Well, it can be a technical challenge to actually remain on this. When you first sign up, I got
we
thrown
all
off
know how exciting it is, and it's different for us all.
Yeah.
Here he comes. He's back. He's
yay.
getting set up. Let's wait till I can see him.
I mean, that's sincerely.
Yeah, I can see him. So he's very well behaved. I can say that. All right, well, let's go ahead and bring him
Didn't eat
on.
all the M&Ms.
Okay,
Okay.
everybody will let Rebecca talk to him.
What? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's bring him on. This is our friend Sussy. Hey, Joe Pat.
Hey.
Director.
Hi, good evening.
How
I'm
you
glad
doing?
you can hear us. Good to see you from California.
Hi there.
Cool.
Yeah. So can you hear us okay? I hear some clicking. I just want to make sure we're all got a good connection.
Oh, he's
yeah,
got a
I think so.
TV or something on.
Do I kill the TV? I'll kill the TV.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I
just
can hear
turn
an
it down.
echo,
Just turn it down.
No,
but I
you
do
know,
hear clicking.
the crackle.
Cricket.
I don't know why, but the crackle's coming from the cell phone. Oh no, it just went away.
Okay.
It just went
It
away.
does.
I just had to.
Things
All
like this
right.
happen.
I know we work out kinks all the time. Well, it's nice to see you and hear you. And yeah, you've always been in the comments, and now here you are.
How you
I
doing?
love it.
No, hey, it's so nice to finally meet you guys.
You
Yeah,
too.
Sure.
That's very nice to
meet
man.
you.
too.
It's always good to
So
I was gonna put a face to the person.
Sounded
It's
jelly.
nice to.
yeah. I think I'm most curious of how you found Sam. What led you here?
Well, okay, so I had been, I had done some studying, and I had known about it. I had read Hopi Prophecy, and
There you go.
when my father was having chemo treatment, dying of cancer,
Sorry about that.
no problem. It happens, and so I was still smoking cigarettes back there. So I was outside at the stairs, and it was getting closer to sunset, and to the right of the sun at that time in 2015, I saw this red object come into view, and then next to it, this blue object come into view, and then the red object backed up and disappeared, and then the blue object disappeared. So I put two and two together in my head. I'm like, okay, I
Red
remember.
and blue Kachina.
Okay, they were rotating. They got closer and they moved away. So then I went super deep dive.
God,
Yep,
Nice.
that is the arrival of the red and blue Kachina, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
incredible.
So,
And that was when the object cluster group was below and in front of Uri and Atu, but at certain light angles, they would illuminate. There's also the green asteroid and the tan asteroid and a bunch of other asteroids that illuminate differently as well. But at certain light angles in 2014, 15, 16, that was pretty much, we saw a lot more of that than the realization of the size of cloud encased Atu and cloud encased Uri, which at that time were on the right hand side of the sun. And the Kachinas were the asteroids that were showing up first, quite the red asteroid and the green asteroid and the blue asteroid, etc., including the spiral and all the other smaller stuff that we didn't even document and many years ago. And we actually saw them illuminating all the way back in 2010 and 11 also, but they were so far out in space. That was the early sapphire blue captures with the horizontal shaft lighting that we first really kept seeing in the left side of the sun, and then right when it arose and came up from underneath us in 2010, 11, and 12, everything was due south, but in the southwest, and that's when you started seeing the planets get bigger and bigger and bigger over time.
Wow.
And we lost his speed there. I don't know where he went.
Yeah.
He went
Where'd
black.
he go? I think he's trying to go outside and show
Yeah.
you something.
Yeah. I don't think he was moving.
What? I thought he was going outside. I thought he moved.
It's like he
No.
lost speed or something.
No.
Are we on TikTok, Rebecca, or are
Oh
we staying?
no. I'll give it a try. No, we're not.
No, I was
Actually.
saying maybe that's what.
That may be
was going
why
on.
it's happening.
We're not
Yeah.
on
No.
Bummer.
But he'll figure it out. He'll be back. I do see Sharon also is here.
Cool.
I
Great.
think while we're waiting on him,
Well,
let's wait, bring her
leave it-
on.
Yeah. Leave him in,
So we
in
can-
place for a while, and then if he doesn't come back, then we can remove his square, but keep his square.
Okay.
Just,
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Rebecca, my other
What?
friend was asking, what did you think of that little photograph that she sent? I sent it to you, but I'll send it again. Just quick.
I'm working on your stuff right now.
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
if it's maybe I didn't see which one was hers. I thought they were all yours.
No, this one here. Check
Yeah.
it. This one. Oh,
What?
oops.
Oh wow, thanks. That looks great. I love it. Thank you, honey. Got scrambled eggs and bacon.
I love how your kids spoil you, Rebecca. That's
They
so
do.
cool.
They take care of
Yeah.
me. Oh my gosh, I know. I'm super thankful.
Yeah, I wish my kids would
Sharon
eat
here.
food
Sharon
once
is
in a while.
ready. I know.
You
I
guys
never
are-
go hungry.
Well, you guys are
You ready?
quite the family unit there. I love that.
Right. Yeah, we all are get along well. But I don't know if y'all are ready for this, but here we go. We have an alien in the house.
Hey, what's up?
Yes. Wow. Look at you. I love it.
It's
Again,
gorgeous.
How are
nice.
you?
Hey, Sharon.
Hey, Sharon.
Had a blast yesterday. Absolute blast.
Yeah, I saw some of your lives. Looked like a good time. 10,000 people there. That was awesome.
I just saw a head count. It said they're expecting 135,000 people to go through the doors.
Oh
Wow.
wow.
Oh wow, that's
Wow.
That's
big.
huge.
I hope you
I've been going
filmed every minute of
year.
it. I kept
I've been
recording.
going every
Right.
year for the last 25 years, and it started out as a little group of 1,000. It's just
Wow.
blown
No,
up.
no kidding. Wow.
That's
Awesome.
amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. So I've
Everybody's
been
got a passion for their entertainment and the things that they, the stories that just lit them up inside. You know, when you read
Yeah.
the books or see the shows, and it does something, and it's like a magic, you know. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
amazing when other people feel that magic, and you find those people in those big clusters, like they've found their tribe, like we found
And that's
ours.
what I mean.
but-
Right.
And it covers everything from manga to cartoons to you name it. It's such a broad
But
kind
that's
of
creativity
thing.
for you. It's such a magic. It's one of the wonderful things about being human. The creativity. I can't imagine not having that spark in my head where you see all the pictures, you know?
Well, there's so many
And
people there that
curiosity
spend
and
thousands of
openness.
dollars on their costumes, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the curiosity and the open-mindedness that it takes to actually go to one of those things is great. You know, like it's awesome.
Well, but that's the thing about Australians. We're just so open to things, if you know what I mean. And I'm very lucky. I had to stand in a line for 3 hours just to get my book signed. So, yeah, she personally signed it for me. Sorry.
Cool.
There it is.
Yay.
Yay.
So, but I bought.
So
and
is
yesterday
she
I
one
went-
of the creators of that show or writers or what?
The lady that signed my book is actually a character
Yeah.
from out of Doctor Who.
Oh,
okay.
really?
She's one of the main characters. Her name's River
No
Song.
kidding. Okay, I would have sat in that line. Too.
And she's
Wow.
got an
Good for you.
interesting kind of concept in her character is that her timeline goes in opposite reverse to the Doctor's.
Oh,
Oh,
So her
wow.
timeline goes
I
backwards.
haven't
and
really
his goes
watched
forward.
Doctor Who. I remember
Oh,
it when I was a
Doctor
kid,
Who's
but
are
I
different
never.
every year.
Mhm.
That's the magic of it. They can look like anything. They can be a different sex. It just changes, and it tells beautiful stories and beautiful
It's been an
concepts, and
ongoing.
it's
Has it
open.
been like
That's
an
what I loved about
ongoing?
it.
It's been an ongoing.
Yeah. Well, Billy Piper's now the new Doctor.
Oh
She's
yeah,
come back again.
I'd heard that actually on the radio here because
Yeah.
they're fully into Doctor Who here as well. Still.
Yeah. Well, yesterday
drive me
was my
insane.
son's birthday, and I had to get him a gift. So I've been looking and looking and looking, and thought, what am I going to get him? So I ended up getting him this. It's a 3D picture of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, cool. Okay.
You can't
It's
go wrong with that
3D. Can you
one.
see it's
There you go.
3D?
So cool.
I like it.
love it.
Yeah,
My
look
kids
at
would be
that.
drooling right about now.
I'm gonna make it
Yeah.
bigger so we can see it.
Dragon
Sorry
Ball Z.
about
Wow, the
glare.
colors are cool.
Okay,
Love
yeah.
that.
I'm going to
3D.
cut pizza. I'll be right back, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I
Sam.
got
That's
that
so
for my
cool.
Yeah, me
I
too.
got
I
that
need
for
to
my son.
take
I'm sure he-
who
two
turned
I'm
seconds
sure
break.
he'll love
yesterday.
it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure he'll love it.
And it's my dad's 85th today. Whoop, whoop.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Yep.
Happy
have
birthday,
a lot
Dad.
of
Like
a lot of
everybody's
Julie
got a
babies.
birthday.
Sam, big happy birthday to Sam.
The
And
popular
hopefully
month.
you should have 2 packages arriving by Friday. So one for you and one for the girls.
Nice.
Wow.
I think Sam's
He's
cutting
away.
cake.
He's away doing the pizza, so he didn't hear that.
Yeah, well, don't tell him it's got lots of Star Wars stuff in it. And I'm wearing a reverse tie-dye today.
Yeah, I can see.
A
It
reverse.
looks good, eh?
Wow, that's cool. That's cool. Nibiru Nemesis has mentioned they have a cool sky, and I think from what Tara is saying, they would like to come on for a moment and show
Go
us
for it.
their sky.
Love that, yeah.
So I need to know
yeah.
where to send the link, email address, something. I need,
Yep.
either a messenger or email.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where are
so
you, Nibiru Nemesis? Why don't you messenger
how to-
Rebecca so she can send you a link?
If you want to email
Indeed.
me with that information, you can. So that way nobody gets to see your email. Let's see. You can send it there if you want to email me that. Just let me
Guys,
know.
stop hogging the planets.
Sorry, Sharon. What can I say? The planet's butts like to kiss us on the top here.
I know. Stop hogging them. There's nothing here.
Okay. We'll be, and I don't know what happened to Sussy. I guess they. Well, I'll tell you this. We had planned on him coming back next Saturday because I thought we'd have, I didn't know. I thought we'd have like many, many more people on at once. I didn't know. But
How many can you have
Right.
on at any one
at
time?
nine,
Rebecca?
nine,
9?
9 or 10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, but anyway, we had planned on him coming back because he has pictures and things he wants to show. And so we'll be working on that this week.
Back.
So he'll be back for sure.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Thank you.
Rebecca,
Yeah,
show
lovely
that one
pizza.
picture. The person wants to go to bed. That last one. Ask Sam what that picture is. The person's just actually dying to know
Person.
what the picture is that she nicked off somebody else's picture.
Oh, those knickers.
Let me get it because I thought they were all yours.
The very
No.
last ones.
Gillian,
I've never seen
I think
anything
that
like
we
that
borrowed
Ezekiel
them.
wheel before.
The
Yeah, look at
rainbows.
this, Sharon.
Okay.
It's really cool.
Bear with me. It'll take me just a moment. I'll put them on a video. So it's
Mind
fast.
blown, huh?
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
I was gonna say this is actually very similar to what I saw a week or two ago. I saw, we had a big rain and the sun come out and the rainbow happened and it was awesome. Yes, very similar. So no question, planets. I would think Atu and Yuri, if it's like mine. But anyway, hang on. I like that music, Sam.
I can hear it, but just barely.
Really, I don't want to blast people out, but
Oh,
there you go.
I turned it up in here so that thank you.
Yeah.
Piano concerto.
Or got that.
Oh boy, happy birthday in classical. Thank you. Well done. Well done.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's pretty. That sounds like a
Everybody.
music box. Sounds like a music box.
Yes, it does. Okay. Let me name it and I'll send it and I'll be about a minute away.
Ding, ding.
You're so imaginative. Thank you.
Well, yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, I had actually forgotten about my birthday entirely.
Yeah. Well, goodness.
You're like my dad. He doesn't want a reminder either.
Yeah, just like okay.
Just
Yeah,
another day.
Just another
I
one of
think
those
once you
things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think once you get to 50, it's like, don't remind me.
Yep. Right. I totally agree. Yeah. After
Birthday,
50,
oh no, not again. Oh no, another gray hair. Oh no, not again.
it just makes it harder to reach down to the floor and harder to get up off the floor.
Correct. After standing in line for all that time yesterday, I had to come home and put my feet on my electro pads because I had such cramping. It was awful.
Welcome to my
Yeah.
world.
Age
can't
really
even
gets
guess.
to you after a while.
Yeah, you feel every one of them years, and you go, "Oh my God!" I'm
not
sure
only that, the planets
that
are
side of my
affecting.
body's 25, and that side's 27.
I watched Isatum come in the other day in the evening, right before sunset, and start coming in towards us, and my hips started hurting again, and my daughter comes out and she says, "God, my knee hurts for some strange reason," and here I'm watching this planet come in. It's like, yeah, okay, God. We are looking at, we talk about the backlit crescent flare. That means that the sun is behind us, and this is the sun shining through the atmosphere at the end of Earth. Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow,
See, it
that's
took me
lovely.
a while to understand this rainbow effect, but when you explained
is
it that
this?
way, that it's basically a reverse crescent flare.
Yeah,
I was like, wow,
we
makes
talk about
perfect
shining light through. If you have a flashlight and you have a crystal ball, and you shine a flashlight on one end of it, and you turn it to the side, and you look at the far side, you'll see a central illumination at the back half. That's the light going around the ball and out the central shaft. That's why you see the double rainbow, because we have two stars.
That is crazy. That is
Two light
fast.
sources, one bigger than the other one, and that's why there's two of them.
It's sad that only one person recognizes it.
Oh, it argued with me for years. I kept trying to describe to people what I was telling. And then everybody started learning what a backlit crescent flare off the planets looks like. And that was the golden opportunity to go, okay, see, that's exactly what's happening. But we're here on Earth, on the face of the planet, and we're seeing it shine out the back of our atmosphere in a central flare.
So this is what?
So this is the traveler's view of a backlit crescent flare double halo, or double. It's a halo and a rainbow. It's a rainbow backlit crescent flare, and because the sun is behind us, and we're seeing where the sun is going as it leaves our atmosphere, and it makes that circle.
That's interesting. That's so interesting. Sussy says he got kicked off, basically booted him.
No.
Wow.
I don't know what's going on. But
I'll message him in a second. See if we can figure it out.
Well, guys, I have to go. I'm gonna drop off. I'm kind of running out of time, and I have a few things I gotta take care of. But would you please play that later on in the show, like whatever I sent you, Rebecca, so I can.
Oh, right. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
I do want to see. I'll be listening.
Okay.
But do play it. I would like to see it. I would like to see it later on. I will see it later on in the show. But
okay.
Happy birthday again, Jesus.
What's that?
Happy birthday again.
But they
Well,
did.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ken. Everybody, thank you for wishing me a great happy birthday. Thank you guys. I had a great day. We'll see you guys next week, and come join us.
Guys, don't forget to donate, please. Don't forget to
I
donate.
was going to show that real quick. Let's just pull that up real quick and remind everybody that we're raising funds for Jesus to help him meet needs that he has to pay an attorney. It's super important. It's like not optional. He can't not do it. And so he needs our help. And we're really the only people he has to turn to. So it needs to come from us. So please help if you can.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you for the ones who have already donated. Sharon, Chris, all of you guys. Thank you, Rebecca. But I thank you guys for all the support. Everybody's been reaching out just to make sure I'm okay, and that's really been very nice. Even for some that who can't donate, they've at least reached out just to say, "Hey, man, are you okay? Or how's everything going?" So, thank you guys. I appreciate that very much. But,
You're very welcome,
thank you.
brother.
We'll see you guys next week, and I will be listening. So,
good night.
Have a great week.
All right. See you next
have
week.
a good one, guys. We'll see you next week. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Jesus.
Okay, sweet. All right. Well, I was just going to show you. Here is my.
My friend said thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Whenever I saw that this is in the southeast, which is Attu, and Nipissity was right beside it, and then the Attu's moon was right there, but right in front, I think. But in the asteroids,
the red asteroid right in front of Attu's moon.
That's what I was thinking. That was my special
She's
And
night.
it is directly
huge
across from
red
where the light
asteroid.
is going.
I
The light is
know.
on the left. It's going now. You're seeing the side view of the focal as it goes through the atmosphere under Atu. And there's the lovely bottom of Saturn shallow moon. And then the horizon orange is where Saru is, and you can see a slight hint of green blue at the horizon. And then to the left would be the side of Uri. See the stripes of Uri right there?
Yes.
That's the bottom and the stripes of Uri.
What a show. If only it could be like that every sunset, but then it wouldn't be special, I guess.
And asteroids galore underneath her.
Yes.
Hundreds of them.
Millions of them.
Well, millions.
Yeah. Hundreds of millions.
With our eyes, we can only see the, certain amount.
And the Texas cube is in the middle up above, just off the edge of the top of the picture. Very interesting white blip right there.
Yes.
Maybe that's our moon. I don't know.
I don't know.
No, not our moon.
I'm going to zoom in on it. Weird.
They make those clouds.
It's
Okay.
just a cloud. But yeah, those pictures your friend sent, I think were very similar as far as what was happening. I don't know. Same location.
Yeah, that would be like the red asteroid and the little sister asteroid. And Pappy is to the left of the tree there, and that's the bottom of Uri. And then right over in the upper right corner, that's a normal cloud right there.
Those clouds, they came in just charging, like they were moving so fast compared to
That's the normal air. Everything else above is planet atmosphere.
Okay.
That is Saturn yellow moon. You can see the ion tail going to the right. That's where the long box cube is. That could also even be the green asteroid, but no, that's where the long box is. This might be star destroyers.
I was supposed to say hi to DJ. She made it, everybody.
Hi, DJ.
Yay. Yeah.
Looks like rain, man. Looks like rain.
After the rain, right?
Oh,
This
okay.
was right after
Look at
it
that.
rained for a few days, and then the sun came out. And this
I
is
saw
what
some of your rain footage. It reminded me. Wednesday night we had a power outage for all night long, and we had high winds, and then we had rainy, heavy rain, which was great because my grass was dead from the sun.
Look at this, y'all.
Sorry, guys, I'm cold. Oh,
Oh man, can we trade
it's
places?
so cold here. Oh, gosh.
Can I just
Yeah,
go
you got
wherever it's winter?
You're in winter now.
Very much so. As I said, it was 37.5 degrees this morning.
That's still
Nice.
pretty
Yes, very
warm.
cold.
I know.
For you
I
guys,
love-
yeah. For you guys, but from Canberra down to Melbourne, they've got it -8. So, yeah, that's very cold for us.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
have
I know,
Nice
because
here, so.
I never seen that kind of minuses until I came here, and then I was like, "Oh my God! I don't know how
Yeah.
many duvets and fleece blankets you can lie under, but I
Well,
haven't got enough. I need another one."
if you know your Fahrenheit scale, it's 54 degrees right now outside here. That's pretty cool
Okay,
for
so
this time of year.
Yeah, that's about 17, 18 here,
Okay.
just off the top of my head.
And it is snowing up above me on the mountain peak. It is rainy here. Yay! But yeah,
We had
you guys.
we had that blast come up from Antarctica the other day, so that's why it's so cold here.
Yeah, like I was saying, I was
Again-
watching the
and again,
jet
the
stream
north
on
being-
Antarctica
this-
is insane. The jet
Yeah,
stream
and
is
the sun-
massive.
And the sun being so far north, we're not getting as much heat as we should either.
Right? Yeah, we're tipped. We're
Yeah,
completely
Definitely.
tipped.
Well, I
The
was
other
watching
day,
the
I
sun
was
again.
sitting there.
It's moved further northeast now.
Right. Well, I was sitting there on the 20th on the summer solstice doing my
Oh.
scientific duty at high noon, staring at my sundial, which was my bird feeder in the yard. And according to where north should be in the midsummer, I should be seeing the sundial at noon, and
But you're not.
it was facing 9:30, 10 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
and that was supposed to be on summer solstice. Wait a minute, at high noon on summer solstice, why is the sun showing 9:30
Well,
instead of
that
high
makes me
noon?
curious because a lot of people go to Stonehenge and stuff on solstices. So I wonder if they actually saw that it was out of misalignment.
We should try and look up what this year's summer solstice daylight occurrence was for yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure those photos will come up.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder where it looks like. But then, of course, you got to worry about the photographer themselves if they were perfectly aligned at dead center, that kind of thing.
True. But then there's all those other famous archaeological sites, like the ones in the UK that also, and even the ones in the Vatican and all those
Right.
cathedrals where they have the sun coming through the windows and they
No,
all line up on a
I
specific
sat there
altar at
this
the
morning
end.
and yesterday morning and the morning before and the morning before. I get up before the sun comes up
Mm.
at 4:30 lately, and I have an internal clock that's crazy.
Mhm.
But I'm watching it, and it's coming up in the north sky, and it's an hour early, and it's like, you got to be
Yep.
kidding me. And
Yep.
no one can argue beyond that. I mean, it's happening, and we've been talking about it for a decade, and that is so entirely important to the reality of what we're all going through climate wise, and our jet
Mm.
streams and everything, and our weather and our flooding and our everything. And it's all interlinked, and it's just amazing that this is not getting out. You've got to be
Yeah.
kidding me. How can you ignore that the sun is coming up in the north sky when it's
Mhm.
supposed to come up in the east? Hello, people. I mean,
I
God.
finally convinced my dad it's not global warming and it's not climate change. I finally convinced him.
Well, and, what I use at that point is I say, well, not only is Earth warming up, but all the other normal planets are all heating up. And then in 2011, they all tipped axes. Why would that occur? What
Mhm.
warms up an entire solar system and tips the axes of all planets in it? What could
Mhm.
possibly do that? Only thing is,
I wonder.
what is the
Yep.
big hot burning thing in the sky that has a
Mhm.
huge gravity effect? A star?
But it's like you were saying earlier, a lot of people are having vision problems now because it's just so bright.
Yeah. Gray black sunglasses.
Yeah, that's why I wear my Polaroids everywhere.
Yep. I got me a pair finally for my Christmas birthday present / whatever. Takes me a year to buy them.
Mhm. How's that lawnmower going?
Well, I couldn't find them at an acceptable price, and I have a rather occasionally I like to buy better products than not buy the right product, and wish I didn't. Same thing with the
Yeah, you're the
lawnmower.
same
I
as
haven't bought
me.
one. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, people. We've been screaming this for 15 years now, that the sun is out of whack, and anybody who actually knows the constellation and what the Milky Way used to look like 10 years ago. But see, a lot of people are in their 30s and they grew up out of age 18 and never really paid attention to the sky. They were all looking at their cell phones and their tablets and their homework and everything else and what mom and dad said and everything. So they're growing up thinking this is the normal sky. And again, for the 8,000th time, go watch an old Western from the 70s or the 60s and look at the boring old real sky.
Yeah, well, we've had no
Sky.
stars for the last few days either, so I'd like to see them during the day if I could.
Right. What about like the amateur astronomers? The people that have there's just regular people that have really high powered in equipment. I see them on TikTok, and how come they're not more questioning or seeing?
They're not attuned to what we know. That's the thing. They don't know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Not only
the
that,
issue.
everybody
They can look
nowadays,
at the sky and just go,
they've got an automated, computerized, selective dial-in telescope where they dial it in, and the telescope goes to that thing, and it tells you either you can't find what you're looking for, or there it is. And
Yeah.
there, if you stare at Nibiru, you're going to see land masses and lakes and clouds and mountains. It's going to be that close, and you won't know what you're looking at. So, if you can see it.
But at the same time, if these planets are following the sun, some places at night you wouldn't see them at all anyway. So
Right.
and then
Just
a
like
lot of these
they'll have a crescent moon, they'll have a new moon, or they'll have a 3/4 crescent illumination or a full crescent facial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even still, a lot of the astro people that I see with their telescopes, they mostly focus on the moon. They don't go anything
Right.
further than the moon. So
Right. And they move quickly, and we know they change places, and the light changes, and boom, they're gone.
exactly,
into the
within
dark.
5 minutes, they could be across the sky, and you wouldn't
Well,
know.
it's like an actor stepping out on stage in a theater. You don't see him until the spotlight shines on you.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And I sent everybody a copy of some Carl Sagan works this week. I hope you watched some of them. And
Very
because
good,
Carl
thank you.
Sagan was phenomenal about pointing that out. And I think that's one of the greatest examples of thread attachment, is I think that we get more light in our collective to our star. Our placement is electrically emplaced, not just gravitationally rotating around our sun. And I think all of our planets are also equally connected to each other as well as our star, instead of gravitationally floating and playing catch up.
And the other thing is, people don't realize the distances between the planets.
Oh God, it's immense.
That's what I mean. The distance between us and the moon is phenomenal. You know, if you look at the scheme of it, people don't realize just how far away the moon really is.
And then the larger
Even
planet, we see the
Well,
planet,
that's what I mean.
and then there's our tiny little moon, and look at the size of these frickin' planets behind them.
Exactly.
How can our moon be so little? Our
But we
moon
are.
looks like it's farther away from us. And
Exactly.
it's much smaller than when I had my telescope when I was 15 looking at the moon. Then I look at it and I think I've never seen it. It honestly looks farther away. Or
Well,
maybe
we have
that's
an
just the
electrical
perspective of the
atmospheric
northern
connection.
hemisphere.
Our
Sorry.
magnetosphere goes out like 300. Earth brain.
I looked it up a few weeks ago.
2,000 miles.
Mm.
No, wait a minute. No, 300,000 miles. We have
Like
this
that.
electric magnetosphere.
Yeah,
And
239,000 miles. Yep.
It said, what I read was the atmosphere of Earth extends out past the moon. It's called the geocorona.
Right.
The
That's
space
correct.
past the moon. I think it's like Sam said, it's like 300,000 or 600,000 miles,
And
and
the
it's
moon's
all hydrogen
200
gas. That's it.
Right, and the moon is 280,000
Right.
miles away, depending on oval orbitation. And within that collective is those gases and everything are all electrically held to Earth. In our then that's what holds our atmosphere in, all the way up to oxygen 11 and all the way down to oxygen 1 at the bottom of the ocean. So there's atomic structures that are all holding building blocks of us. Where that bubble, the raindrop on the side of the window, whatever. You know, we're electrical inside, which and Mars, for instance, for example, has a less magnetosphere, so it doesn't hold its own oxygen, and then that's why it's got a thin atmosphere and full of gases and all kinds of nasty crap. And you know, they're still weighing the validity of the volcanic core of Mars. If it's cool, then it doesn't have a magnetosphere. If it's hot and internally is charged, then it'll have a stronger magnetosphere. Blah blah blah.
I'd like to think it's like Total Recall with the glacier in the center of it.
Right. Well, you know, that if you had that, if you flew an ice pack of vast size to Mars and changed it, the oxygen would probably change the whole planet. Yes, because it's also liquid in the water and hydrogen, but then it would over time it would lose its atmosphere because of lack of magnetosphere to hold in the atmosphere. Mars slowly loses. And remember, Mars has the moon. We never talk about that. I had somebody tease me the other day at the I took some takeout food, and the waitress there says, Mars has 2 moons, right? And it's like, what? Yeah. I mean, I actually had forgotten that Mars has 2 moons. It's been so long.
Oh,
since I was
Phoebos and
like,
Deimos. I still remember Phoebos and Deimos
the cobweb.
and the 2 little
Right.
potato-shaped moons.
Got to open up the cobweb cabinet to see what's on the shelf of old memory. Yeah, you're right. It does have 2 moons. And it's amazing what we don't even talk about within our normal planets, and what's going on even with Saturn and Jupiter and gas giant Uranus. That people go, oh, I thought it was a planet. No, it's a gas giant. Why it's out there, I don't know, but it is. It's just odd that it's way out there, and it should be closer to the planet according to atomic structure. But anyway.
Jim, is Sussy all right? That was a shame that the dude got chucked out.
I know. I don't know if he's messaged me or not. I was finishing up your video, but I'll be in touch with you, Sussy.
Yeah, because I sent a funny birthday video of pictures for Sam. Let him see his birthday privately or whatever. I don't care. Oops.
Okay, you sent them on the email, or I don't know. We'll find them. Oh yeah, on the email.
Rebecca DJ asks a question on the feed.
Oh, DJ is a gentleman. By the way, everybody.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know. I thought it was a lady.
Kind of compound are we?
I said DJ asked.
That's an interesting thing. Compound.
I'm trying to find
Yes.
Oh, this one? Yeah.
That's what we are. We are a compound. We're an atomic structure that has 2 atoms and 2 solar systems, which is the atomic structure: protons, neutrons, and electrons. The electron that holds the 2 atoms together is the Nibiru gas giant, which is a massive mega gas giant, and the 2 stars are held by it, along with the 2 solar system, which is what makes a binary solar system. We are a compound.
As above, so below, so within, so without, not down, macro.
Correct. Bingo. And NASA or current science doesn't view things like that. And first of all I got to do is take into account binary. And boom, we're talking a different entire classification. What we've been witnessing is a cross pattern of the 2 stars in the binary system doing the binary discharge pattern. You can look that up on YouTube. Look up a binary solar system discharge pattern, and you'll find some really cool video out there. There's probably 30 of them. And every so long in these binary solar systems, there's stars cross paths and discharge on each other. And that's what we started watching happen in 2012. The 2 solar systems are changing places. We saw the backblow CMEs and the discharge pattern, and now we're seeing the
And because
overall,
he's teaching us something, he's glitching out.
Really? Was I really? Bummer.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it's a binary discharge pattern. But
I looked up the unification model, and they've got credited to 2 people in the 1920s, and I can't find any relation to them to what you know.
they don't have in the 20s they don't have one. The only unification model was and that's 1880 through 1920 when they were. It's called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yep. And there's nothing after that.
Right, and that's why part of why I got slapped with a non-disclosure agreement, because my science is basically so easy that slap your palm on your forehead, that they got mad at me when I told them, and then when how dare you think you're smarter than Einstein and Newton? That was in the same sentence. And I said, well, and we went through this earlier in the show, is because you guys told me I am. And it's so simple. The rules in the tabletop cannot be different in space. That same set of rules that keeps that tabletop board together is the same rules that keeps all of that shit out there together. It can't be separate. And through Einstein, he was talking gravity this, gravity well, which doesn't make any
Every
time
time he
space
talks
torsion,
about them.
blah blah blah.
But see, this is what I
It's
mean.
just- it's
People
insane.
recognize Einstein and all them, so they just openly accepted that that is fact. We
Right.
need to get them to
And
know
he-
Samuel Hofman. Samuel Hofman
Well,
has the answers.
Yeah, it's not like I want to do the math anymore, and I did it way back when, and the government stepped in and took it, and all it was is basically I just threw out gravity, and once you throw out gravity out of the equation, any equation you want to solve changes everything. You have to get.
It's like when they removed ether from the periodic
Yeah.
table.
You remove gravity and you add chemistry. It's that simple.
Hmm.
Interaction, Earth is where it's at because of its atomic structure. We travel behind our star in a spiral. We don't go around in a dinner plate in the same place year after year after year. That's not how we're traveling through virgin space sideways, and we follow in a static electrical chemistry compound thread attached by our atomic structure. They're a stable compound. We're not breaking up and decaying. We're not radioactive or paradoxical. And this system, every 3,654 years, us and our co-binary star and their planets change places and pass each other like two ships in the night every 3,000 to 4,000 years, and have the binary annual discharge pattern that happens in every binary solar system.
Hmm.
It's magical. We should be allowed to see it from space. That shit.
Oh,
Sorry.
man.
Well, you can look it up. I mean, there are videos of a binary planet solar system discharge pattern. There's
Okay, what is it I'm looking for? Binary planet.
it's binary solar system discharge pattern.
But the thing is, at the same time, there's some systems out there that have even 3 suns.
Or 4. There are some suns that have new suns embedded halfway in them, or old suns halfway embedded in them. And yeah, there's all kinds of weird stuff that, and there's big, like, Betelgeuse, this massive freaking star the size of half of our galaxy. Half of our solar system.
Is going to go supernova.
Yeah, they're expecting it to supernova. Now, isn't that attached to the Pleiades constellation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, would that not make the Pleiadians in a little bit of trouble?
It would.
Yes.
Indeed.
But
where did
Yeah, you see,
Palladians go?
if it's a bit of a mess up for us, and it's a mess up for Nibiru, and it'll be a mess up for something else.
Well, I believe
It's
the
like
Pleiadians can leave if they choose to. They just go back in time before their star blows up. And I think it's one of the farther stars off in Orion's belt in the far left. I'm not sure which one it is, but
Yeah,
last
I
time
think
I
it is in
checked,
the far left.
I'm running off of old brain here, something I haven't looked up in 20 years. Dry throat, time for another Ricola. There's, I'm immediately thrown back to the Texas Cube and the Long Box Cube, and God, we don't even know where those guys come from. We know they're like this galactic federation, yet they're here, blockading. Even the Anunnaki are being blockaded by them because they're within their section of space that belongs to them.
Gina Maria Coford Hill believes that the cubes are actually coming out of the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
They're
they
using the sun as a portal.
Well, they would be coming through a portal next to the sun or next to one of the
Yes.
planets, because we know that the Texas Cube, for instance, came out of a portal over Texas, which is why it's called the Texas Cube.
Right.
That doesn't show you much of a video. That shows you just one picture.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a binary sun, and they co-orbit next to each other, and then they separate and go their separate ways.
Mm-hmm.
And they
They're
sort
really
of balance
beautiful.
each
It's not
other
like I
after.
haven't looked at them all before. They really are beautiful. And I just
They
wish I had a spaceship,
discharge
man. I would be.
other than that, they interact with each other. Oh, that was sharp. That was a big shark. Yeah, the static the discharge between the two stars, and then they rebalance to each other, harmonically tuned, and then they separate and go about their way for another period of time. So, which is what keeps them binary.
Yep.
Two
And the
protons,
close, as you said,
or
and the
two-
closer
two atoms.
they come to each other, the brighter they get too, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah. That would be part
So
of the,
they're-
you know, the
So they're
look.
going like that, and
Look,
they're
look
going
what's going
around
on in the
like
sun
that.
right now. Well, they're, like,
they
look at the
probably-
coronal ulcer experiencing on what they're doing star right now. I mean, they're insanely large and bigger than anything we've ever seen before in my entire lifetime. And this is saying what the sun is doing right. And
Yeah.
that would make
Yeah.
kind of makes sense because, you know, thread attachments open coronal hole from hell, you know. And there was another burp. You get ready, computer, and your
Yep.
everything not to work a couple of days again.
Mm-hmm.
When's that coming?
Or work. I think
Next
it went
couple
off
of days,
yesterday,
I'd
so
say.
it'll be like tomorrow, the day after.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
usually
joy.
48 to
Let's hope
72
I don't get
hours.
another migraine.
Right.
Flip.
Oh no, Gillian.
Yeah.
Not good.
Because if it went off yesterday, then today, and then tomorrow, and then the day after would be tomorrow and the
Yeah,
day after.
because I've been feeling
It'll be-
great. I don't want to not feel. You know.
It makes
Sorta
you tired.
weird.
You sometimes computers at stores don't work, and computers don't work, and internet and cell phone gets disrupted. Sometimes
You
it
can't
blows
buy anything.
electrical generators. Yeah, our
I
brains
have
don't
cash
work.
on hand. The ATMs don't work. I
Mm-hmm.
had to deal with that this week.
Mm-hmm.
You lock your keys in the car because you're too stupid to take them with you.
I do that just fine without solar flares.
Yeah, I have a minor, brain glitch every time I get out of my car. Now, I have actually locked my keys 3 times in that car. Just so easy
gosh.
to do. Oh, it's got electric everything, so it just automatically locks.
Oh,
shit
you
for
could just walk away from your bike. Luckily, you've locked it, but you know. Hopefully, they don't know you figure out my lock thing.
Yeah, so look forward to
Stupid.
things not working properly, even including in our brains and being discomfort in our joints and our bones and our stomach nausea again and earthquake. Oh yeah, earthquake. Let's talk
yeah,
about
let's
the
talk
earthquake
Talk about the earthquakes.
or volcanoes or
Yes.
tsunamis or like a few years ago, back in 2015. There was the wobble of the earth all the time, and all of a sudden the tide on the west coast of South America completely went out, and those people couldn't even find the shoreline.
Wow.
Yeah, look at this stuff happening, though. I mean, look at
Yeah,
all these-
China's flooding again, by the way, everybody. Their dams, they got too much rain, and they're overflowing their dams, and they've released too much water downstream again.
So many people affected. It's terrible.
Their crops are shot. By the way, the United States is not selling any wheat this year to anyone because everybody's boycotting us. So the
Yes,
wheat
I heard our
industry
Prime
alone-
Minister went over there to have a chat. He got rejected. Go away. Don't want to talk to you.
They were laughing at him and talking behind his back, and I bet you Trump pooped himself at the thing and had to run home and change his diaper.
Probably. Melania, pass
So
me
long
the
as I
white.
wasn't washing his trousers. I
Oh,
don't
hey, if
care.
you want to see a real good video, look what Kim Jong-un from North Korea put out about the Trump parade.
Oh,
You're not
no.
my king.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was you remember Kim is Trump's hero, and he respects him so greatly. And then you just watch what they put out this week. It's on YouTube. You can type it in. Regarding the grand parade with tanks, squeaky tanks, and everything.
All
what
those
he
people
said was-
caught without warning. Oh,
What they
gosh.
said on the national news was just insane. And it was a perfect slam. I loved it. I loved every second of it because what's going on right now is just horrible. And I don't agree with the war shit and the way it's being carried out, and pretty spooky.
all the threats and all the rubbish going on in the background.
Yeah, and the hate. It's all hate. It's all hate based, and everything he was campaigning on said, "I'm the guy with no wars," and look what he immediately jumps into 4 months down the road.
Watch out! Oh my gosh!
Yeah. So this is entirely possible. We're going to see some of this summer too, people, because
So
we know
receding beach lines and flooding coming in.
tidal waves and rain, sun, mountain. Now, don't forget Tunisia last year, guys, a freak Mediterranean hurricane. Now, this week is the entire Mediterranean is going to be encased in a lot of heavy storms. So
Alaska had a tornado. For Pete's
oh yeah,
sake!
yeah,
Alaska.
we did too. We had 3 or 4 of them this week in eastern Montana.
Oh gosh.
And I'm watching Stanley, Idaho. We've had 84 earthquakes this week, and my house is still popping.
Wow.
And
Even Australia, even Victoria had a couple of earthquakes this week.
They
Yeah,
said
and
we had a couple of them too.
they're
but
concerned about Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens, Mount
Yeah.
Adams.
Mount
There's
Spur.
activity on the Seven Sisters or 11 Sisters, depending on your point of view. The whole
I
string of
wouldn't be swimming in
volcanoes
that
from
crap.
California through Vancouver, and then of course it's Spur up in Alaska.
Mm. They're
so-
smiling. Why are they smiling? Everything's wrecked.
Well, she was saying, "See, I didn't steal anything."
Oh. I didn't take the plushie. I promise. Gosh, look at them.
I was telling Sam, of all the destructive events, it's definitely more flooding than anything else. Like they're just everywhere.
The water is
you know.
shifted, I'm sure. If the earth is or the earth is shifted, then the water shifts too. It's got to go somewhere.
This happened on. This is reconstruction after the floods in the southeast. I think this is like South Carolina or something. They're rebuilding the road, and then it caved in.
Oh.
Because they had so much new rain this week in South Carolina and in Vermont and West Virginia and you name it. They had flooding in West Virginia last week, and it barely made the news. And this is happening week after week after week, people everywhere.
Right.
That's
And-
Mexico this time.
Oh yeah, Mexico is really getting it bad in the Yucatan Peninsula, especially right now.
Mm.
Hurricane Eric.
so long as it stays on the other side.
Yeah, I
Isn't it supposed to
need
be
to
the
study
biggest
where it's
jet?
going. I don't know which
What's that?
direction it's going.
Isn't Eric supposed to be the biggest one yet?
Well, it's a Pacific hurricane.
Oh. So it's going to bring all that moisture and stuff with it
Yeah,
too.
I don't know if it's going to go El Nino or La Nina. La Nina, it'll go one way, and El Nino, it'll go the other.
Yeah. Because I was explaining to my dad how the jet streams are running the same way, and that's why we're getting
And
a
they-
lot of weather events too.
The North American jet that used to run over California during the summer, we had a main single jet. It ran anywhere from Northern California to Oregon across the country. And then it got winter jet. It split into two. It went over to Washington State and went down to Southern California. That was normal. That's what it used to be. That Southern jet that used to go over California is now going over the Mexican Rockies, which it never, ever used to do. And then that changed the Gulf Stream, that changed the air, and the flooding that is happening in Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Arkansas, Missouri, on all the way up into Ohio and New York, et cetera, all the way to Newfoundland, and it goes all the way over to England.
Wow.
All of that has changed, and that ever since that was 2018 when all of that, and then the Gulf underwater temperature that runs from South America all the way up to the Arctic and Iceland, that Gulf underwater stream has also changed. So their weather, they're going to get the weather that Massachusetts and Maine get in England from pretty much now on. And then Europe, the temperatures in Europe is about to change. And of course, we also
No
know
one's
that
talking about it. That's the
Right,
thing.
and
No
then-
one's talking about it.
Northern Africa is green, and they're getting a continuous jet stream flow over the top, and all of that. Atlantic moisture is going over North Africa, so they're having regular rain now. And the Mediterranean is going to be very rainy this week.
A lot of desert areas are becoming green now, not just in Africa.
Lots of flooding that went through the Persian countries and Asian countries, and look at Indonesia and Malaysia and all that. They're all flooding out, and they're all swimming for their lives, fishing in their living room.
Plus, they've got their volcanoes going off, so they're covered in ash.
Left and right. Hell, like 2 weeks ago, another one of Japan's went off. And then look at Kilauea. Oh my God! The spewing the height of the Eiffel Tower, and we've never seen that. I got to be right back. I'm going to check something.
Okay.
I just now found a picture somebody shared on Facebook, and it's like your mind will be blown when you see it.
Cool.
I'm like, I can't believe I'm seeing it myself. Oh my gosh. I mean, we're talking about them getting further away, but it doesn't look like they're further away yet, does it? Still really close. Man, wow.
And thanks for all the hard work putting all those pictures, the previous drawings together. That's fantastic work. So we can go back and look the changes over the years. That was great.
Yeah. Me or Chris?
Both of you. Both of you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Sharon.
Both of you are really working very hard to get the material out there.
I love it, though. I'm always thinking about what can I make next? What's my next video going to be about, So,
but the amount of work you guys put in it, you should be applauded for the work that you guys do.
Thank you. Well, that's nice of you, really.
You've been putting in your work too, Sharon. Don't exclude yourself.
That's true.
Compared to what you guys do.
That is true. Making T-shirts.
It's a short thing. Just wait till next year.
I've got 10 packages to send tomorrow, so...
Oh my God!
Yeah.
That's great.
So far, I've sold 20 shirts. So
no way! Come on, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So how was your trip to Superdome? I mean, how many times did you tell everybody about us?
Because I was walking around in my mask, a lot of people were taking photos of my back.
Cool.
Because I had the Nibiru Find Us on Facebook, TikTok on my back. So as I was walking past, people would take a picture.
Cool.
So hopefully we'll get some more Australian participants coming on.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Right.
We shall see.
Yeah, let's hope.
Let's hope.
It just takes the right person that has, the big connections, that could just turn this around, overnight.
Exactly. Well, it sort of encourages me to do a few more TikToks now so that I can reach more people too.
Right. Uh-oh. I guess I didn't.
Where you live.
Yeah, it was an accident, guys.
Oh, snap.
It's all right.
Actually, somebody down south is saying they're getting the same kind of storm that you had there.
This is the one
They're calling it sheet lightning. It's just going off and going off and going off the light.
Rebecca, I sent that video to you. This is the one of you that I sent to you.
Yes. Yeah. This was like at midnight about a week ago.
Look at the repetitive and look at the color.
And listen to the thunder. Oh, wait.
Thunder.
Closer, but it goes. Yeah, listen to the thunder. Yeah, you'll hear it.
It's so delayed.
Well, it keeps going.
To it.
Because it's so high up.
Whoa, look at the water. There's the thunder.
Yeah.
It's like we're getting peed on from above. It's just falling out of the sky. It's just so much.
And the funny thing is we are witnessing this right in our faces, this purple lightning. And everybody got used to purple lightning. There never used to be purple lightning.
Only ever white. So if that lightning is purple, is that a higher intensity than the white?
Higher atmosphere.
Of course.
Yeah,
The
I was
light
watching
is
the storm
1.6
chasers
gigahertz or
yesterday.
something?
They're talking about these tornadoes that are going off in such and such town, and it was, I believe, in Ohio or Illinois. And they're going, and the guy comes on, and the sub guy that does all the fact checking, he's going, yeah, the debris fields are registering at 6,000 to 7,000 feet. And I'm going, okay. And then remember some of those freak storms where the debris field was registering at 65,000 feet.
Whoa.
Which is way, way, way above any normal supercell could ever be. Which is proof that this is an interaction of something that's going by Earth and sucking shit way up to 65,000 feet. And we've got numerous repetitive examples of that, 50, 60, 70,000 feet. So I was chuckling at it. Here they're talking about a Category 3 tornado that is throwing debris at 6,000 to 7,000 feet. So
hey, DJ, I don't think the government's ever going to disclose anything. If anything, they'll create another red flag event. You watch.
Or them saying, see, we warned you that global warming was happening, and look at what our sun is doing. Our sun is doing this freak out, and they'll never admit to a second star.
Mark.
Yeah. Okay, this sounds crazy, maybe, but I feel like they're starting all these wars. So when things start zipping across the sky that, like asteroids maybe, like they'll have a perfect answer for, it was this country sending missiles. Like they're on call. You know what I mean? I feel like they would not, you know what I mean?
You can't put it past them.
Nope, you can't.
Right.
You can't.
No, I mean, they'll just do anything to keep
The
this.
false flag doctrine.
Yep.
Yeah. It's
False flag
1,000%.
event. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they'll be like, this country did it. Just get them. And then before you know it, there's World War III.
But people forget they went into Iran and Iraq and raided all their museums for all of the stuff relating to the Sumerians.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Well,
made
yeah,
it
I
right.
was just watching that video on the Gilgamesh guy.
That's it. They're looking for the remnants of the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
The Stargates.
They're looking for all the technology and anything they can get their grubby little hands on.
That's it.
Well, let's look at their mentality. Okay, you're in the fear monger business, right? You're in that square building that can't balance its budget for the last 3 decades. Trillions of missing dollars. And that you've got this big deep underground thing that you guys have been digging forever, and that since you've got the golden ticket, you can do whatever the hell you want and the hell with everybody else, because you can go down underground and you're going to have a lifetime supply of food because it's down there.
Oh yeah,
and we know those are real. I can attest to it firsthand. So with that said, they're not viewing any part of this through our eyes or our reality as being tax-paying citizens or people who have to, at the end of the month still have $5 in our account so we can get gas to go cash our paycheck if we're lucky. And they don't view any of this the same, and therefore they think they're doing us a favor when they give us these mouse crumbs and say, well, we have to, it's our duty to protect the masses. And when it's a personal lie, because they actually hopefully downright feel guilty over the casualty rates and the understanding that there are going to be so many people less of us. And even Baba Vanga and Nostradamus talk about the vanishing ones. And so and their people are we are in all of our major countries are in declination of our population. And only through immigration can we hope to ever increase our masses, because we're no longer we talked about this last show. Rome is burning people. And only through banking systems and manipulation of our mortgage rates and curbing of our printing of money can we tolerably continue our economy. Except now we're going to see that. Remember when our bike chain broke 3 pedals ago at the turn of the year. By the time we run out of steam, we're going to coast and realize that our chain is now broken.
And then we've got no brakes.
Right, and our supply chain is broken. And are we uphill, downhill? We don't know, but I mean, we can't pedal anymore after this because the breakup in our breadbasket, our wheat industry alone, and there are crops rotting in the field in Florida right now and in California. Strawberry crops in California, cornfields in the middle of the country are not being picked. We're seeing we're being boycotted on the grain market around the world. So that immediately puts a big dent into our internal economy because we're not shipping off millions of tons of wheat and soybean. They stopped ordering. They skipped America this year in the soybean market, went to Brazil, I believe, or Argentina, and they bypassed us on our soybean. So all of the farmers in Nebraska are going to go broke next month.
It's like our farmers here, they're having a hard time as well. A lot of them are on the verge of hurry, we'll say.
Right.
Because they're so desperate.
Awful. Just awful.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, they're also pushing them out of business.
And the volatility in the market of not knowing what to do and what not to do. So everybody got put on hold because that chain broke. And now the shipping is way down. And no matter what, you're never going to catch up on that. This is another COVID event where the shelves in the stores are going to be empty again very soon. So people,
Stock up on the toilet paper, dudes.
Right, yeah, right. Toilet paper and dry goods that, like potatoes and remember they screwed over Idaho this year and last year as well for water. So millions of acres in Idaho
that's
potatoes
dry,
didn't get planted last year and this year. All over one city that had the wrong water table equations from a drought era that had nothing to do with the current stabilization of the water that they were existing in. They just took it away to feed the capital city of Idaho, and which is on the other side of the state. And yet they took away all the farmers' crops away from them, and they folded. And of course, we're not going to get those potatoes back.
What is McDonald's going to do for fries now?
No shit. God, what's Trump going to do without McDonald's French fries?
Exactly.
Wow. Okay. Got to think of our glorious leader. Anyway, yeah.
A raffle to see who gets in the dumbs. I doubt that very much.
If there's a lot of people that have, I gave up my golden ticket, and willingly, knowingly.
Yeah. If you're not part of that initial group, forget it.
I can't be around people that lie for a living.
Right.
It makes me very uncomfortable because I see through it, and then I'm, that's that pursing of the lips that you want to say something but you can't.
Right.
And that's the hardest thing. You have to bite your tongue every single time.
Right, and people like that really make me sick. I can't be around them. And when I knew I was being lied to, and because I saw more, and it's just I just couldn't do it. I had to come back to Montana in handcuffs, y'all. Anyway.
It's not great at all. We all have to look after each other. That's the whole point.
Well, once I saw the planets come back, boom, or God did not come back. Come back. Not in my lifetime, but once I saw the close passing planets, and I never imagined that they would be that big in my wildest dream. I knew they were coming, and I just went, "Oh shit, they're here!" And ever since then, there's been no looking back. I had to say something. And look at that.
Wow, look at that.
That is its Saturn and its Saturn's yellow moon, and the long box cube is dead center.
Yeah, you can see that one, not a doubt.
Sticks out quite well.
Top dead center. It's the cube, long box right there.
And I just can't understand how other people can't see that.
I think this is spiral asteroid crossing from left to right, dead center to left.
Wow.
In front of it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That matches
Very cool.
the drawing at a different angle. People, when we see the same patterns over and over and over, year after year after year after year after year after year after year, this shit is real, and it's really, really time to change how you're thinking about what's important right now. And I've been warning this since last year. I said we are going to fry, and here we are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, buy that air
Look at the
conditioner now.
temperatures they were getting in India this year. They were getting 50s.
Oh, I can't even imagine what India's going to suffer this year.
When 50 is what, about 130 Fahrenheit?
112, 120.
Right up there.
Yeah.
That's horrific. That's like you'd be dead if you were not looking after yourself, kind of. I mean, that's ridiculously hot.
Well, people were walking across the street in their flip-flops, and their flip-flops were melting on the street.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you imagine
Well,
how hot the sand would be?
We've already forgotten the melting cars all over the country. What, in 2019, 2020? Where there were cars melting all over the world.
Plastic everywhere, melting.
Yeah, just
street lights melting.
I park my
Yes,
car
I was
in the
just going to
sun.
say that,
It
Jared.
melted.
Street
I read
lights,
your mind. It's scary. I
trash
read your
cans,
mind.
all sorts of basically anything.
Oh,
that's,
I remember
you know,
one year in South Africa, I had little earrings that I had on, and it was so hot in our ride because I was a ride coordinator for the kids, and I was down in one of the water rides, and I felt this funny little
Tingle.
a feeling going down here. It was my earring had literally melted in 3 bits and was just dangling like it was liquid, and then it just broke and it fell. And after that, I thought, geez, I mean, well, that's weird. So I went like that with my glasses, and my glasses melted like that as well. Plastic.
Oh gosh.
DJ
That's
is
how
talking
hard it
about in
was.
Turkey and Cappadocia and the underground cities that run all over Europe. Underground. There's huge cities underground. All over the world, probably. And you know, I keep talking about that Hobbit house, people underneath the grass, because it's going to be, you know, if it gets really hot, that's the only place. If you're going to have to be underground in a basement, and you know.
Well, that's why the European countries still have the thatched roof with the straw and stuff.
Right. It's got, you know, it's air. You know, that's why the Romans built the way they did. It's why round houses were made for thousands and thousands of years. We're gonna have to rethink how we do things, and if we run into where we get a breakdown in our food chain, which also happened, by the way, in the Great Depression, which we're seeing similar sandstorms and everything like the Great Depression. And the Dust Bowl era people. And we've been talking about that for, 5-8 years now, trying to warn people that, you know, there's the vast rumors that we may end up all, you know, migrating to Mexico to where it's cooler. We don't know. We don't know what part of the earth is going to get too hot and too cold, too livable or not livable. But the thing is, we need to think about what if we are in an environment where we are living somewhere that is not livable. So your priorities immediately change right there. Like what you own, what you want to buy, what you want to acquire might all of a sudden be completely different if you think about that first. And, you know, having a metal roof versus a tar roof, I'd put the metal one on. That way you have a separation in the air that goes underneath, and, you know, have it attached securely that it doesn't blow up in a tornado or earthquake. Or really bad baseball type hail. Soon. Okay.
I have your video ready if you want to see it.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go ahead and play it.
Now I wanted to see Sharon's videos. I don't want to fall asleep before I see something.
I was not able to save them because she has a private account. Her account.
Oh, okay.
It has but she can send
them. That's right. She's just
do you want me to send them to you?
She's just going to have to send them to me.
yeah, or that, right? Either way, but you
see what I can do.
Yeah. See, other people need to see the stuff too. I mean, it's actually quite cool. But I mean, yeah.
Lindsay said it's Alex's 13th birthday today. Lindsay.
Yep.
Another one that's got a 13-year-old.
Oh, cool! Look at that.
That, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon and is Saturn.
Great one.
You can see the ion tail coming from the sun going up to the right. And lead asteroids in front of it.
Look how weird and blue that light is.
because
Horizon.
Metim is on the left. See that dark circle on the left? That's Metim.
Wow.
The blue on the right, that's the blue asteroid.
Look at that. That's great.
Yeah, they were wild.
And on the right is Casper, and on the left is, Can asteroid, Happy, Lorraine, all of that side of Uri, Metim. It's all cutting in front of the sun. That's why you can see the weird shapes to the sun lately, the different blues. And you can see here it's sort of cut off. It's very dim, yet it's small.
Sunset.
Steru, green blue. Side of Uri, white.
Wow.
I love the blues like that. They're just so blue. Oh, plants. Sorry. Oops. Finger slip. Look how they're all growing, though.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, a
the
larger
extra
star will do
radiation.
that.
Yep.
A really big sun lamp.
Yeah, don't say sun lamp, or else they'll say that you've got a patent from China.
Yeah. Well, remember, guys, just watch the end of Star Wars.
Right.
Big red standard and a little dwarf yellow, just like in the movie Star Wars. And you can't make that shit up.
No.
That's so ironic that they chose those two size stars and everything and put them in the movie, unless maybe they know something that we don't know.
Look at that. It has like it's got rays coming out of it. Look at it.
Well, that's because it is shining through the clouds.
Yeah.
Normal. That is shining through the edge of Uri.
Okay. I see. Whoa.
That is a plane with a sea trail.
Yeah, it was a really good photo.
Bottom edge of Uri. An illuminated sea trail.
It's kind of wild when it does that, though.
No, they just start it. They start a new tank. Boop, boop.
Wow.
Planet.
We just went backwards.
Gulp. Give me a bucket.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, that's a bit scary.
Oh,
Got the
that is, I
fingers.
believe, the bottom of Necessity.
Yeah.
See the snorkel drop. Yeah, wow, look at that. That's a couple of planets in one shot. Side of Atu's moon. You see the craters,
just-
man.
So big now.
Yeah, that's Atu's moon in Necessity in that shot. Metim is cutting in. See where the orange line is?
Yeah.
That's the edge of Metim cutting into the left side of the sun.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day, weren't we, Gillian?
Yeah, look at that thing. It's just there. Look.
That white circle right there, Mary Moon.
The lens flare.
Are you sure? It's
Really?
not, because it's the same size twice. And there's your lens flare is the green, but there it's that Mary Moon.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about the other day. And look at the rainbow effect on the side.
There it is again in the same place. Is that Mary Moon?
Wow.
Mhm.
That's great.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
I'm gonna have to change the color of Mary Moon.
To blue.
Light blue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it stands to reason that, because Metim is very blue. So if it's,
Yeah.
orbiting Metim, it would be refractive light blue.
Wild.
Great shots, Gillian.
Yeah,
Lead
it
asteroid.
all fits.
That's the lead asteroid.
Ah, look at it.
Wow.
And a sea
That was
trail.
just
That's
just as the show started.
That's the upper of everything above the sun right there is Saru. And they're cutting in with the sea trail.
Yep.
That's Saru above, and then the lead asteroid above the trees. Good job.
Yeah, those were great.
Gillian.
Magical, isn't it? It's just so
Mhm.
suddenly the clouds part, and there they all are, and there they
Yeah,
all are.
repetitive pattern time after time, and everybody saw this month's sight drawing. Not as great as I'd like to have been. I'll be a little more accurate next month, I promise.
Did you rush these ones?
I've been going through a lot of stress trying to deal with what I'm seeing happening, and I don't like.
Well, that's what we're here for,
it's been,
Sam. To share
I
some
go.
of that stress with you.
Well, I go through stages where, sometimes I'm on autopilot and dingy as a bat, and then other times I'm concerned and overly concerned, and other times I can handle it and deal with it and everything's fine, and then, I'm just running on science. But every once in a while, I start going, whoa,
Yeah.
We've
and,
noticed that in our little
Rebecca and I were
offsite
talking.
chat.
Well, I'm struggling to give everybody this information, and it's not going out as fast as I think it should, which is, a shortcoming on my behalf. And
No,
donations
it's
have
not.
dropped off, and we're all suffering for money here, like everybody else. But then we're working, but we're not getting, Anyway, I don't
No,
want to
you're not
go into
getting
that.
the recognition you need.
Yeah, the letters are equally as important as the $5 bill. And getting mail from people is important to keep going. And I'm going back through this and to look at the cosmic changes that are going on now with the planetary changes, and we're in that non-electrical dense part between the top part of our galaxy, and we're going to enter this next electrical cloud, and we're going through all the transitions of the planets and the moon and all of this. Yeah, it's been an emotional roller coaster. So it's been a rough week, but a good week, but yet really kind of, and the shit that I keep remembering that I'm rendering through some of my old failures, where you start to, you just sort of examine your life and you go, where the hell did that come from? Something you'd long forgotten that you did stupid long ago. And then, so, I'm getting that clearing of the shelf thing going on again.
Yeah, clearing your karma.
Yeah, and then again, I've been watching a lot of Nostradamus and Baba Vaga, and the new cartoon guy in Japan, and some of these other mystics out there that are too numerous, Edgar Casey, and
But so negative.
Well, look, what they were trying. They were leaving quatrains to warn people. How do you positively warn someone other than, write them a song that the sun's going to come out tomorrow?
But again, people have to pay attention, and that's where we're failing, is we're not getting their attention. Excuse me.
Well, I really don't know. Aside of putting on a clown suit and jumping off, or riding a shopping cart into a wall, like, what's those guys' name? Jackass.
Oh God.
Yes.
That's about the only way you can get anybody's attention.
Yeah.
I'm watching, these things where I watched a bunch of Surströmming videos again this week, and these guys get $196,000 watching two guys talking at a table that are trying to puke into buckets.
Oh, nasty!
That gets views.
Or there's a guy that's sleeping, and he gets 100 million views on TikTok. He's sleeping.
I've been watching Really Haunted lately. You can type that in, Really Haunted. He's got several years of videos now, and I'm still weighing it. Like, is it a hoax? Is it not a hoax? And then you watch the black shadows walk across his room, and you go, "Holy shit! How did he do that?"
Oh,
yeah, it's really compelling, because that's exactly what I see.
Yeah.
I see ghosts 5-10 times a day, and Nova. Now that Nova's 18, she was coming out and talking to me about when she was little, and she said, "Is that why I was always seeing these?" Because I showed her the video, and she went, "Yeah, I saw that when I was a kid." And I said, "Well, no, but you've been able to see ghosts all your life then, because that's what they look like." And then sometimes you actually get, like the glowing, melting zombie that sits next to you, this luminescent blue or whatever, where you actually physically see the shape, full body spectrum, which is rare. But usually just see these black shadows that walk by or fly by or run across the floor.
I catch them out of the corner of my eye.
Right,
The
right.
worst one was a shadowy figure at the end of my bed. That freaked me out.
Right. And by the way, everybody, they usually fly above people because it's uncomfortable for them to fly through you. So they're
And they
usually
hide in the shadows.
they're usually at the ceiling when they fly past.
Oh,
you.
lovely. I'm just going to bed, and you guys are talking about ghosties.
Ghosty.
Yeah,
Oh, they're quite
Yeah.
real.
You wee ghosty to bed with me now.
I
I
know
know.
for a fact they're quite real. I've taken journeys in shamanism and in magic, and that actually did happen. And I have
Yeah.
witnesses and photographs. So, yeah.
Yeah, I know. You've
Well, you
shown
don't
us some
start
of the
levitating.
photographs. Like, the photographs were cool. Oh, there you go.
I did-
Look.
I had to take a screen record because, like I said, your account is private. I don't know. It wouldn't let me use my app.
Yeah, it's just a pan
Download.
around. There was actually 8 different pavilions. So the dome was one,
Wow.
and then they had other ones across the way, which was called Artist Alley, and then further along they had another one called the Ross Pavilion, where you could actually go and listen to lectures. So that's where we had the Sydney Olympics. That was my nephew just there.
I'm smelling a cross between cotton candy, and popcorn.
Right.
We had everything. We had chips on a stick, and we had all sorts of stuff yesterday. Whee!
Look at
Wow.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah,
I want
the
an
one thing you're
overcoat like
missing.
that. I want a coat like that when I'm doing the laundry with my ninja stuff on. I want a coat like that.
The one thing you're missing is flyers or small cards. They just hand to
That's from
everybody.
the dome.
Wow.
It's
And
cool. Look at it.
Around the outside, they've got a big observation deck that goes all the way around.
Yeah.
So I went up the top, and I thought I'll do one from
Cool.
up there. And that's only half of the dome.
Did
go
you get
into
really
another
hot?
section.
Was your
Sorry?
helmet hot? Was your hat hot?
It was hard to breathe, so I had to punch 2 great big holes in the back just so I could get some circulation in there.
There you go.
But no, it wasn't hot, and no, it wasn't heavy because it's mostly all foam.
Good.
Here he is.
It's beautiful. Look at the color of it.
Yeah, it was all metallic paints.
Cool.
Yeah,
Looks like
'cause-
you had a blast.
well, as I said, I had to stand in line for about 3 hours, so I had some decent conversations. Put it that way.
Yeah,
People
I
ask me,
can't. I
"What's
can't
the
even
Nibiru?"
imagine. I can't even imagine right now standing in line trying to tell people about the binary solar system. Woo! That
Well,
would
people
be a
kept
topic.
saying, "What's Nibiru? What's Nibiru?" And I went,
Really?
"Okay, let me go
Yeah.
back to the beginning." And then
There
I'd
you
pull
go.
out my phone and I'd go, "These are drawings from a gentleman that can actually see these from his mind's perspective, and these are what are currently in our skies right now." So, really, it's blue out there, right? I said, "Okay, it might be blue now, but these things come every so often and you'll be able to see them. You look for all the places where it's really dark in the sky." Oh, okay. So I said, either come to our TikToks or come to our YouTube and you'll learn more. Oh, okay. Take a picture of my back
Cool.
and wrote it all down. And so I'm hoping more will come this way.
Awesome.
We need more
I guess
Australian.
I guess the cell phone taking a picture of your back does replace handing out a card because then they got to copy it on their phone. Here I
That's
am,
it.
so old school, handing out flyers.
Well, I was going to make business cards and I thought people just throw them away. They'll take a card off you. Oh, yeah, not interested, throw it away. But a picture on their phone is there. They can delete it, but they have to still go back and look at it.
Right.
Right.
There you go. Right.
Just go like, oh, look at that word. Okay, maybe if I just look at the word, like Nibiru, and then
Yeah.
bing, wow,
But see, their
Right.
misconception of Nibiru is what they've been told from their side of the history. Oh, Nibiru is a big red planet.
Oh,
that's-
I've seen it on
gonna
Scooby
say.
Doo. It's just a story on the cartoons.
And it's
Yeah,
going to crash
so you-
into us. We're all going to
Odds are
die.
they'll find the wrong
then-
information. So
Yeah,
if you
and
blinked
then you
or
explain all the weather events that are going on to them, and they go, "Oh, okay." And I go, "Look, they're all connected. All of these things are connected." So go check it out. 9 times out of 10, okay, I will.
It's actually if you're clever. If you're actually clever, you know, like people have said to me, like one random time I was outside one of the shops on the high street, and the sun was just wrong. Now there was this cluster of people, and they were going for the train because they were sort of like tourists, but some of the people came from here. So there was quite a number of them, maybe 10, 11 people, all standing there. And why is the sun wrong? Why does it look like it's shining off a tin in the up there in the sky? And why is it a funny shape? And they were all looking at it and they're going, yeah, it's actually like weird color too. Why is it? And I thought, oh, well, you see here, that's because there's a planet cutting into the side part of the, you know, making it like going over, and then it goes all shiny like that. But that's the second sun glaring like that because it's bigger than ours. Huh? How do you know that?
Right.
So, well, you see, we've been doing research on that topic for years, and we've got all the evidence and stuff. That's why I'm telling you, I can say it with confidence that that thing up there, that's a second sun. And if you think about how your plants are growing, or the weird weather, or
yeah, the same.
and they were standing there, two of them with their phones, like Googling Nibiru and Samuel Hofman and Montana Skywatch. There was physically two of them, like, you know. So, and when they can see it on their phone, then it's a bit more real. So if you can actually find the thing that makes sense to them, which is their phone, then they'll be like, whoa, you know, you're not talking out a hole in your butt, you know. Well,
no, because I noticed the same. I noticed I went from 30 followers on TikTok to 100 now.
If it's on, because if it's on your phone, it must be real.
Right.
See?
Exactly, and that was just one day's worth of work.
Hey, that was just 15 minutes and walking past going, okay, bye, see you. You know, and they're like, you know, I left them all standing there staring at it. I thought,
and that's it. The more we look up, more people are going to come up and go, you're either crazy or there's something happening.
That's
and
it.
Most people are quite nosy.
I'm not too crazy. I'm not that.
They're quite nosy.
They want to know what you're looking at.
You know, you make nosy work for you as well, you know.
Especially when you're standing there going round and round in circles.
Oh, cool.
Michelle, our friend Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Great.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. Come join us.
I'm going to bring her on, okay?
How are you?
Awesome.
Open the door and come in.
Where's she? Knock, knock, knock. Michelle.
Knock, open up.
You.
There's
Hey.
Michelle.
Hello,
Michelle.
How you doing?
2 years. It's been.
Hi, everybody.
It's been
How
a
you
whole
doing?
year.
Michelle.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Yes, look at that. Her plants are growing in the sun. Seems to get better with the morning. Oh, yeah, my plants are doing pretty well. I have some pots out front. Yeah.
Got like
They
two
start
left.
out nice and then they get fried.
Well,
I know, I've got these pansies, and the pansies all exploded into life. So I've got all these pansy heads, but all the leaves that look like they've been burnt.
I
Yeah.
did
Much
an
radiation.
experiment, and I
Oh,
planted cucumber seeds in 2 different cups. And I put one where the sun in the morning comes up and one in the evening where the sun sets. And the ones in my where the sun sets are growing way better than the morning sun.
Well, okay.
Yeah, morning
I don't
sun's
know.
very
Yeah, I'm glad I
something to
got
keep in
the
mind.
little greenhouse. So long the dogs have got bored with trying to hide out inside it now because they've eaten all the plastic plant pots that crackle. So
Oh, no.
kind of bored now. So there's about 19 pots that crackle in their toy
You might get
pile.
some
I've just
food out
left
of
them
it
there.
yet, Gillian.
Yeah, shit. I don't know. It's either Aussie chewing the plant pots or the snail, you know. So
Well,
I lost
plastic
one.
is breaking down more than it used to, especially Chinese plastic.
Yep.
Remember, radioactive decay has not been accurate since 2018, 2017, and the scientific charts have been a little bit skewed, and they don't know why this is this, and they don't know why that is that, and it's because the rules have changed with the addition of a second star, people. And it's all connected. Everything is connected all the way back throughout history, including, the climate change of 1650 and then 1250 also BC. And people don't think far enough back, And, again, I'll tell everybody for the record, Montana Skywatcher did a lot of hinting over the years because we tried to get people's interest, and I didn't hand out all the answers because that way you're left curious and you go study for yourself, because you will learn better if you do than if I just tell you.
Right.
And
people are lazy. They don't want to research.
Intrigued.
Do you know what drives me nuts is the people with the ear pods in, and you can't get past them when you're riding to work in the morning. And by the time you've managed to get past 15 people all going the same way as you that just don't hear you, they've either
just kick them out of the way, Gillian,
like that, and you're going pring, pring, and you're nearly out of their butt. I nearly, like, I was a whisper away from someone's butt today, and they're like,
"Oh no!"
Kick them out of the way. You got your advantage. You're on your bike. Just give him a lefty, mate.
Right?
You just need one of those little, those little stretch hand things in the cartoons that pop out if you press the button. And it pops out and it pushes them, and then it climbs back in again.
Oh, heck, get a dart gun.
You could be like one of these guys I see on YouTube that walks around with a plastic thing and a frying pan, and he hits them on the head whenever the motorcycles go over the pedestrian crossings.
Well, the old-fashioned 1950s dart gun with a piece of string on your gun that's about 8 feet long.
Hey, one of those
shoot with a plastic dart. Don't get it wrapped up. Pea shooter or spitwad, or a rubber band gun.
But then I have to be like, no hands on the handlebars.
We got nasty. We started shooting paper clips at each other, metal paper clips.
Oh, that's not good.
I'm so, that's what drives me nuts. But if you think about it, if you had one of them EMP blasts and all these people are running about with their earphones on, are they going to get shocked?
Get fried. Their brains will get fried.
Well, let's talk about just those earbuds alone. You guys are putting Wi-Fi electrical things inside the only one of the few orifices inside the skull. And that's why I don't wear earbuds, because I'm not going to electrify my brain. Thank you, the hard way. When I electrify my brain, it's Mother Earth talking to my feet first. And that's where I get my, we were posting the Waste of Your Manifesto again this week for everybody. This is where, when I get my grounding and my meditation and where my answers come from, why I'm connected to Source in the manner I am. Thank you again, Christopher, for putting, may the Source be with you at the beginning of your video. There's a lot to this, people, and I know what I know because I have learned the Eastern religions and all the other religions I could get my hands on, including the Hermetic, and as much Latin as I could swallow, and as much Spanish as I can swallow. And I went back through history and studied Rome, including the church, including the governments and the Caesars and the, bureaucracies in Greece, and on and on and on, the Sumerians and the Mycenaeans and the Persians and and I study all of this stuff because we know that history repeats itself. Boy, that was a long way around the fence and back in front of the house again.
Right.
I studied all of this stuff so that you guys would understand it's cyclic. It's happening again. This is not a one-time passing event. This is a repetitive, over and over occurrence, and it's happening again. People, shit. And, that's my job, is to wake everybody up. I mean, I was directly told from the Pleiadian I would start people off on this journey. And that's what I'm trying to do. And have any of you, in the 15 or less years that you've known me, and for everybody out there to watch, pay attention, stop ironing your shirt or making that sandwich. When was the last time I was inaccurate?
Can't recall any time.
And the drawing for many, many, many years are accurate. This shit's real, people.
And that's right, especially when you got a drawing and you can compare it exactly to a photograph. It's undeniable.
And at some point, you don't. I mean, you do need the drawings, but at some point, you do start to see the planets for yourself, and you know which ones that you're looking at.
And
it's
each
just
planet has a
incredible once
different
that
base
happens.
cloud. Oh boy, God! That's one of the oldest. I did that cutout in 2010,
Cool.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh.
and I put the little snow on extra paper and the clouds on extra paper to make it 3D. And I think my daughter drew the red crayon on where it says "Watcher." She went out of the lines.
Oh, sure. Right.
That's
Barely.
okay.
Back when the girls were little, they helped me make the sign.
Right.
And notice,
Family effort.
look at that red thing in the middle of the picture.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's the lead asteroid.
Oh, cool.
Nice. Flashback.
Yeah, wait, 2011,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
This is the bottom of the asteroid field, the dust debris on the bottom of Uri.
that's
Cool.
awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And it was there probably for a brief, minute and a half. And then it probably changed to white or orange or dark.
Wow,
But you just
whose
gotta be
picture
there.
is
You gotta,
that?
They were from Sam's collection on
yeah,
his
this
Facebook.
comes from Skywatch Italy. And I believe it
Wow.
was from in Milan, and you're looking at the Alps, or the southern Alps.
That's beautiful.
I think it was taken. It's from Skywatcher Italy.
Wow.
I
Is it the new one?
really miss Skywatcher Italy because they were
Oh.
they were the perfect Mediterranean site, and they had unbelievable. Oh, this one. Oh, by the way, we're in my old pictures here now. This one is
Yeah. These are old pics.
This is
From Sam.
2017, 2018, one of the first original discharges of Nepacity. It's purple because it's right next to Atu.
It's huge.
Yeah, Nepacity has a single discharge mode. It's nothing like any of the other planets because it's smaller. Nepacity is the smallest planet, and it has a central core discharge, and it's the biggest damn lightning bolt you've ever seen.
Wouldn't want to be under it.
Oh, there were, in Canada, there were lightning strikes from Nepacity originally 2017. And you can look that up, what years it was. But there was
Is that what was causing the forest fires?
Yeah, and killing of the caribou. A mass herd, thousands of caribou were killed from one lightning strike.
Gosh.
And it's documented, and people, and it gets swept under the rug in 2 weeks. Humans, pardon the expression.
Short memories.
Your average person does not have a very long memory. And my speciality is iPad watch. I was rated by the government. Oh God, look at this one. This is 2017. And that is the bottom of Uri in 2017 when Uri first got big. And little purple Atu was in the upper right corner. You can just see the slight small purple Atu in the upper right corner.
Yeah.
In front of Uri. And Saru at this time in 2017, Saru is on the left side. And you're seeing they're getting smaller. But you see the base core of Saru. See the one single Mexico cam. There's one single straight line on the bottom right at the side of the sun there. And that's the base cloud of Saru as she's going away.
Okay.
In 2017.
And now she's Mr. Prominent.
Yep.
Yeah, no. Atu and Atu's moon and the ring that goes around dead center, there's a blue dot, and that is the one in front of Atu's moon. This is in 2015 or 16.
Awesome.
One of the best early shots that we had.
That was beautiful as well. You can see its whole curve and everything.
So as they
And
move
then after
away,
the-
are we going to see the same illumination?
Yeah, but different, but the opposite side. We'll
Okay.
see full facial illuminations. When Atu gets to this size and goes away, we should see the full purple face of it again in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the early years.
Can't wait.
Ah, boy, look at this one. This, God, I still haven't, I think
That's a
I
head
think
scratcher.
in this Saturn in 2019. And then we've got Nepesity in the upper right corner, and then Uri on the left. You see the stripes of Uri on the left. And the black dot, of course, is the Empire Orb.
Yeah.
That was
which was
parked there
hiding.
for quite some time, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was mostly there from roughly, because it got here in 2009. And it was parked from 2009 till, 2014, 15 in front of the sun. And then off and on since then on a couple of occasions. Now there's a video of Alexander's that he sent in today where I think maybe he's captured it again, but it's really small. Again, it's the same size as this. And it's got the dot in the center also, which screamed at me, and I didn't want to jump across the fence and go, it's the Empire Orb, or the...
Can't look at it for too long, it hurts the eyes.
Right, Norway Spiral Orb. But yeah, this is Saturn, Nibiru, and Nepesity on the right, and then Uri on the left. I think this was 2020, 2021, 2019.
That's when the Texas Cube came through too, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then moved. And 2019 is when it came in the long box. And then they came close and away from in front of the sun, and they were on the right hand side of the sun for years prior to that. This is the lead asteroid in 2019-ish. And you can see the backlit crescent flare, dead center illumination.
Yep.
And we thought that the lead asteroid was going to just beat the shit out of us, and it didn't. And, I was freaking out 2013, seeing all this shit come in. I thought, oh, God, we're in so much trouble. Because we had Chelyabinsk and all of that. And, the asteroid that blew up and, wiped out Windows for 20-mile radius, that kind of thing. And I'm surprised we haven't had that again. This is an early Attu's moon. You can see the craters of Attu's moon.
Yeah, look at it. It looks like bubbles, like pop bubbles.
And they're busy sea trailing in front of it.
Yeah.
Or attempting to.
That didn't help.
Nope. Sure didn't.
Just makes it more obvious.
You just go like,
we need to go look why. This is early. Well, you can see the planet cutting off the right-hand side, and I believe this is Nibiru with a Saturn in 2019, 2020, 2021.
Pretty obvious.
Okay.
They do it to try to hide what's, behind the little squiggly lines, or what does Gillian call them? What do you call them, Gillian? Sky scribblers. But then it just tells us exactly where to look.
This is Uri, and the little dot in front of the blue Uri is Attu. And in 2016, when Uri first started getting bigger.
Wow, we've got purple lightning happening in Scotland. Wow. In Jedburgh.
Wow.
Spooky boo.
Bit more this way, Julian.
I don't know this photograph at all.
Oh.
Is this one of mine?
Amazing.
If it got mixed up, it wasn't supposed to be. So
Wow, it's probably Uri.
Okay.
This is again the stripes of Uri, the orange area and the rounded, that's the side of Uri. And that is probably 2019, 2020. This one I remember.
Cool. Yeah, some of these I do remember, and some I never saw before.
That is the tan asteroid, or the dragon, for those of you who want to talk about wormwood. You can see the wings on the side. You can see the central dark area is the tan asteroid, and on the lower right-hand corner is Lorraine, and in the upper left-hand corner is Pappy, which is under the face of Uri.
Cool.
And they're huge now.
Yes, they are. They're massive.
Cube.
Cube, 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 cube.
Yeah, you can't.
You can even see the detail on it.
I know, you can see its door or something.
Why don't they come out and wave at us?
Yeah, they
Open
could.
the window, stick your head out. Ooh.
Yeah. Do it.
I wonder if they're filming us.
Okay.
Wonder what we look like to them.
That's the site of Saturn's yellow moon recently. Before the lead asteroid is in the dead center on the left. That's before she crossed in front of us, so it's probably a year to 2 years old. The green asteroid is directly above the sun in front of the face of Saturn's yellow moon.
Mm-hmm.
I had to step away. I had cat hair in my eye.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Oh.
I don't know.
That is the red asteroid, and oh boy, is this an old photograph. That's back when Atu was on the right. Weirdly, 2019, 2018.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm dealing with cat hair eye here.
Oh gosh, Sam.
Yeah, I'm blinking and blinking and blinking. That is Tan asteroid or lead asteroid, depending on how old it is. If it's years old, it's the lead asteroid. Kind of tending toward lead asteroid.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The size of
those
it,
trees covered in snow.
yeah, it's pretty big to be the Tan asteroid.
Wow.
Just the fact that it's an asteroid blows my mind.
Yeah.
That's mind blowing. That's not a
No,
planet.
no,
that's
remember-
an asteroid.
Yeah.
We are still debating whether, do we call the lead asteroid and the Tan asteroid? I mean, they are so large. Do we call them moons? I've been debating.
Yeah, is that a moon?
I've been
You
debating
might
it
have to start
for many
calling
years.
them moons.
Yeah, I've been, and I didn't want to change up and create problems. That's definitely an older lead asteroid,
Mm.
and all the white blips, I believe, are ships from the cube, because I think the cube is dead center in the middle of the left hand, just slightly left of center.
Okay.
It's a bit obscured, but you can see an edge on
Kind of
it.
blurry, but that dark blue area is the side of Uri.
Wow.
And the black dot, we know what the black dot is. The black dot is
Oops.
God
Sorry.
again. I drew this in about 10 minutes on a paint program one time
I
over
thought that was funny.
I hate to say it, but it looks like you're peeing in the ocean.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, it's not me, it's somebody else's,
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but that's what it looks
Yeah.
like to me.
Put your hands down by your sides.
But if you notice the little yellow dot on the right hand side of the sun,
Yes.
this is 2011, 2012, and that little yellow dot is our star, and the big circular sun is the standard red star and not ours. And that's why I made this thing where it says Average Joe. Facebook says, "Oh, cool, a bird. Wow."
Not even
Meanwhile, you've got
realizing.
Uri, you've got Atu, you've got
Yeah.
asteroids, and you've got two stars.
Hmm.
Oh, cool, a bird.
Wow.
Oh, we puffball cloud. Look at it. So
Now,
pretty.
this is, believe it or not, this is a really old photograph. This is Atu's moon.
Cool.
In
Wow.
front of purple Atu. This is when we first started realizing that Atu had a moon. And notice it is not fully round.
Mm.
You can't see stars either.
Yeah, there's one over there in the left, but yeah, this is
That's
Look how
down
dark it
low.
is.
That's where the sky could be.
yeah the dark. Well, it's purple. Atu back then was really, really purple, and you could see it at night.
Unreal.
Probably a wee ship or something then.
No, it's well, yeah, okay. And this is another one. November 2017. Let's see. Okay, north, southeast. Okay, this is Atu and Atu's moon.
Wow.
That looks like a
Atu's
portal.
moon. Atu's moon is up by the north there. You see the blotchy spots. That's the side face of Atu's moon.
25th of November 2017.
And they were still on the right hand side and then moving over to the left.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what a shot.
This is 2019. Wow. This is the bottom of Nepesity.
How beautiful.
This is what we started seeing this open core illumination. And then we figured out what Nepesity was.
Still beautiful, though. It's beautiful to look at.
Look at that.
That, of course, is the side of Uri.
That looks like a big solid rock.
Way back when.
Like a mountain. And you could just climb up it.
Stairway to heaven.
Yeah. Who needs a Tower of Babel?
Yeah, that's funny that you say that, because remember, in some of the notchings underneath the bottom of Uri, we've seen some really spooky, weird shit of what looked like millions of spirits and giants and small things and big. Oh, it's Jesus and I talk about that still to this day. But
somebody's got keen birds.
They're outside. Stupid ibises. We call them bin chickens.
They've gone tropo, man. And this is Atu's moon.
Oh, it's like a white tree. Look at it. It looks like a white tree.
Cool.
This is the planet repelling off of Earth so they don't crash into each other.
Mm-hmm. I know, but it's beautiful. Look at it.
Same thing happens to your fingertip when you touch the tabletop. You never actually touch the tabletop. You get a purple lightning bolt, little field of purple lightning bolt that just stops your finger from going inside the table.
Mm-hmm.
Even though
you can't see it.
And the atoms are so spread apart, you could actually fly a truck through there if you were small enough. But yeah, there's no visible date. I don't remember this picture, but this looks to be the side of Uri. So I would say 2018, 2019, 2020.
I love it.
Illuminated side of Uri.
Beautiful. Why am I still here? I should be sleeping.
I know.
Eye candy.
Can't.
Eye candy's so relaxing,
What do you got? Your eyes open with toothpicks?
2018.
Shortly will have, yeah.
8th of March, 2018, and this is Antarctica.
You got the shadow in the corner over here.
Look at the wee ball over there. Look at the wee ball.
On the right-hand side is Uri, and on the left is Saru.
Right. When she was smaller.
When she's going away.
It's at 3:30 in the afternoon.
And that little red circle over there is Saturn, right next to the antenna. See that little reddish circle?
Yeah, I said what's the little red bubble.
That's the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. They stay small there.
Way back then, right? Yeah, they were.
Pictures.
Nice. They were still approaching.
Crazy.
Yep. And this is Australia, I think. I think this is an early Atu's moon. Back when Atu's moon was tiny.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say it doesn't look like much, but right there, almost in the very middle, you can see a very round object. Is that Atu's moon?
Yeah, and then in the background, you see the bottom open core of Saru.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so this is like 2015, 2015, 2016, 2017, somewhere in there. It's been so long; they're all melting in my brain. Yeah, it was so amazing. We didn't even realize. Oh, this is again the bottom of Nepesity.
Beautiful.
And the big 3 asteroid group is in the upper left. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Well, night, guys. I have to go, and happy pre-birthday.
I know. I'll drop this down a minute. Good night, Gillian.
Good night, Gillian.
Good night, Jelly Beans.
Good night, John Boy.
Tomorrow.
Good night, SpongeBob.
Good night, everybody.
Night, John Bob.
Night, John Boy.
Yeah, you need help?
I'm nearly there. I've got it. Night,
okay.
Michelle.
Got it.
Got it.
She's
got it.
She's got it.
Hope I've got it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Leave the studio.
She got it.
I've got the red door.
I wonder if Christopher went to the store for milk.
Get it.
Yeah, I'll go for milk. Okay, I'll bring back the sweeties. Night.
Good night.
Night. See you later. She did it! Yay!
Woo!
I really like this one. I bet
Ah,
which one is
the
Oh,
Texas
caught my
wow.
cube.
attention.
The Texas
Yeah, I was
cube.
wondering. I like. Yeah. Okay, it makes sense.
Too many straight edges.
Look
Yep.
at that.
Yepers, and that was, God, I think that was in England, in the UK.
She looks huge.
Yeah, well, there was a period of time where the Texas cube and after later the Longbox cube both orbited really close to Earth on several different runs, and then we even have video as an early sighting of these multiple rockets that we think that launched the Longbox into a higher orbit, and that was right 2018 2019 as well. So this is approximately 2018 2019. My eye keeps grabbing that red dot on the upper part of the right-hand screen. This is the red asteroid and little sister in front of Uri a few years ago, like 2020, 2021 too. Red asteroid and little sister are the main eye shape. And then you're looking at the side edge of Uri.
Wow. Yeah. I was going to
Asteroid.
mention
ahead.
the red asteroid. The Weather Channel said that swirl shape and everything is caused by wind blowing up the side of a mountain, pushing clouds into that swirled shape.
Bullshit.
The Weather Channel. The Weather Channel. That's what they said with a straight face. That is wind blowing up the side of a mountain.
Which is
They
also
need to
what
be
they're describing as the wind blows down the mountain, turns into a roll cloud. When in actuality, what it is a close passing planet that pushes a reverse rotating, rolling cloud wake. And they're trying to describe that as a cloud wake that comes over the Rockies into the plains, which is not. And then they call it a derecho, and which is not, because a derecho is a southwestern sandstorm only. And they've been dumping remember bomb cyclone on us, so everybody started, well, okay, and then you get used to the term, you go, okay, it's just another bomb cyclone, when in actuality what it is a passing planet that snorkels up all the atmosphere and then dumps it when it leaves, and which is the rain bomb of Nepesi. These are asteroids under Uri, way back when, crossing over the top of us and cross of our view as Uri was coming over for the 180-day cycle 4 or 5 years ago.
Crazy.
Yeah, I used to watch the Weather Channel all the time,
Yeah.
and now I can't watch it.
Yeah, you get lied
It's
to
just-
so many times.
It's not the same. They've totally changed it.
Really?
This is the red asteroid under Atu's moon. The white illumination up top is Atu's moon. The middle thing is the red asteroid discharging to Earth.
That is awesome.
This is the trail between Atu and Uri. There's a kind of a base cloud that runs between the two of them.
Wow.
And as you can see, it's rounding as it corners away as the planets rotate. Uri is in the background. Atu is above our heads to the left.
What about? I thought maybe there was a cube in there, but
Well,
no.
I don't. Well, the angle is pretty close. Could be.
Yeah.
But there is a base cloud that runs between Atu and Uri, and that's what this looks like.
Huh. Okay. That's a new
And it
one.
rounds.
Keep that in the mind.
It's in one of my really, really old drawings, and I drew what the planets and their cloud base as a group when they're way, way out there still, and they hadn't gotten bigger and closer. And I did one of my earliest drawings off of those cloud bases, and that's when we first started learning the base clouds of each individual planet. This is Atu's moon. And if you notice, the sun is behind us, so therefore that's a more recent photograph within the last 2 years.
Okay. Well,
About a year
It says
old.
2019. January
2019.
29.
Oh,
Yeah,
2019.
2019.
Oh, okay, then I'm wrong. Sam's wrong. Mark it on your calendar.
I'll write this down. I'll write it
Yeah,
down.
that is Atu's moon and Atu.
Was that
Yeah.
taken with a fisheye? Because it's got a bit of a curve.
It does.
Nice. Okay.
And
Wow.
this is Atu's moon again discharging, and this is 2019, 2020 also. Back when Atu's moon was really big, and the discharges were unbelievable. Way back when Jesus got his best photographs back in New Mexico, and everybody's going, oh look, no, this is time lapse. No, this is not a time lapse photo. This is a snapshot of the real McCoy.
Yep.
And the asteroids are right there, dead center in the middle of the bottom of the base cloud in front of Atu's moon.
Yep.
And red is discharging. This is the lead asteroid crossing in front of, and the upper cookie bite is Atu.
Wow.
Wow.
Incredible capture.
So what is the smaller circle?
Well, okay. Atu is the dark area above. The small dark dot is lead asteroid. If you notice where the sun is, we've got that big missing rounded bright thing. That's Atu's moon.
Oh.
What about the reflections on the ground, Sam?
That big bright circle, that's lens flaring. Saturn's in the mixes, but it's over on the right-hand side. So that big circle of yellow with the black dot is Atu's moon with lead asteroid in front of it, and Atu is above it in the dark circle, bite out of the cookie, and the sun is behind Atu's moon, but Atu's moon is completely enveloped in light.
Incredible.
What's green and passed closely for 2.5, 3, 4 years? Vivacity.
No, piece of two.
Yeah, it's very green.
And this is taken by somebody in Europe, I believe, Patty.
2019. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that is and that is Nibiru.
When was that? 2018.
Yep, that's Nibiru. Way up over there in 2018.
So cool.
Oh, by the way, if you go back,
Yeah.
that green dot is Nepacity.
No way. Oh,
How
Yeah.
okay.
small is it there?
Oh, how cute.
She's
Wow.
tiny.
It
Yep.
is. Oh my gosh.
Nepacity is really small.
Well, compared to Nibiru,
Yeah.
it's like a pimple.
Right, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then and this is why I've been screaming this to people. My God, and Rebecca does it as well, and all our experts do. We watched them since they were tiny people. Those white dots are not stars. Those white dots are asteroids that are huge now, and we've been watching them for a decade and a half. Hello.
Wakey.
Yeah, it's like, wake up, Alice, Jesus. Oh, I love this one. This is Atu when 2019, 2020, when she first started getting underneath illuminated as she rose up in front of Uri.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a lot of those circle pictures you use regularly on your startups, Rebecca. This is also one of those.
Yeah. Right. It is where it belongs. In my collection of circles.
Yeah,
Curves.
there's no upside down
Yeah.
rainbows, people. That
No.
circle is the bottom illumination of planet gas giant Atu. With the red asteroid in front of it in the bottom. And these are bioluminescent asteroids off the side of Uri. 4 or 5 years, 6 years ago. Because there's dust and debris, the light breaks up into a prism effect so that the human eye can see. It is so dry in here. I want to boil water, man.
That would probably help.
Oh, even though it rained, I mean, it was late in 26 in the house, 27% humidity, and now it's down to 19. This is the Dan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group on the bottom of Uri, and this is 180-day pass a few years ago, which is why I kept screaming to everybody, pay attention to these asteroids, because they're here again right now.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know what? This summer we're going to see thousands of pictures of them in very scary close passes with many, many, many scary lightning storms. Oh, this is a good one. This is lead. God, I remember this one. This is lead asteroid going vertically away from us at the side edge of Attu's moon, and Uri, way back when. And then on the right bottom by the trees and the horizon on the right-hand side is Nibiru. And very much tiny, smaller is Saturn with the Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail. And that makes this 2020, 2019. Back what we call the Dr. Phil era.
Dr. Phil. Yeah. I slightly remember him.
Yeah, spelled F-I-L. No,
Yeah. Look at that one. Look at that one.
The
When
plumber.
was this?
Yeah, the old Mexican sky webcams that we used to love dearly.
It says 2018.
This is the side of Uri.
Mm-hmm.
And Attu is the middle clouds in just the middle right top, and Attu's moon and the asteroids and everything, as Uri was on the right-hand side. And as of 2019, it moved over to the left. But that's the side of Uri and Attu and the asteroids. The Great OCG.
What's the curved? Oh, that's Uri, the curved part.
Yeah, curved part is Uri, and Nibiru is there too, and Nibiru, and then Uri, and then Attu and Attu's moon, and then the asteroids. The line of Nibiru is straight down from the middle of that. See the flaring, straight down, just right next to the flagpole or the street pole above the trees on the left. That straight line, that's the edge of Nibiru, and then the next dark edge is Uri. And then the next dark edge is Attu. Then the next dark edge is Attu's moon. And then the clouding in front is the asteroid object cluster group, etc.
Yeah.
Back then. Aren't you glad I remember this shit?
Well, yeah. It's nice.
We're glad you can interpret it for us.
And that is not the sun.
It's Screaming Thin Man. Hi, Screaming Thin Man.
Glad you're here.
Hello.
Where you been?
Yeah, where you been hiding?
Where you been? Right.
I love this. This is a really, really good example of early tan asteroid. The dragon.
Oh, the illuminated part?
Yeah, that's not the sun.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
This is Uri cutting off the sun because the sun is behind Uri.
Yeah.
That illumination, and somebody is going to say, hey, that's the sun simulator. No, that is the tan asteroid illuminated.
Wow. Dang. So what is the dark blue area? Like what planet is that?
Well, where? You mean on the left or on the right?
Oh.
On the right is real sky. On the left, everything that straight line from the right corner to middle lower left is the edge of Uri.
Yeah. You can tell because they're chemtrailing on that side.
Go down to the horizon, look at the yellow area.
Uh-huh.
That's normal sky.
Yeah, I mean, you see how it's like going at a slant, a diagonal.
Right, and there's 4 separate sea trails there where they're trying to hide all this shit. This is 2019, 2020. When the tan asteroid first started being regularly illuminated, which is in the drawings, by the way, if you go back all the way to 2020 or 2020, 2019, 2021. You'll see I'm regularly illuminating the tan asteroid, which is also the dragon, which is also wormwood, which is also OCG salamander group on the side of Uri.
Take care, Nibiru systems.
Yeah, Nibiru System Skywatcher. It's
Be
fine,
sure to
Chris.
watch the
Yes.
rest of the show tomorrow on YouTube, and like and subscribe and send a copy to your friends, please. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh,
Chris.
hey,
Yeah.
sorry guys. Yeah, I got to run an errand. So
Oh.
if you guys are still on, I'll be back. But if not, happy birthday, Sam, and
Thank you.
I'll be watching from YouTube and stuff.
Read
I'll
the
be in the
labels on
comments.
the milk before
Cool.
you buy it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta
I
get
have
to
go
the.
too, guys.
I know, I got to get to the pharmacy before it closes. So
Okay. Be
um,
safe.
yeah, I will. And if you guys are still on, I'll see you in a little bit. If not, I'll see you guys next
Okay,
weekend.
Yeah,
Chris.
we'll probably
Have
be
a
Thank
great
you.
weekend. See you later.
Happy birthday, Sam. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye,
Bye, Chris.
Christopher.
Bye.
Yes, I have to make my apologies too. I've got
You're good.
go and
Yeah.
give my dad a cake for his birthday.
Yay.
So happy
Aw.
birthday again,
At least
Sam.
one. At
Look
least
out for your
one candle.
packages at the end of the week.
Cool. At least one
So-
candle so you can blow it out. Make that wish.
Well, that was the plan. At
There
least
you
one
go.
candle.
Right. At least one. That way he gets the wish.
Exactly. Anyway, have a good week, guys. Talk to you
Stay safe.
later.
Bye, Sharon.
You
Bye,
too.
Sharon.
Good
Bye
day.
Take care,
bye.
everyone.
See
Bye.
you next time. Bye bye. Awesome. Awesome.
All right, Michelle, it's your turn to talk.
Oh, no.
Say something. Oh,
Something.
boy. I know. But we do have to show
Cool.
a short video from Jesus. He's
Yeah,
going to
let's
be
get
visiting.
back to work, and
until
we'll get back to work.
Yeah, he's counting on hearing about his video. I think mainly the first one is what he sent me, and then I added to with some other current things. So let me pull that up here. He has some good stuff lately.
Good timing. My chair is starting to bite my butt.
I know, me too. How long? 5 hours. It feels like it's been longer. I don't know. I've been up.
Yeah, well, my chair is saying it. Yeah, you've been sitting here for 5 hours. Yes.
Yeah,
Get
Yeah.
blood in butt cheeks.
it's not starting. This
You
is
hit
why.
play, and then I'll step out of the chair. Lead asteroid in front of its Saturn yellow moon. Yep, that's the lead asteroid right there. He's just this famous index finger. He's
Yes.
got a new watch.
Looks sharp.
Yeah, that's the lead asteroid. See the stripes? Just like the drawing people. Oh, there we go again. That's the Saturn's yellow moon. God, look at that. That's beautiful. Flame-like clouds, right-hand side of the sun. Time after time after time. Argue with that, people. And the ion trail coming off the Saturn's yellow moon. See the straight flat lines right above the tree line? 1, 2, 3, flats. The shield of a Saturn's yellow moon. Awesome. Awesome. I mean, you need screenshots of that one. Wow. And again, it's Saturn's yellow moon, people. That is not just clouds. Side of Uri. Side of Uri, and those, that horn thing is the wings. That's the wings of the dragon, people. It's 3 straight lines.
Yeah. Just like the drawing.
Saturn's yellow moon faceplate.
I know.
And Saru is behind that. There's the base cloud of a Saturn's yellow moon, and Saru behind her. Wow. Look how huge that gets. Oh, how much longer will it take for you to notice what is happening? People, planets.
Years of experience, Matt.
Yeah, Matt, I've been doing this since day one when they were tiny. And I just kept going, I don't care if anybody believes me, damn it. We see this shit. It's real. It's happening. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And nobody else is talking about it. So, I mean, I've got to. Notice where the light's coming from. Atu's moon. Just like my drawing, and you can see the Texas cube right there above the right tree. Straight up right there. See the straight line? That's... You know, a lot of what I look at, Matt, first thing is where the light comes from first. That's spatially illuminated Atu's moon right there again. And a little higher will be the Texas cube. Oh, I love that. God, look at that.
Wow.
That is weirdly electrical. Oh, duh. Lead asteroid. That's the ion electrical pattern off the lead asteroid. And we've got photographs going back on that all the way to 2011? 12? Yeah. That's the lead asteroid, people. It's electrical. It's showing itself electrically.
I love this one. Something about dual video, I don't know, it just stands out more.
Okay, the sun is behind us. This is Atu's moon right there. And then he flips 360 upside down.
What's those devices called that you put a card in and it has two a viewer? You know.
Viewmaster.
Yeah, Viewmaster.
Right,
Viewmaster.
Right, but like 100 years ago they had them, and you know.
Am I that old?
You know, is it that? Well, they're pretty old.
Yeah, they do go all the way back to the 30s and 20s.
This was Jesus's picture.
Yeah. That's why I didn't remember. That's the site of Uri right there. God, that is beautiful.
That was the last one. Hope he's listening.
Yay! Thank you, Jesus, and his famous index finger.
I know. That was good, wasn't it? Cool. Mark that off my list. I didn't get Robert Marshall Smith's pictures shown, but I know he's not here.
He was, but
He was. I know. I didn't get it to it.
Yeah, we always stack too much on our plate. It's a buffet, people. It's a buffet.
There's a page I follow that are those magic eye pictures where it's just like random looking picture, and if you focus on it right, a 3D picture pops out.
Oh.
And
really?
I love those things because usually I can see it, and they've started putting on the two pictures like the Viewmaster, or back in the day when they had the thing you put the two pictures in, and if you focus on it just right and you bring those two pictures together, in the middle of it, it pops out in 3D.
It pops out. Okay.
Yes.
Neat.
It's cool. My ex-husband used to get so mad at me. He's like, those pictures, they call them magic eye pictures. He's like, those aren't real. There's not really anything in there. And I remember I got my wisdom teeth taken out, and I was coming out of, because I had them knock me out. Just knock me out. I don't want to know what's going on.
No.
And we were leaving the dentist office, and there was one of those hanging up in the hallway. And I walked past and I saw it, and I'm like, ooh, look, it's one of those pictures. And I looked at it, and the 3D image popped out, and I said exactly what it was. And my ex is standing there looking at it. He's like, I don't see anything. I'm like, it's right there.
Well, yeah, but you're highly, anesthetic does weird things to you, too.
Oh, I can see him anyway. I have to take my glasses off now when I look at them.
Well, it's breaking the eye and
But
trained eye and light and everything. Yeah, there you have an artistic eye where he did not.
oh yeah,
My pencil
No,
broke.
that's the thing. You have to relearn how to reset your eye, and then again, always start with the dark sides of the pictures. And otherwise, if you look at the sun in every picture, first thing, you're blind. You're not going to see anything that's
Right.
on either side of it. So you have to literally stop yourself from looking at the picture until you start at the dark.
yeah.
And once I learned that, and this is why Matt was saying earlier, like, how do you do it so easy? It's just because that's how I look at pictures, is from the dark to the light.
We have somebody here, y'all, in the green room.
Yay! Somebody else gets to talk.
Matthew,
Yay.
our friend Matthew Eagle. We met him last week,
Cool.
Yeah.
first time.
Love to,
I
I'd love
think
to hear
he
it.
is ready. Let's pull him up and see what's going on. I think he's in Minnesota. Let's
Right.
check.
He's up in the northern part.
Hello, y'all. How's it going?
Hi.
Happy
How's
birthday,
your
Sam.
weather? How's your weather?
Oh man, it was when was that? A couple days ago. It was pretty bad. A little quick
To get bad
pass, so-
again tonight.
It looks like it. Out towards the northwest. I don't know.
Yeah, that which wiped
Yeah.
out North Dakota yesterday should be affecting you guys tonight.
Yeah, I see it coming in.
They had some warnings, so make sure you have your safe place ready for possible tornadoes.
Oh man, yeah. I thought a tornado was gonna form, and that one day I was looking straight up and I seen the swirl. I was like, holy man.
Yeah,
Ran
it's really
inside.
strong this week, though. I mean, we had it here in Montana. We had tornadoes. Wyoming had tornadoes. North Dakota had tornadoes, and that's all heading your way.
Yeah, man.
I watched the news today. Oh boy, Beatles song. I read the
Beatles.
news today. Oh boy.
How's the sky look today, Matthew?
Oh, it looks
White.
very different varies color of blue. Like, here, I'll show you guys if I can turn my
Okay.
camera around.
How's your humidity level?
Oh, it's bad. It's hot. It's like walking through water. Feels like.
Yeah, I lived in Little Falls. I remember it. I actually missed some of those moist days. When the crickets and the grasshoppers are going insane, and you could swim through the air.
Yeah.
A lot of mosquitoes. Oh, we lost him.
Yeah, he'll be. I don't know.
He probably hit the wrong button.
Yeah, he'll be back. I'll be. Look, here he is.
The moisture got him. There he is.
Oh,
You're back.
You did it.
I'm
That's
sorry.
fast.
I was trying to turn my camera around again. I forgot how to.
Okay. Now he's locking up.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, but your picture
You're
locked up.
frozen.
Oh,
Yeah,
We have so much trouble with our new folks.
I know. I don't know what happened to Sussy exactly, but I'll message him. We had planned on having him back next week anyway to look at pictures.
And probably
know.
have internet like me. If I
So-
tried to do a camera, I'd be knocked off too.
I'll get checking with him and Andrew, see what we need to do.
And you're back.
I'll
I'm
try it
back,
again.
I'm back. I'm trying to turn
You're
my
a pro.
camera around. Oh, there it is. I got it. Finally.
Cool.
There we go.
There you go.
This is to the east.
That would be Atu and Atu's moon right there.
cool.
All right. Here, I'll
time of
show
day.
you. It's to the south. I see it right above
Oh
me.
wow.
Yeah, and that'd be Yuri.
Yeah.
All right, and this is to the west.
Right. Atu's moon is on the right. And the sun, look at the size of the sun. It's flared out because there's a cut in.
Yeah, it's like cut like right here.
Right, correct.
This is northwest, right here.
And that is where Satum and Satum's yellow moon are.
Oh, that looks cool. Wish I could
Yeah.
zoom into it.
Well, Matim is cutting in from the upper left, which is why it's flaring out like that and looking so huge. Otherwise, the sun would be a lot smaller. And we've had reports from Europe today that too also matches everything we've been watching.
Man, that day when Nipicity came through, I believe, when I did that video, holy man, it was like clear to the southwest, and then I looked north, and it was just that big old gaping greenish core open hole.
Yep. Yeah, and supercells don't do that.
Yeah.
Supercells have dark bottoms, not open green cores. I saw this week quite a few video storm chaser videos where they're going, "Oh, look at this supercell." No, look at Nepes. And then they go, "Oh, look at the supercell," and I'm going, "Yeah, that's the supercell." I'm laughing at them, and it's horrible that in this day and age, 15 years later, people are still not on board with the time-proven information, and they're still being led down this dark path by misinformation. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's just that they grew up with it, and they're so like you say, in tune to whatever they think that's normal. They don't know what normal clouds look like before, like in the early 90s and 80s.
Yep, go watch an old movie.
Yeah.
This guy.
This is north.
Yeah, and that would be where Isatum is. And if you turn it to the right, you'll see Nibiru just on the other side of the water tower at the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, these clouds just came in. And then what you were mentioning earlier about that cloud in between Uri and that base cloud you were talking about.
Do you see that white circle just above the trees there?
Yep.
That's the lead asteroid.
Right there?
Yep, just above the trees. A little bit, right there. That's the lead asteroid.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
In front of Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum.
Yeah, you can really definitely tell there's something right here.
Yeah, that's Isatum's yellow moon.
Yeah, the other day I was looking north around like 1 p.m., 12, just about 1, and I don't know what it was. I think it was Isatum and then this yellow moon, but then like 5-10 minutes later, it was like gone.
Yep. Yeah, it all depends on the angle of light and how the sun is shining on this thing that's above us and yet still in front of us, and so we see the dark side of it most of the time. But sometimes we see side bottom crescent illuminations. And of course, the lead asteroid is separate, way, way far apart from Isatum's yellow moon, actually. But even though we see them one in front of the other, and that's why the lead asteroid is brightly illuminated compared to Isatum's yellow moon, which is showing us the dark side, which is deeper blue.
Yeah.
Yet we see the ion drag-off cloud, which is why all that clouding is there on its base cloud.
Egg is here.
Hey. Hi, Egg.
Good to see you, Egg.
Okay. All right. Yeah, man. Yeah, them storms that came into it was like repetitive around like 6 p.m., 5:30. It was the same thing for 2 days.
Yep. We are seeing repetitive pattern to the week after week storms in the Midwest, and now of course Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan are getting it, and then yesterday North Dakota, day before was Montana, and we had a few rare eastern Montana tornadoes, which we don't get. They happen over there, but not over here very often. But then we had one go 90-mile-an-hour thing here last year, so. There's a lot of that coming around. Everybody's going to see some really freak weather and purple lightning storms. And this wasn't in the radar. And that's what happened to us last week. On Wednesday, we lost our power. On Wednesday night here, something went over us that was not in the weather forecast whatsoever. And we spent all night with no power.
Yeah, I wonder what the weather people think when that happens. When it's just like something comes and they're just like, oh. I wonder if they freak out and try to go live to try to explain it.
Well, they're bound by FCC rules, and they'll lose their license. And they were warned literally in the 90s that if they started freelancing on information that they would their station would lose their license, and it went throughout the whole meteorological society, and they were highly pissed about it. That was like 97, 96, 98, something like that. And ever since then, well, that's when they started going to computer graphic cartoon models rather than showing real radar. And over the years, they've removed most radar links from us, and we usually just get computer generated models on the news.
Yeah. Yeah, like last night, something passed over around like 3 in the morning. I woke up around then, and I came outside, and there was like to the northeast, there was like real electrical discharge, just a bunch of lightning, and then it came over us. Yep.
Yeah, asteroid.
I seen one big line, boom, and then that was about it. And I was like, dang. I was waiting for the sound
like that, and Nepacity will do a single straight, very wide, very straight down discharge. Attu's moon and Nepacity are discharging, and so are the asteroids. This is the 180-day cycle. And Uri's got a bunch of shit underneath her that discharges as well. So we're going to be in for one hell of a summer.
Yeah, it's going to be hot, and it's going to be windy, I bet. Windy, and it's probably going to be getting rain bombed left and right.
Start digging that hole and getting the canoe.
Yeah, I start noticing that rain bomb stuff, like really paying attention to it last year. I started noticing it.
Well, I moved north of us because it was doing, in the earlier years, 2018, 2019, etc. It was running literally across the side of Earth. And it was doing the Texas and Florida and Alabama across the Gulf of Mexico, and then a couple years later it went up into the middle states, and then oddly it changed and it went up in Canada and over Montana, and then it went back in the middle, and now it's rising up over the top of you guys again. Years ago we saw a close pass asteroid runs that ran from east to west, but now they're running from southwest to northeast. So it's weird, but the pattern has changed, and they're over the top of us now. They're farther away, but I still think we're still seeing close pass discharging.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell Sabrina, welcome back.
Including the Canadian wildfires we just experienced.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think that's the cause of some of the wildfires in Canada? The ones.
Yeah, when they just all of a sudden light up. This discharging from asteroids over the top of us, coming close to Earth. They have a different electrical charge. They're static induced, and then they zap everything that they, reaching down. Now, if it's purple lightning, people, those are huge bolts coming from way out in space or way high up in our atmosphere. So, if it's normal white lightning, that's one thing. But I mean, these purple storms they're really something to pay attention to. When you're seeing purple lightning, you're seeing lightning from the highest level of our atmosphere, which does not exist.
Yeah, most definitely. It's really interesting, though. That's all I do now. Every day when I wake up in the morning, I look. Always up everywhere I go.
Have you got up at 4:30 in the morning yet and looked where the sun comes up?
Yeah, I try to do it. I try to get there around like 5. I go to this little, like right by Mille Lacs here, right on the south end. I go to this dock and I'll take pictures of the sun.
You got a lot of clear area there, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's mostly like really red, but before the sun comes up, you actually see something else like illuminating, and it's about they say about a half hour before the sun comes up, there's always something else you see, like a different color off to the left or sometimes to the right.
Right, yeah. In the due north, you'll see the bottom illumination of Uri, and in the southeast, you'll see the reddish illumination of the bottom of Isato. At sunrise.
Yeah, I like taking morning sun pics though. That's what I like doing because I start work at 6. I'll try to get up at least about 3:30 or 4 and try to get out and take pictures.
But it's rising in the north now. It's so weird what's going on right now, and nobody's noticing. It's like, you got to be kidding me. But people are busy paying attention to that thing in their palm.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, that is right. Yeah. Well,
Hell of a trick. Hell of a trick. Get everybody to look at what's in their hand, not what's up.
if you can get a bunch of pictures and videos flooded in reels, then they'll be able to see it.
Yeah, we've got to do a bunch of shorts, really shorts, to get people, because here's our show. They see, oh my God, these guys talk for 7 hours. I'm not watching that show.
Yeah.
I want a 35-second video, or one that maybe 5 minutes if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
Heck, I do it. I'll watch a show like, I haven't seen these guys in a couple of months, and how long is it? 6 minutes? Okay, I can suffer 6 minutes.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, well, that was good to have come on, you guys. Happy birthday, Sam.
Thank you, sir.
I am
very happy that you're here again.
Yeah. And my birthday was like last week. It was.
Well, then, happy birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. All right.
Well, thanks for joining us, Matt.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Hello, nice to meet you,
Anytime.
Michelle. And thank you for inviting me, Rebecca.
Of course. We'll do it again.
Yeah, most definitely. You guys have a good night.
Take care.
Okay, Matthew.
Yep, later.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Later, buddy.
He's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. And it's Minnesota. I miss Minnesota. I do. I would love, if I could travel, I would go back and run around my old town in dear little Falls, and he's up north of that in Brainerd area up by Mille Lacs Lake, and I've gone out there fishing and froze my butt off officially. Oh Tara, what do I tell you?
I've never been there. The furthest I went north was Wisconsin. I've been to Wisconsin.
Yeah, you were a stone's throw away from Minnesota.
Yeah, but
over the big pond right there.
Right.
Lake Superior, the southern edge of Superior.
Very long drive. I remember that much. I was with.
Oh yeah, there's some driving to do in those flat. Great country. Great country.
Yes.
Scary forests, really thick, small tree, thin tree forest, very few pine, a lot of maple and this and that and the other. Great forest. Interesting culture too. People are a little weird over there. They're Norwegians and Germans and American Indians all blended in a blender. Now, Minnesota has done very culturally well with acceptance of their indigenous population. They do quite well. It's quite comfortable for everyone. There's a little bit of ethnic, but for the most part, the indigenous population of Minnesota is they're quite attractive people, so they're well regarded, and they're highly blended in society. You got North American Indian, Norwegians, and North Indian and Germans, and do not forget the Polish. They have quite a few Polish in Minnesota. Yes, that's where most of the, pardon the expression, Polat jokes come from.
Uh-oh.
And I'm going to get a drink of water. I will be right back.
Okay, Sam. I didn't know Minnesota had Polish people, to large numbers like that. Messaging Tara back real quick. Hang on. Actual. There. I sent you a message, Tara. Let's see. Egg had a busy day. She's on the go. That does not surprise me at all, because she's always like jet setting. So cool. Sounds like fun. What else? If I miss anybody else, I think. Oh, Marijuana Man is here. What do you know, Marijuana Man? Good to see you. I think I'm caught up on everybody. And yeah, I saw something about somebody getting bombed. That's bad news.
Oh, yeah. I've been in the corner of my eye since it happened. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, last week was the Army's birthday, and
Yeah.
apparently the Army served steak and lobster, and everybody on social media in the comments chimed in saying, well, that's a definite sign. If you get steak and lobster, you're getting deployed.
Well,
That's just,
no wonder it cost $48 million.
yeah, for the
Yeah. By
birthday
the
party.
way, I this week the totals actually did come in for the crowd sizes at two separate events on that day, which was the 14th, and the No Kings march protest was rated at over 6 million people,
Wow.
and the semi-official ratings gathering at parade with the tanks and the squeaky tanks and old mothballed uniforms and poor marching guards and non-North Korean or Russian soldiers marching, which Trump was entirely bored. That was rated at somewhere over 6,000 to 8,000, which was a very small percentage of the expected 200 to 250,000 people that a certain administration was counting on. And of course, again, I got to mention this because it happened. Kim Jong, North Korean guy, Kim Jong Un,
Kim Jong Un.
yeah, okay, bad pronunciation. And after 5 hours, I'm a little tongue tied, almost 6 hours. Okay, that guy, he made a video, posted it in showing Korean media television what they said, and oh my God, I'm not going to repeat it on the air, but oh my God, you got to look it up. The video they put out about that parade. Wow, I mean, I've never been in that guy's corner ever before, but it was hilarious. It was.
I mean, it puts us to shame, though, compared to the other countries that have military parades.
Well, you know what?
Precise.
I'm going to be the first one to admit when I make a mistake, I say shame on me.
It could have been better.
Well, you know where we are right now, people. We're at shame on us.
Yeah.
Because we are the laughingstock of the entire world right now.
Okay, so what are we supposed
have
to
been
do
for
about
a while.
Yeah, I know, but they're making.
We continue to peacefully.
You and Sam, all of us look like we're
continue
dumb
to
and
make
bad.
sure that
when
we,
it-
at the next election of the midterm elections, we make sure we vote these assholes the hell out of office, because this is no longer a reality of the people. It is of the billionaires, and that is completely self-evident, and there's no way you can argue that. We're not going to do an oligarchy. We're not going to do a dictatorship. There is no kings, and 6 million people proved that last week. It was the highest rated protest in the history of the United States of America. Period. Exclamation point.
All right.
Everybody knows that what we are doing right now to immigrants, what we are doing to judges, what we are doing in the media, what we are doing to the food stamp program or to the kindergarten or the EPA or the Securities Exchange Commission or any of the checks and balances that we've spent 250 years creating this big, beautiful country that we all love. We are not going to let them tear it apart in 6 months. Stop. And it's our duty. If you voted, even if you didn't vote, and you're a member, and you get if you drive on the roads, if you use traffic lights, if you get a check in the mail, if you even appreciate your kids going to public school, which, by the way, is going to be defunded. They're gutting the Department of Education. They've gutted kindergarten. They've gutted food donations at the food banks. They've gutted food stamps. They've gutted it. I mean, I could keep going on. And it's all to cut a $275 trillion down windfall for the richest 100 people in this country.
Obviously, there's problems that it's out of our hands I know you say go
Oh,
vote.
well, are you going to let the Heritage Foundation win? We
I'm just
cannot let
I feel like
let them win.
leaders,
We have to voice our
leaders
opinion. We have
are
to
like
stop it. We have to stop it.
learn
We have to stop it. We have
to
to
do what they're
stop it. We
doing.
have to stop it. That's why I study. I know what I'm talking about. I study. That's why we have to stop it.
Well, by voting, I don't think that's really going to.
No, by protesting too. We have to go public. We have to voice our opinion. We have to talk to people across the fence. Our neighbors, even if even if they're Trump supporters or Biden supporters, or if they support Haile Selassie, which is an old. If you're old like me, you'll know exactly who that is. Even if we, Macron in France, I don't care who you support. God help you if you support Putin, or Kim Jong Un, or and look what's going on with Israel or Iran and the Palestinians and all this horror. And we forgot the Syrian people and the refugees all over the planet right now, and the homeless people all over the planet, including the entire western half of this country and Philadelphia, and all the drug users. People everything we know and own is in decay.
Don't you think it's because they know things are just falling apart anyway?
Yeah,
with
right.
binary.
Right. Are we going to let them?
Let them.
Are we going to let them do what they've had going since 1980? Are we going to lay down and let it happen? Are we going to let it happen?
Right.
I got my nards on the guillotine. I've laid my face, my name, my reputation, my opinion for 15 years, and I'm not sitting down to let them shut me up in the lie that they don't want you to know about. That's happening right before our very eyes.
Yeah.
Are you going to quit? I'm not going to quit. I'm not
constantly thinking of what can be done, but it seems very out of our hands.
Okay.
Even to the point of voting or protesting, or I know it sounds
protesting as long as it's peaceful, but
right.
You look at these protests and they start off that way, and then they turn into chaos and riots and.
But the protests.
Depending on what news media you watch.
Right, but there are people. I swear, there are people planted into these protests to instigate others.
We can't go there either, because that's what the other side is doing. They're paid protesters.
It's side. I don't pick sides. It's not that.
Right.
It's the truth.
Right.
There's so much.
Well, there's always one or two bad apples in every barrel.
No, we're talking about.
Okay. What we've run into a situation where we've lost our moral compass. We've allowed ourselves to get used to the crap that has been thrown at us for the last decade. Ever since 2010-ish, we've allowed a new culture of I don't give a shit. And they screwed me over, so F them. We can't do that. I never, ever, ever believed in any of that. When I walk and I'm walking out of my car in the Walmart parking lot, and I see a piece of paper that is blowing in front of my feet, what do you think I do?
Pick it up.
Correct. And I walk it to the garbage can.
Right.
Because it's in front of me. It is part of my environment, and I'm responsible. People have forgotten that. They knock something over off the shelf, they leave it on the floor.
Every day, regular people just want goodness. They don't want war. They don't want evil leaders, left, right. Doesn't matter. They don't want any part of it. But somehow or another, we are, been under their control for who knows how long.
Okay, Rebecca, Michelle, do you guys remember the Crying Indian? In the 1970s, the garbage, and how we changed pollution all the way until the 90s, and then it became a new generation, and then they started polluting again. Okay, what Michelle just said is a campaign we can start. You want to go to the basics? She said, pick it up. It is our responsibility to pick up our environment, which is the political environment, as well as the environmental purity of our water, in the teachings in our school, how we behave in public, how our police department acts, how our judiciary, how our government, how we vote, what we think, what we say in public. Because right now the rude people are talking, and they're cruel, and they're speaking out of hatred. So we have to pick it up. We have to pick up the garbage. And if you say something racist or cruel or mean or a bully, we know all the way since grade school, our older values know better than that. But society has decided that if you're an asshole, it's cool. No, we have to pick it up. We have to pick up our society. I mean, look at these kids, these rowdy little assholes. They go, dude, look what we raised.
Look what their social media and media in general created.
That's
They
ours.
are the ones that program people, not even notice that people don't realize they're getting programmed. And then they
Okay.
hand their kids all these iPads and programming their kids. Nobody understands how much programming they're allowing themselves to be. And then they're asking, well, what's wrong with the world? Why are my kids being jerks? You know?
That you can't discipline your kids anymore. I mean, you discipline your kids and they run off and tell someone, what happened, and it's child abuse.
Michelle,
Yeah.
I don't have to discipline my children.
Yeah.
My kids,
Not if you raised them right.
we go in public, and I have store clerks come up to me and go, wow, you have the most amazingly well-mannered children I've ever seen. Did you homeschool them?
Yeah.
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 I raised my kids at college level. We never did the onesie twosies, gummy bears and all that crap. First grade, we went right to science. And
the way they're teaching things now, just
right. Well,
the math.
They have done this for a reason.
It confuses me.
Yeah,
Go back to your simple,
You know what it is? It's a quest in frustration. I solved equations that Einstein could not solve. I looked at this new math crap, and I wanted to throw it across the room on the clipboard that it was attached to. This is stupid. I don't need 4 reasons how I got to the same answer. I only need 1.
No. And you have to show your work.
Oh boy, did I get! I got
my
yelled at.
ex-husband. He was really good at math. Really good at math.
That's what happened to me in chem class.
But they made him show his work, and he showed his work, and they're like, well, that's not right. He's like, but I got the answer right.
That's what happened to me in chem class. How I ended up stepping up to the chalkboard, and I said, give me any damn equation and I will solve it right in front of you right now. And then after that, a second time, I said, well, give me an Einstein equation. And that's where it, got me into what we're doing and talking about today, all these, 47 years later. And the thing with it is I didn't have to do the math because I could look at the periodic chart and tell you the shell structure of one compound and then add the other one. It's basic math. You just move the protons and neutrons around in the shell structure. And if you keep your mind on it, you can usually find the spectrum in the first 4, 5, 6 shells, and you know what your compound is. And my teacher didn't even understand that. So I got a 2-year straight A on it, and I solved equations by throwing out gravity, and I took gravity out of the equation. I finished Einstein's crap in a heartbeat, and another professor came in, and he was freaking out, and then they sent it into the Scientific American or whatever. trying to get accreditation for the school. Oh, look at this student. We taught him this. And then the government stepped in 1978, 79. And here we are today. The trick is we don't have to show our work, and indigos never do. And we are just smart. Damn it. Listen, Gumby. That's and again, I'll say this for the 8,000th time. Check my track record. Go ahead, swallow the pop here.
I never took chemistry. They lost me at algebra.
I hated algebra. That's another example. Don't make me do something that's just insane with the squares and the boxes and the A and the C and the D and the F. This isn't like, who's your mystery day? Damn it, give me the numbers. I'm now, surface area of a sphere, circumference of a sphere. I fully understand. It's geometry. That's easy. Algebra, that's stupid. Unless you're trying to land, a satellite on Jupiter, then you need algebra.
Right.
Anyhow, what do you got for us, Rebecca?
Oh boy. Well.
And if you're out, you're out. And if we're not, we're at 6 hours, 5 minutes. Hi, I'm glad everybody's still here. Thank you.
I know.
Hi, Sabrina.
Too.
Hi, Tara.
It's up to you, Sam. I mean, we can keep going, or we can wrap it up, whatever you prefer.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm having a little trouble talking. I'll grab another Ricola.
Oh well.
I'm ready for more. Oh, we get through our work. We have to do our work. We have to give examples to the people out there.
I know.
We're laying all of this information down in the future on YouTube. That way, when the Pleiadians, they view our file, they'll go, yeah, see, they were right. No, they were wrong. Yeah, they were right. No, they were wrong. Yeah, they were right.
Right.
I mean, we're working on the future here, our Nobel Prize and all of that. Come on.
We're going to be in the history book one day. It's the stuff you got to do.
We already are in our timeline. No, in theirs, yes.
Yeah, right.
We are already in the future.
Isn't that cool? Right. Okay.
And they know where all of you live and which cheese you like to eat and what color your socks are today. Okay. Sorry, this is 6 hours silly.
Did you say yes? You want me to play another video, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I'm being silly at 6 hours. I'm getting a little hoarse here. I'm going to grab a Ricola.
Take a video. Trying to think. Some of these people, I've made videos, and I figure they'd like to be here but there's a lady in Norway. Her name is Linda. I'll play her. She does a lot of nice time lapses.
Cool.
Linda Beef Summerness. I don't know if you're familiar with her or not, but she's got some nice work.
Sounds interesting.
I'm going to turn that on. I do need to get my kitty cat in. She's at the window, so let me. And it's dark. It got dark. But I think you will enjoy her videos.
Yay. Ricola.
I'll be right back.
There be planets up there.
Sometimes it's so obvious, and sometimes I can't see it. It's like that. That's just so
that's
obvious.
Attu's moon and Attu right there. The light is behind us. That looks like a box cube in front of Saturn Yellow Moon, or some of the fingers in Nefesi. I haven't quite figured it out which yet. There's our normal moon. I wonder what she's seeing. For everybody's reference, the farther out that you, there you go, look at that. That is Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail, and there's something in that triangle right there. It was cool. This is Atu's moon again. Notice where the sunlight's coming from. That's the bottom of Uri, I believe.
Awesome.
There again, the real sky is yellow-orange. Everything blue is planet. Again, the real sky is yellow. Everything above that, the orange and the blue, is planet. Again, this is the light is behind us to the right. This is Atu's moon. You can see the white puffy clouds is the rotating Atu's moon. For cotton balls, and then it's gone. Atu's moon passed Earth in light. Again, Atu's moon right there. Notice the cutoff in the upper left, why the sun is wide and weird shaped. That's because Tim is cutting in the blue area is Uri. This is the red asteroid just to the right of the sun. And above it, not the green dot, but above that is that weird shaped white cloud. That is Casper.
Cool.
That is the Texas cube.
Cool.
See it?
Wow.
Then fades behind the shadow of Atu's moon. Red asteroid, etc. Look at the dark areas, not the light.
Oh, I've definitely learned that.
That would be Casper going in front of the sun. How interesting. The red asteroid is to the far upper left. But that's Casper crossing in front of the sun. How interesting.
Wow.
That I had not seen before. Notice the rainbow, the hue. That is Casper actually walking in front of the in front of the sun. Cool. It's got, even got the stripe through it, which you can, recognize as Casper. Cool. I had not seen this before. That is really cool. See what happens if I'm not here every day. I do try, but I had to take a little bit of time off, try to deal with all the stress. Yep, those are look at the dark. Look at the dark, not the white. Planet. And note the rotation of the clouds. The bottom clouds at the horizon aren't doing that because those are space clouds that are moving. And they're right in front of our faces every day, people. Though you can't see them. Look, see, when was the last time you ever saw a dark shadow like that in the sky? Well, guess what? That's the Saturn's yellow moon. Uri and Saru. This is probably Ceres. I'm not going to call it every shot because I don't know for sure, but most of what you're seeing, people, we're in the middle of planets.
And most people think they're just clouds.
Well, look at the direction of them.
Yeah.
Again, go back and look at a movie from the 70s or the 80s or a Western from the 60s or the 90s even. You will not see vertically clouds like this. You won't see that. They go horizontally. They don't
It's
do
all
this.
the floofy clouds and the baby blue sky.
Right, and it's boring. Boring. Oh, look down at the horizon. There's a couple of cumulus nimbus, and it might rain in Arizona this week. That's it. These are vertical shape wrapping around the bottom of these frickin' planets that are right in front of us that they keep chemtrailing in front of. Okay, the sunlight is to our far left. This is the rotating bottom of Attu and Attu's moon again. Normal clouds feeding in. Yeah, look at the horizon. That's the real sky. That dark blue dot is the moon, and the dark blue is Attu. That's an asteroid. Probably the red. Interesting angle. And glad you're back.
I made it. It's people that has me figured out. I'm at my secret podcast in the other room.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you're gonna get so many subscribers if you just put a camera on that cat food bowl.
The cat. Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
I know it too. Millions of views.
You could call it Kitchen Watchers Anonymous. Or cat kitchen or kitchen cat watchers Anonymous.
Right. Come and get it.
I guarantee you'll have 200,000 subscribers watch it 24 hours a day, waiting for the cats to come back and eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, press a button, you get to eat. So I'll train them.
Did you ever watch that the Stoner Cats video that I sent you?
Oh gosh, no.
She never does.
Now
Never does her homework, guys.
The Stoner Cats.
It's hilarious. It of course deals with
I
marijuana.
know. I gotta find the video again.
It's so awesome. You got to watch Stoner Cats.
I'll find it right now so I don't forget it. Stoner Cats. That sounds like something right up my alley.
Well, it's a story about a cat lady, and
Yes, and
she accidentally gets her medical marijuana shipment. Actually, is by mistake a hybrid experimental drug that she accidentally lights a spliff, and it goes, and then gets immediately messed up and goes to sleep, and then the cats get a whiff of it, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, the cats can talk.
Oh no!
Oh right, okay, and the Candle Life.
Yeah, and then they go through there. That's the bottom of necessity. And then 1, 2, 3, and then they can talk, and then they go through all of their personalities between different cats. It's hilarious.
Okay.
And then they go on this adventure to keep getting more of this experimental drug. That way they can keep talking.
Oh, okay. Right. They got to get their fix.
Right. And so therefore they've got to go to the production facility, which is a secret place, a lockup where they grow medical marijuana, which no one can break into. I'm watching the planets go by here, and I'm sure a lot of people go, "Oh, it's just clouds." No, these are planets, people. There's planets. Look, planet. Like
the Nepicity, they'll just say, "Oh, well, that's what they call them, lenticular
Lenticular clouds, which
clouds."
only occur over in Arctic regions, and ice crystals, which do not happen in middle or central or southern hemispheres.
Yes, my baby. Is that what it's called? Stoner cats?
Yeah, I ran through my water. I had to get more. Yeah, the dark areas, people. Look at the dark. Look how diffused the sun is because it's being cut off. See the blue flaring? You see the halo around the sun, the crown. The red asteroid and Pappy. And up in the blue dot in the upper right was Lorraine. God, how does he know that stuff? 15 years watching, people.
I found it.
I think you're going to laugh through most of the video.
Is it just one video? Like one?
Oh, no,
13
it was a whole series, but there's a
series?
compilation, a main
Okay.
compilation story that start with that one.
Okay.
And then there's more, there's individual episodes too. I've never watched most of them.
Oh, I see that now. Okay. Yeah, sure enough.
I guess it was a series. I don't know where it was aired, like HBO, God only knows. But it's quite hilarious. It's a very funny cartoon. God, look at that. You don't even know what the hell I'm looking at with that green flare. Wow. That is the bottom of Uri. Oh, I got cat eyes again. That is still Uri to the left. And the sun's being cut off by the planets. All right, the lighting is coming from the far left. Interesting. Northwest. Okay. If that's recent, it would be Saru. And that is, of course, the Saturn yellow moon and the long box cube. Oh my God, look at that. See that dark? That's the Saturn yellow moon. And then back there's Nibiru at the horizon. And straight up above, you'll see Atu's moon. And Nepesity is straight up as well. And Uri is to the left, which is behind the house right there. That's the Saturn's yellow moon. The green asteroid is in the dark area. Bottom edge of a Saturn. Again, and wow, look at that. That is the side of a Saturn on the right. Amazing, amazing. And the long box cube is one of those two clouds. Or maybe just one of them. That's where the cube is, right there, that big white square thing, dead center. And look, bright illuminated side orb. Green Nepesity in front of Saru.
That's just so weird.
Rotating is Saturn. Wow, look at that white thing coming down from the middle left there. That was cool.
Tara, Linda Beath Summerness.
Summer?
I'll spell that. Linda B.
Hello, purple.
Oops, this one. It's like that.
Sumners. Sumners.
That's probably
Summerness. Sumness.
I know.
If it's English, they should throw things together and shorten stuff. At
Yeah,
the moon.
Where
the light coming from?
Summerness.
Sumners. Yeah. It's shortened. Sumners.
Sumner.
Just like we say Smith and they say Smythe and all of that.
Isn't it summer?
Summerness.
Summerness.
Yeah.
I know. How do you say your name? Yeah. I know. Yeah, Norway. That's on my bucket list, I guess. So I gotta go see it because look at their sky. My goodness.
Oh yeah, but stay away from the surströmming.
The who?
Surströmming.
What is that?
You have not watched surströmming.
Oh.
Okay, get out your little phone.
My baby. Okay, what?
SIR.
Okay. SIR, sir.
Strum. STRUMING. Surströmming. Norway or Norwegian fish. And you'll get
Really? Wow, okay, this is good.
Okay, and then
Made by herring, Baltic herring.
right now what you do next is you go to YouTube and you type in surströmming challenge.
Oh boy. What is that about?
Well, you'll find about 500 videos on people trying to open a can of that stuff and actually eat it.
Really?
And I watch it regularly and laugh my ass off.
Because it's really bad?
It's really bad. It's one of the 3 stinkiest things on the planet.
Oh. I didn't know that.
And the worst smelling, in my opinion, even though it's not rated as so, is the Korean or Chinese fermented tofu.
I've never tried that tofu.
I wouldn't open it in my home.
I don't think I would go for that.
But if you want to laugh your backside off, look up the surströmming challenge or the Oriental fermented tofu challenge. Or you can look up one group I watch is called Lost in Ohio, and then there's a bunch of other people. I mean, there's hundreds of other people trying surströmming around the world. It's hilarious. I laugh every time. I mean, I get a tissue out because I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Well, it makes these people violently ill. I mean, they're hanging their face in a bucket.
Yeah. Sounds like a terrible idea. I guess they're doing it for the clout.
Right.
Yeah.
Video content. It was like you remember the one chip challenge, the Pocky one chip challenge, and we talk about the food channels and the try channel, like the Irish people try this food or that food, and and surströmming is just unbelievable, and the Korean or whatever tofu, and then what that what that fruit, the Indonesian fruit, durian. Is it durian fruit? Yeah. Those are the 3 stinkiest foods on the planet: durian fruit, surströmming, and then fermented tofu from Korea or China.
Wow.
Now, I've had miso soup, there's a little Japanese place up the way that they'll serve you miso soup, and it's pretty good actually. But it's got little tiny chunks of tofu in it, and that's about the only way I can eat tofu.
Yeah,
It's so tiny, it just goes down.
which is made, of course, from soybeans. Yeah. Thank you. I'll pass. Yeah, I've eaten Indonesian pao. Look at that. That's a satum jello. My God, look at that.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Nice. Yes, look at that.
And the ion trail that goes drifting off all the way across the sky. The flame-like tail that matches no other. That's the Satum's yellow moon right there.
Nancy thought you were talking about what you had for dinner.
No, thank you. I did ghost pepper chili last night. I have not had dinner yet tonight because the kids ate pizza, and I've had a couple of Cokes or Sam's Club.
I didn't know Nancy.
We had a Coca-Cola shortage, and I was trying the other brands. That, of course, look how purple that is, but that's Uri. Wow. But it's being refractive color off of Atu, which is over our heads, but the light refraction is showing Atu purple. Wow. On the face of Uri. Because Uri's right over our heads in this view. And Rebecca learned that years ago early, not to judge a planet by its color.
Yeah. It took a while to, break that habit.
Yeah, it's refractive light coloring.
And it's understandable why people would think, when they see a certain color, they think it's that planet.
But yeah, we had a criteria over the years: size, location, this, that, and the other thing, placement, and then color. And that would always tell you that, Atu is nearby, because we saw many occasions where Uri was purple or Atu was white, or, back and forth, or red, or the influence of green from Nepesi, or the influence of red from Saturn. Depending on placement, it does refract on the other planets. That's why you take location, size, etc. first, and then color. Last.
Sometimes I've seen Nepicity look purple.
Yeah, because when it's doing the dance with Atu, if it moves over to the side of Atu and the sunlight is shining on Atu, the refractive color off of the planet Atu will bounce off the side of Nepicity that we can see, and it'll turn it purple.
Right. Yeah, that's what I've seen.
Same way that the moon is illuminated by Earth and not the sun.
There.
And have you got anything else, or do we wind it up?
That was mostly it.
Okay, cool.
Mostly it. So.
Sam wants to go play Star Wars.
I think the Pleiadians would be happy with us, or Anunnaki, or whoever's watching. I don't know.
I'm sitting here trying not to sneeze, and I just threw the Ricola back into my mouth because, boy, these are gotten spicy. Smaller bags are spicier than the bigger bags. Cool. What's going on is just so insane. We could talk forever about it. It'd be easy to do so till my voice runs out. That's why we've done 11-hour shows.
I know. Yeah. Let me ask you about this real fast.
Sure.
What was that?
That is bottom illumination of Saru with Isatum dead center in front of us. Okay, well, correction. Wow, look where the lights come. I caught myself, and I'm looking at the light. Wow.
2018.
Oh, okay. All right. That changes everything.
This is in the time vault.
Wow, 2018. That would the yellow in front of us would be lead asteroid in 2018 in front of Atu.
What's the yellow though?
Lead asteroid.
Oh. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh my goodness.
2018. Remember,
Yeah.
2018, Yuri and Attu were showing. Attu was in front of Yuri, and lead asteroid was still semi-small but getting bigger. So this is illuminated lead asteroid in front of Attu.
Yeah.
Because it's on the right-hand side of the sun, because the sun.
Because you have that drawing that has the asteroid and the cube under Attu's moon.
Right, and right, which was drawn way back then. This is lead asteroid in front of Attu and Attu's moon. Attu's moon is not in the photo; it's higher up above, out of the shot.
I gotta find the drawing. Hang on.
Okay.
You guys won't believe it. Okay. Hang on.
That's when the drawing was made. That one particular Attu's moon, lead asteroid, and the cube.
Yeah.
2018.
No, I don't.
2018, 2019.
Since I used that drawing, it's not been used in a long time.
Yeah, and that's what's cool is we're getting to recycle some of them because the patterns are because where they're moving to and repetitive patterns do occur from these things, which tells you it's not random. It's researched.
We'll see if I have it.
No worries. I'm enjoying my Ricola.
Nice. Let's see.
And people all over the world are seeing the pattern. It's like you said, they all have a certain pattern, cloud formation.
And it's repetitive. It happens over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And there are people out there that feel that there's something wrong. They know something's wrong. And, we're trying to wake, my daughter's going, God, Dad, I'm coming out to sit down and talk to you and watch a movie with you because it feels like something's wrong. Because there is something wrong, people. Yeah. That wasn't the one I was thinking of, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's still the same.
Yeah, just minus the cube, maybe.
That earlier one with the smaller Attu's moon and the asteroids coming in from the left.
Yeah.
But no worries. That's what it was. Yeah, and the math is date-wise. See the 2019 and 2018 is similar.
That's neat. And then there was this one was pretty neat too.
Yeah, that is definitely the side of Attu, and you're seeing the rainbow effect is because there is an atmosphere around Attu, and that's the angle of light that the sun is shining and showing you the side edge of the planet. And remember, there is no such thing as upside down rainbows. The dark area inside the rainbow is planet Attu.
Neat.
And she did that 2016 through 2018 over and over again. And everybody's going, oh, upside down rainbows. And I wanted to slap them, like, oh my God.
There's that one. That was another treasure.
Yeah.
Is 2019, that is Nibiru coming back towards us for the first time in many years. And the little white illumination is smaller as Saturn.
Oh.
And I believe that Nepesity is the greenish on the right-hand side in front of Nibiru.
Okay. So way different how it is now.
Oh, yeah. Nepesity, remember, Nepesity in 2019 was on the right, and then in 2020, she went over the top of the sun, and it was in our faces forever. And we never thought she was going to go away. And that's when all the close passes happened over and over and over again. This is a Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah. Oh boy. It just stood out because it's like, why would there be just this one cluster of cloud in a round shape,
Right, and that's in space. Those are not even our clouds. That is around a Saturn's yellow moon.
There it is. And this one was cool too.
This one is early Attu's moon. This is a Nepesity green influence.
Yeah.
Because Nepesity was on this side when Attu and Attu's moon were illuminated this way, but it's a refractive light coloring of Nepesity green.
So that's
I remember. Yeah, this is literally right after we discovered Atu's moon, and the sightings in Japan. That was 2017 and 18 were just unbelievable, and this is one of that series. I'd say 2017.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you.
Notice the black dot.
Very nice.
See that black dot underneath the purple thing?
Yes.
That's the tiny little red asteroid.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Baby pictures.
And
Yep.
look at them, right? And look at them
that.
now.
I know. They're massive now.
So cute, they still have to wear diapers. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
See, now that you look at it and you see the shape, and you've known the shape of the red asteroid all these years, and you look at it and you go, duh, there it is.
Right. Well, maybe. I don't think. Yeah, we saw all those. Okay. That was basically it. We were at the tail end
Cool.
when we stopped. And that one.
Oh, yeah. God. Yeah, look at this. This is Atu's moon discharge. This is 2019. And close passes, and Atu's moon was causing tornadoes, and it was discharging, doing awesome shit. And did anybody catch that? No, they thought, oh, cool purple storms, man. Meanwhile, we've been watching them for a couple of years. Atu, okay, that of course is it's an asteroid for shit, sure. I'm thinking it's the red and little sister, and the rounding below Atu, and Uri's in the middle right.
Okay.
And that was a few years ago because, back when the asteroids were smaller, we could actually see their patterns so much better. Yep. And I'm getting dingy. I just realized that.
Oh, no.
Well, where you get this momentary wave of being tired. You're like, whoa, okay. Rumble of, outside noises and all of that. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Tara.
Yes, for real.
Thank you.
Which one are you? I'll be the glitter ball.
I want to be the green outline guy.
Yeah, okay.
I don't look good in a bikini, I swear.
No, I don't either.
The other day, Shiloh says to me, my God, Dad, you have a dad bod. I went, well, yeah. Men, when they get a little thicker in the middle, I actually have gained my weight back weird. Been eating too many weird things. And which is maybe not a bad thing at my age, but, another birthday party. Great. I was very surprised by the birthday notice on the video. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you remembered. Thank you very much. And
sure.
Nice, very nice, kind of you, and I appreciate everybody saying happy birthday.
Been fun.
Yeah. Now that we've seen what we have for everybody, I hope to see you again next week. Same time, same bat channel.
It'll be June 28th, so June will be over.
By God, Michelle, I might have to actually go play Star Wars. You might have a good idea there. And thank you again, Nicole, for the R2D2 birthday card. And keep those cards and letters coming, people. Mail Rebecca a donation. Be sure to go to her YouTube channel and watch this video again. Share a copy of this video again, or even a copy of show number 1. And like and subscribe. Hit the notification button. Thank you, DJ.
Send Sam a card.
Whatever that guy has been smoking, I want some of that, man. Whatever.
Yeah. Send him a card. That'd be nice.
Yeah, mail me a card. You'll get a letter back. It's kind of easy. I don't get that many these days, so I while supplies last, get the gold card.
Yeah, I think I'm at 7. Like, I think I have the most. I'm not bragging or counting, but I'm just saying.
You may have the most. Yeah.
I think. I mean, I know Jesus and I had the same amount for a while.
No, I've made it a habit to send everybody who mails me a letter. I send them one, period. And it's
right.
And I don't have to add 2 stamps because they're charging 75 cents now for a stamp. Oh my God. And then they swim it over,
Yeah. I know the last time I bought a book of stamps, I'm like, I don't mail very much. I don't use mini, but I like that will last me the rest of my life. It was like $30 for
I buy stamps by the
stamps.
100 roll.
Oh,
Wow.
And yeah, it's $75.
Yeah. I thought 30 was a lot. I'm like, I don't even need like 3, but
Oh, I go through a
Okay.
100 roll every. I go through a 100 roll every few months.
wow. Not me.
Yeah, there are a couple. And,
Mail
I
it.
pay PO box fees, and I have to mail things, and I mail my bills out every
Right.
month, and the house taxes got paid this year, thank
Mail.
God. Knock on wood. And everybody out there, we're in a world of crazy. So if you feel really sick or you don't feel well, and your ears are ringing, you're nauseous, or you hurt really bad, remember it's not you; it's exterior. Watch out for earthquakes. Make family plans now. Maybe buy a little extra supplies just in case. Don't buy too much, but think and plan ahead. We went this Wednesday. We went without power for all night, so we had to get out the candles and the flashlights. So be prepared for batteries and all of that, and stay cool. The heat wave for the entire East Coast this week and Europe. So be ready,
Oh.
everybody.
yeah, it's gonna
Alan.
be brutal.
And storming
It's
and
gonna be
flooding in the
hot.
Mediterranean really bad. So be ready for that if you're in the Mediterranean. To my Mediterranean friends. And God only, let's pray for everybody in the Southern Hemisphere this year. They're freezing their asses off already.
Oh
So,
man.
Yeah.
An extreme or another.
While the South Pole is doing some really weird jet stream crap. Really weird. Oh, and so is the North Pole because it's the opposite. It's weird. It's so not normal. Totally not normal. Anyway, we'll see you next week then. I'll shut up.
Yes.
Ah.
Well, you're good, Sam. Well, thank you everybody for being here and celebrating Sam's birthday, his upcoming birthday.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
We had
Wouldn't have missed it.
most of the people that RSVP did show up, so I appreciate
Yay.
that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Otherwise, we'll be back next Saturday. We don't miss a show every Saturday, 3:00. That's our time.
I'm always watching.
Thank you, Michelle. I know you are. We haven't seen you since Christmas or New Year's. It was
Yeah.
the New Year's show, right?
Well, everybody,
Yeah.
tomorrow, take a copy of this from YouTube and share it with somebody, please.
There's
Well, it's that time of year where I have yard work to do, and
Yeah, me
it's
too.
just hard to get
Yeah.
on. I did it last night. I said I am not getting out in 90-something degree, feels like 100, and trying to mow my grass today.
It will be tomorrow.
So I did it
No, it's going to get hotter.
Yeah, it's
last
gonna get
night after
nasty,
work.
nasty. Now, everybody, if you're elderly, stay away from the hot humidity. If you are that hot, you have to cool down. Wear a sheet and then spray it down with a mister. I mean, if your air conditioning is not up to par, but that extra layer will help to cool you.
Bye, Rodney.
All right, I'm ready. I got the X button. Star
Yeah,
Wars,
you
here
always
we
bounce
come.
first. Yeah.
Battlefront, shooting up the robots in the Clone Wars.
Right.
See
Sounds like
everybody
fun.
next week.
All right,
Okay.
good night.
Bye, Michelle. Bye, Sam. Thank you,
Bye.
guys. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and hit the button too. But thanks, everybody. It's been fun. I had a good time. What are we? 6 hours and 47 minutes. So, Racy. You're still here? What time is it? It's like 4 in the morning. What are you doing? You can't sleep when we're on. I know. Night, Blackberries. I won't click on it. There's Blackberries. Good night. You're still here too. There's a lot of people still here. And DJ, Mr. DJ. I'll never forget that. That's right. May the Force be with Sam. I've never watched Star Wars. I'm embarrassed, but and you know what? Jesus is the same way, and he's like, I don't think I could ever watch it. We were just talking about it the other day, and he's like, I just can't. Anyway. Jesus and I are the same. It's funny. Anyway, well, I had a good time. So I don't know who has a birthday next, but it's fun just to have a reason to have a party. So I'll be looking for somebody to celebrate. There she is. We just saw her. Bye, Michelle, again. Let's see what you never saw in theaters. Haha. Oh, okay. Hey, Tara's still here. She's in Texas. No. Good night, Tara. Good night. Thank you. I know, DJ. Me too. It'll be here before you know it. Honestly, Wednesday will be like that. Okay. And then Thursday and Friday is, show prepared day. So I actually only have till Wednesday and then it starts all over for sure. But I'm collecting stuff. I already started collecting new stuff for the show next week. I've already been rounding up stuff. So it never stops. Hey, Nancy. Good night. Good night to you. You snuck in. I didn't know you were here. You're going to come watch Star Wars with me? You're going to tie me down, make me watch Star Wars? Oh, man. Torture. I've never been into sci-fi. Never been into sci-fi. And, yeah, I just get lost usually. I don't understand what's happening is my problem. So that's sad, isn't it? I know, she's wanting to eat. That's Diana. That's Princess's daughter. One big family here. So anyway, guys, well, it's been fun. I'm going to go ahead and hit the button and head on out. So I'll catch you on Facebook and TikTok and, all that. And then I'll see y'all next Saturday. So let me know if you want to be on the show. Message me. And because it's always fun to have people on. So, all right, guys, we all have a good night or morning, depending on where you live. And take lots of pictures and message me if you have anything cool to look at. So I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye. Bye.